Chapter 1 I'm Not Your Dad. Guangnan High-Speed Railway Station. A little girl, 112 centimeters tall, with two braids on her head, wearing a white t-shirt on the upper body, jeans on the lower body, and a small egg party backpack on her shoulder, walked out of the passenger passage dragging a pink suitcase. Walking to a slightly open place, the little girl stopped and took a deep breath. Finally, we're here. After muttering to himself, he raised the watch on his wrist and made a call. Sue Group. President's office. In front of the huge French window, there was a 2-meter-wide desk. A handsome man was sitting there, concentrating on his work like a king. His upright posture exudes confidence and authority, like an omnipotent ruler. The sunlight shone on him through the window, highlighting his sculpted face, and his delicate features exuded a charming charm. His eyes were focused and deep, as if he could see through everything. His fingers tapped the table lightly, making a rhythm like a movement, as if he was thinking about some important decision. However, the ringing of the phone interrupted his thoughts. I picked up the phone on the table, and 4 words appeared on the screen: unknown call. Sue Zekin couldn't help but frown. You know, this is his private number. Apart from his family, only some close friends and business partners know this number. The most important point is that his mobile phone is encrypted, and calls cannot be received unless you are a contact in the phone. But now this phone call, it actually. After thinking for a while, Sue Zekin directly pressed the answer button. Hey, Daddy. As soon as the phone was connected, a tender, sweet female voice was heard. Sue Zekin's first reaction was that he had dialed the wrong number. So I responded calmly, "Little boy, I'm not your dad, you dialed the wrong number." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Since you have already made it clear to the other party, there is no need to continue the conversation. As he manages a large listed group, his time is very precious. But in less than 5 seconds, the unknown caller called again. For some unknown reason, Sue Zekin still pressed the answer button. "Dad, I haven't even finished my words yet, why did you hang up the phone? Don't you know that this is very rude?" It was still that tender, crisp and sweet voice of a little girl. Sue Zekin's brows immediately frowned. You dialed the wrong number and now you blame him for being rude by hanging up? Who is being rude? If it were anyone else, Sue Zekin would have probably lost his temper a long time ago. But thinking that the other party was a little girl, if he was too fierce, she might be scared to tears. So he could only calmly say, "Little friend, it was wrong to call me uncle just now, but you really called the wrong number, I am not your daddy." "So your name is Sue Zekin?" "My name is Sue Zekin, but I'm not your dad." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the little girl. "Your name is Sue Zekin, so you are my dad." "Dad, I'm at the Guangnan High-Speed Railway Station now, come and pick me up." Now that I have found my dad, I naturally have to ask him to come and take me home. Sue Zekin was speechless. It's true that his name is Sue Zekin, but he is a single man, how could he have a daughter this big? Once again, it was confirmed that the little girl had dialed the wrong number and found the wrong person. Patiently, he said again, "Little friend, Uncle will tell you again, I am not your father, you have dialed the wrong number. If you really can't find your parents, you can ask the police to help you find them. Uncle is really busy now, so I won't talk to you anymore, bye." After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. If I continue to talk to her, it will probably never end. "Ha! Why did you hang up the phone again?" Looking at the black screen of her watch, the little girl was speechless. Not giving up, she called again. When Sue Zekin saw the call, he knew it must be the little girl calling again, so he decisively refused to answer it and put the phone aside. The first one didn't answer. The second one called again. Still no answer. After receiving more than a dozen calls, Sue Zekin still didn't answer. The little girl was a little angry, pouting and muttering, "Damn it, he didn't even answer my call, what a scumbag dad." Suddenly I remembered what Sue Zekin said just now, ask the police for help. The next second, he dialed 110. After the call was connected, the little girl cried and said pitifully, "Police officer Shushu, I was abandoned by my father." During the call, the little girl kept crying. But after the call ended, he immediately covered his mouth and laughed secretly. "Don't think I can't do anything to you if you don't answer my call. Hee, I'll give you a surprise later. This is Sue Zekin." When the call finally stopped, he picked up his phone to check. 18. The little girl called him 18 times. Does this mean that he is sure that he is her biological father? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has never had a woman, so it is absolutely impossible for a woman to be pregnant with his child without him knowing it. Therefore, Su Zekin was very determined that the little girl must have dialed the wrong number and found the wrong person. But I was still a little confused. How did she know my phone number? Also, she just said she was at the high-speed rail station. Was she alone? Or was there someone with her? If you are alone, aren't you afraid of encountering bad people? Somehow, I started to worry about the little girl. But then I thought, she and I have nothing to do with each other, so why should I worry about it? Besides, there are police and security personnel at the high-speed rail station. If she really encounters danger, she will definitely go to them for help. Although he thought so, he still felt a little annoyed when he suddenly received such a call today. As for why he was upset, he himself couldn't explain. In the end, I didn't even have the heart to work anymore. I raised my wrist to check the time. It was already past 5:50 and almost time to get off work. During this period, I have been working overtime at the company and have not been home to have dinner with my family. Now that I don't feel like continuing to work, I might as well go home and eat. Without hesitation, he packed up his things and left the office. The Su family's manor villa is located in the western suburbs of the city, a certain distance away from the Su group where Su Zekin works. 40 minutes later, he returned home. As soon as I entered the villa, I heard my mother Zhao Yunya's angry voice coming from the living room. What a scumbag father! He didn't even recognize his own daughter and abandoned her alone at the station. What would we do if such a young child met a bad guy? Chapter 2, Come directly to the door. That's right. He doesn't even recognize his own daughter. Such a scumbag doesn't deserve to live in this world. Su Zekin's sister Su Zealand also spoke angrily. He is really not a human being. As a man, I can't stand watching him. He is really embarrassing us men. Su Zekin's father, Su Guanhai, also made his own comments. Su Zekin walked towards the living room while listening to what his parents and sister were saying. Station? Little girl? Abandoned? Why does it feel like you're talking about him? On second thought, no, he had nothing to do with the little girl, so it couldn't be considered abandonment. Besides, his family definitely doesn't know that the little girl called him today. Therefore, don't blindly try to fit in your situation. The scumbag father they are talking about is definitely not me. Dad, Mom, Linlin, what are you talking about? I just walked in and heard you talking. Isn't it the scumbag on TV? Not only did he cheat on his wife, he also abandoned his own daughter at the train station. It really makes me furious. Su Zealand said, pointing at the plot playing on TV. It turns out it was about the content of a TV series. Su Zekin was secretly delighted. He just said it, how could he be talking about him? Just watch the TV series, why take it so seriously? Only then did everyone notice him. Zhao Yunya said, Zekin, why did you come back so early today? Oh, I've almost finished dealing with the company's affairs, so I came back to have dinner with you. Well, now that you're back, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Aunt Quan has already prepared the food. Good. Su Zekin was just about to go to the bathroom to wash his hands, but at this moment, the maid Xiaolan hurried over. Sir, madam, there are 2 policemen outside. Why are the police here at this time? Is there something wrong? Zhao Yunya was puzzled by this. Su Guanghai said, let them in. It's impossible to guess. If you want to know what happened, just let the police come in and you'll know. Yes, sir. Hearing that the police were coming, Su Zekin stopped on his way to the bathroom to wash his hands, because he was also curious. Why did the police suddenly come to his house at this time? A moment later, 2 uniformed policemen came in with a cute little girl. Comrade police officer, I wonder what the purpose of your sudden visit is? Su Guanhai asked first. The 2 policemen naturally knew what kind of family the Su family was. One of the police officers replied respectfully, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, there is indeed a reason for your sudden visit. This afternoon, our station received a call from a 5-year-old girl who said that she was abandoned by her father. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at the policeman, where a pink and cute little girl was standing next to him. Su Zekin suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the little girl in front of him was the one who called him this afternoon? I later refused to answer her calls, but she actually came to my house. At this moment, everyone had suspicions in their hearts, and Zhao Yunya was the first to ask. Comrade police officer, I would like to ask, what does this have to do with our Sue family? And the little girl you mentioned who was abandoned, could it be the little girl next to you? When it came to herself, the little girl was not timid. She jumped out immediately and answered in a baby voice, "It's me, it's me. I called the police." Then, the police officer added, "Yes, it was this little girl Wu Yu who called the police. She said her father was Su Zekin, and she called him this afternoon and asked him to pick her up at the station. But Mr. Su not only did not pick her up, but also kept ignoring her calls. So she had no choice but to call the police and ask us for help. And we are here now to verify the authenticity of this matter." In fact, the police officers themselves felt a little embarrassed when they said this. After all, if a wealthy family like the Su family were to abandon their own children, no one would believe it. They just received a call from the little girl, so they could only do their job and accompany her on this journey. Everyone was shocked again. Zhao Yunya asked directly, "Comrade police officer, do you mean to say that this little girl is our Zekin's child?" The police officer nodded, "Yes, Mrs. Su. In fact, at the beginning, when Wu Yu told them that his father was Su Zekin, they didn't quite believe it. But later, Wu Yu told them a lot, and they became half believing and half doubting. I accompanied her to Su's house, firstly to perform official duties, and secondly to verify whether she was Su Zekin's child. How is this possible? Our Zekin clearly is not married and doesn't have a girlfriend, so how could he have a child?" But Zhao Yunya didn't say the rest, because she suddenly thought, maybe there is something that they don't know or understand. So we still can't rush to judge. He looked directly at Su Zekin and said, "Zekin, tell me yourself, what's going on? Is this little sister really your child?" "Mom, I don't even have a girlfriend, how can I have a child?" "Comrade police, this is what happened. Where is this little girl?" Su Zekin told the police comrades that little Wu Yu called him this afternoon. "Mr. Su, if that's the case, you don't admit that this little sister is your child?" "It's not that I don't admit it, but she can't be my child at all." Su Zekin's attitude was very firm. With his current wealth, it wouldn't be difficult for him to raise, let alone one child, even 100 children. But now, please forgive me that he can't be someone else's cheap dad for no reason. Su Zekin refused to acknowledge Wu Yu, but when Wu Yu called the police, she said categorically that Su Zekin was her father. Now I really don't know what is true and what is false. For a moment, the police comrades are a little embarrassed. But at this moment, Wu Yu walked up to Zhao Yunya, pulled her skirt, and said in a baby voice, "Grandma, Yu is not lying, he is really my daddy. And you see, Daddy and I look exactly the same." Wu Yu had already investigated all the family members of the Su family and knew that the elegant lady in front of him was his own grandmother. In the Su family, Zhao Yunya has the highest family status. Chapter 3 Little Wu Yu. The word grandma immediately melted Zhao Yunya's heart. She has always been looking forward to having a grandson or granddaughter. Now that she has one, she is somewhat excited. Originally, no one cared about Wu Yu's appearance, but when she said, "I look exactly like my dad," everyone was surprised to find that she and Su Zekin really looked like they were cast in the same mold. At first, Su Zekin didn't notice this. But now that I noticed this, I felt a little doubtful. Could it be that this little sister named Wu Yu is really my child? After all, if they are not related by blood, how could they look so similar? But he quickly denied it. He was very firm that it couldn't be his child. At the same time, I believe that there is nothing strange in the world. It is possible that they look exactly the same. This does not mean that she is his child. Su Zealand came to Wu Yu, touched her little head, and said, "She really looks exactly like my brother. Maybe she is really my brother's child." Wu Yu corrected her, "Aunt, it's not possible, but I really am Daddy's child." "Ah. You even know that I'm your aunt. How cute and smart." The more Su Zealand looked at Wu Yu, the more she liked her. Zhao Yunya feels the same way. He is indeed a cute and smart child. Maybe he is really Zekin's child. Knowing what she wanted to say, Su Zekin interrupted her immediately. "Mom, Linlin, even though she looks a lot like me, she's really not my child." Su Zekin remained firm in his ideas. But the next second, Wu Yu pulled out a few strands of hair from his head and handed them to him. Su Zekin was a little confused by her actions. "Give me your hair, what is this for? You don't believe what I said, right? Then let's do a DNA test. When the results come out, you'll know whether I lied to you or not. No matter how much you say, it is futile. Medical identification is the most practical. This is a good idea. Instead of arguing with each other, we can use medicine to prove it all. Let's do a DNA test. Su Guanghai, who had been silent, spoke at this moment. Then he said to the two policemen, "Comrade policeman, thank you for your hard work today. Since this is our own family matter, let us solve it ourselves. You can also rest assured that no matter what the result of the appraisal is, we will make proper arrangements for the child. When you go back, please give my regards to your chief Shou." Su Guanghai gave a guarantee and mentioned their chief. The two police comrades did not dare to say anything more. He just said goodbye and left the Su family villa. After the two policemen left, Su Zekin came to Wu Yu. "Your name is Wu Yu, right?" "Yes, Dad. Before the DNA report comes out, you should call me Uncle Su. Now I have a few questions for you. Can you answer me truthfully?" He really couldn't accept the sudden news of becoming a father. Therefore, before the results of the paternity test came out, he did not want to admit his relationship with Wu Yu. After all of this is unlikely to come true. "Okay, Dad, just ask." Su Zekin didn't want to admit it, but Wu Yu had already determined that he was her dad, so she wouldn't call him Uncle Su. Su Zekin held his forehead with his hand. "Didn't I say I should call him Uncle Su? Why was he still calling me Daddy?" "Forget it, it's just a title. Let me ask the question first. Why do you say that I am your father? Did someone tell you?" Wu Yoji shook his head. "No one told me, I know it myself." "You knew that yourself? Then how did you know that I am your father?" "Because when I first saw Dad on TV, I felt very close to him, so I was sure at that time that you were my dad." Su Zekin felt speechless. Just because she felt familiar with him at first sight, she concluded that he was her father. Wasn't this too much of a joke? But Su Zealand, who was standing by, not only did not think it was a joke, but instead praised Wu Yu. "Yu, you are so amazing. You knew he was your dad after just one look. Isn't this what people often say, that blood is thicker than water, and the bond between family members will not be severed regardless of distance? So Yu took one look at my brother and recognized his dad." "Well, Lin has a point." Zhao Yunya agreed with Su Zealand's statement. Listening to what the mother and daughter said, Su Zekin was speechless again. According to what they said, if he couldn't recognize his daughter when she was standing in front of him, doesn't that mean he is blind? "Yu, then tell me, who is your mommy? What's her name?" Su Zekin thought, if he knew who her mommy was, he might be able to find out the mystery of her life. Even if she wasn't someone he knew, he could still find out everything from her name. But Wu Yu did not answer his question, but asked, "Dad, how dare you ask me this question? What's the meaning?" Su Zekin was completely confused. Even Zhao Yunya, Su Zealand and Su Guanghai were confused by Wu Yu's question. However, they didn't say anything, but waited for Wu Yu's answer. Wu Yu replied seriously, "Dad, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You don't even know the name of the woman who gave birth to your child? You're really a scumbag." When they heard the word big scumbag, Zhao Yunya, Su Zealand and Su Guanghai actually felt like laughing. It's really funny to think that Su Zekin, who is a proud and powerful man in the business world, is now called a scumbag by a little girl. But when they noticed the black lines on Su Zekin's forehead, they couldn't help but hold back their laughter. He is their own son, and they shouldn't make fun of him at this time. How did I become a scumbag? He didn't even know he had a child, so how could he know who the child's mother was? Being called a scumbag, Su Zekin naturally disagreed and wanted to lose his temper and refute it immediately. Su Zekin has always considered himself to be a clean man, never having any affairs of faith, and is still a virgin. Su Guanghai was afraid that he would argue with a child, so he grabbed him immediately. He whispered, "Why are you arguing with a child about what she said? Be more careful with your tone of voice, don't scare the child." It is obvious that Su Guanghai is on Wu Yu's side. Because he felt that if Wu Yu was really Su Zekin's child, it would be great for him to have such a lovely granddaughter. Chapter 4: Eating. Zhao Yunya was also afraid that Su Zekin would really get angry at Wu Yu, so she quickly pulled her to sit on the sofa. Recalling the police officer saying that she was alone at the station at the beginning, he asked, "Yu, tell me, why are you alone at the station? Who sent you to the station?" "No one sent me there. I took the bus to the high-speed rail station by myself." "What? You're going to the high-speed rail station by yourself? Aren't you afraid of running into bad people?" Su Zealand expressed surprise that Wu Yu took the bus to the high-speed rail station alone. "But there is more worry. After all, if such a young child were targeted by a bad guy, it would be terrible. Of course, I'm not afraid. If we really run into bad guys, they will definitely be the unlucky ones. Yu Yu has a lot of powerful things on her that will definitely make the bad guys kneel down and beg for mercy. Wu Yu said this with a childlike look on his face. But to Su Zekken, this sounded like bragging. He really couldn't believe that a little girl like her, just a few years old, could have such great abilities. Wow, Yu Yu, you are really amazing. Can you show your amazing things to your aunt someday? Su Zealand actually believed what Wu Yu said. After all, taking today as an example, she was able to take the bus to the high-speed rail station and come to their home by herself, which is not something such a young child can do. So maybe she really has abilities that they can't imagine. In a word, don't underestimate this little thing in front of you. Of course, I can also give Auntie some weapons for self-defense. Okay. Just at this moment, Aunt Quan came over and said that the food had been heated up and we could eat. Zhao Yunya held Wu Yu's little hand and said lovingly, You must be hungry. Let's go eat first. Okay, Grandma. Just like that, Zhao Yunya held Wu Yu's little hand and walked towards the restaurant. Su Zealand and Su Guanhai followed quickly. Looking at the family members gathered around Wu Yu, Su Zekken suddenly felt like an outsider in the family. But in the end, he followed. After she sat down at the dining table, the servant had already served her the meal. But Wu Yu didn't eat right away. Before he started, he politely said to everyone, Grandpa and Grandma, eat. Dad, eat. Aunt, eat. Okay, eat your meal, everyone. Zhao Yunya was smiling. I really like this polite little granddaughter. After the meal, I felt quite warm. Wu Yu was not picky about food and she didn't waste it. She finished all the food that her elders picked for her. Finally, she said sweetly, It's really fun to have dinner with Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Aunt. After Wu Yu said this, Zhao Yunya liked her even more. After dinner, it's time to arrange Wu Yu's sleep. Yu Yu, do you want to sleep with Grandma tonight? Or sleep alone? I wonder if Wu Yu usually sleeps alone or with others. So Zhao Yunya still asked for her opinion. Grandma, I'll sleep by myself. Wu Yu has been sleeping alone since she was 2 years old, so she has become accustomed to sleeping alone over the years. Okay then, Grandma will take you to your room now. Zhao Yunya naturally respected Wu Yu's choice. Okay, thank you Grandma. Su Zealand naturally went along as well. While Zhao Yunya and Su Zealand were taking Wu Yu back to the room, Su Zekken called his assistant Su Hong and asked him to come home. After Su Hong came over, Su Zekken handed him his and Wu Yu's hair samples. Send these samples to the hospital for DNA testing. I want to know the results as soon as possible. Okay, President. I'll be there right away. Su Hong took the sample and without asking any questions, he left the Su family villa and went to the hospital. The second floor of Su's villa. Yu Yu, you can live in this room for the time being. Tomorrow, Grandma will have someone renovate a room you like for you. From the moment Wu Yu called her grandma for the first time, Zhao Yunya had already recognized her as her granddaughter from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, taking good care of her daily life is her responsibility as a grandmother. Okay, thank you Grandma. Wu Yu did not reject Zhao Yunya's kindness, but said thank you politely. Because she knew that her grandmother loved her, so she was nice to her. Yu Yu, your aunt's room is right next to yours. If you are bored at night or afraid to sleep, you can come to your aunt's room, okay? Okay, thank you, Auntie. So good. Su Zealand couldn't help but touch Wu Yu's little head. The more she looked at this lovely little niece, the more she liked her. Yu Yu, do you need Grandma to help you take a bath? No need, Grandma. Yu Yu can take a bath by herself. You're only 5 years old, and you can take a bath by yourself? Su Zealand expressed amazement. When she was 5 years old, she couldn't even take a bath by herself and she even needed others to feed her. Yes. Yu Yu can not only take a bath by herself, but also cook and do many things. So Grandma and Aunt, you don't have to worry about me, I can take care of myself. You can cook too. Wow, Yu Yu, you are really amazing. Su Zealand suddenly felt a little ashamed. I feel like there's a huge difference between me and Wu Yu. Okay, take a shower and rest early. If you need anything, you can always call us. Yeah, okay. Zhao Yunya and Su Zealand left Wu Yu's room and walked towards the study. Just now Su Guanghai specifically instructed that after Wu Yu was settled, they should gather in the study. Mom, this Yu Yu is really amazing. She's only 5 years old, but I feel like she knows everything. Well, she is indeed a smart and likable child. It would be great if she is really your brother's child. Although in her heart, she has recognized Wu Yu as her granddaughter, Zhao Yunya still hopes that Wu Yu is Su Zeken's biological child. After all, with the blood connection, they and Wu Yu are a family in the true sense. In the room, Wu Yu sorted out his luggage and belongings. After confirming that Zhao Yunya and Su Zilan had left, she took out her watch and called her grandfather Wu Jigang. Yu, you finally called Grandpa. You didn't know that Grandpa was worried all day, afraid that you were captured by bad guys. As soon as the phone was connected, Wu Jigang's anxious voice was heard. Wu Yu replied calmly, Grandpa, you are worrying for nothing. Didn't Yu tell you that bad people don't dare to harm Yu? If they dare to harm Yu, they will be the ones who suffer in the end. Chapter 5 You Can't Stop Me. Yes, my Yu is the best. Tell Grandpa, where are you now? I'm at Daddy's house now, so Grandpa doesn't have to worry about me. Have you really found your father? But Yu, are you really sure that this person is your biological father? In fact, at the beginning, when Wu Yu saw Su Zeken on TV and said that he was his biological father, Wu Jigang didn't believe it at all. Even her mother didn't know who her biological father was? Wu Yu only took one look and was able to recognize that he was her biological father. Wu Jigang thought it was just a kid talking nonsense and didn't take it seriously. But just 2 days ago, Wu Yu suddenly told him that she wanted to go find her biological father by herself. What? You want to go find your dad by yourself? No, this is absolutely not possible. You are such a little kid, what if you meet bad guys on the way? Besides, your mom will definitely not agree to this. Of course Wu Jigang refused immediately. Not to mention that she was so young, it might be dangerous for her to go looking for him alone. Furthermore, it was not possible to confirm that Su Zeken was her biological father just because she had seen him once. This was completely absurd. Since her mother handed her over to him, he must be responsible for her personal safety. So no matter what, there is no way I would agree with her. Grandpa, don't worry. Yu is so smart that she can easily resolve the danger even if she encounters it. As for Mommy, let's not let her know for the time being. No, this is not a small matter, Grandpa can't agree to you. Wu Jigang naturally knew that Wu Yu was very smart, and if he really encountered any danger or bad people, he would probably be able to resolve it easily. But he still couldn't agree. After all, it would be good if nothing went wrong, but there were many things that were unpredictable. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. Besides, she doesn't know what kind of person her biological father is? What if he is not a good person? What if he is unwilling to recognize Wu Yu? After all, when Wu Yu's mother became pregnant with her, it was a completely unexpected accident. So no matter from which perspective, he couldn't let Wu Yu take risks. Grandpa, it's because this is a big deal that I should go. The kids in the kindergarten always laugh at Yu for not having a father and being a wild child without a father's love. Do you know how sad Yu feels every time you hear these words? So Yu really hopes to have a father to love her. Besides, Yu also wants to find a good husband for Mommy, so that she doesn't have to work so hard to make money. Wu Jigang knew that Wu Yu was mocked by other children for not having a father, and he felt sorry for the child. If possible, he certainly hoped that Wu Yu could have a happy family, with a loving father and mother who would accompany her as she grew up. But ideals are ideals, reality is reality, and many times, we have to return to reality. Yu, Grandpa can understand your original intention of doing this, but some things are not as simple as you think. First, you can't be sure that the person you saw on TV that day is your biological father. Secondly, you don't know if he is married? Does he have other children? If he is already married, then your appearance will not make others happy, but will only make others upset, understand? Wu Jigang has lived in a small county town all his life. He doesn't have much experience and doesn't pay much attention to what's happening in the outside world. When he was watching TV with Wu Yu that day, although he saw Su Zeken, he didn't know that Su Zeken was a famous rich man. So from his point of view, he still persuaded Wu Yu to give up the idea of looking for him. Grandpa, don't worry about this. Daddy is not only unmarried, but also single. Moreover, he has good conditions in all aspects and is a good match for Mommy. If Mommy marries him in the future, she will definitely be very happy. So Grandpa, please agree to let me go find Daddy. During this period of time, Wu Yu had already investigated Su Zeken's personal information very clearly. It was precisely because she knew all this that she had the idea of looking for him. One is his biological father, and the other is his mother. Both of them are single at the moment, so it would be the most suitable for them to be together. In this way, she can also have a happy and complete family. This is also the result that Wu Yu wants most. Therefore, whether for her mommy or for herself, she had to find Su Zeken. Yu, Grandpa doesn't mean to discourage you. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Although you said that both of them are single, they may not necessarily like each other, let alone get married. So Grandpa, I still can't agree to you. Wu Yu's mother, Wu Siya, suddenly became pregnant with a strange man's child, which sounded ridiculous. But it has happened, and we can only accept it calmly. But nowadays, it is nonsense to expect two strangers to get married just because of a child. The most important thing is that there are too many variables and no one knows how things will develop. Therefore, after some thought, Wu Jigang felt that he still could not agree to Wu Yu. After so much persuasion, including telling him all the benefits, and talking until his mouth was almost dry, Wu Jigang still disagreed. Little Wu Yu was angry and pouted, "Humph, I'm going to go if I want to. Grandpa, I've made up my mind and I have to go find Daddy. Even if you don't agree, I will go secretly by myself, you can't stop me. Yu, why don't you listen to advice? Grandpa is doing this for your own good." Hearing Wu Yu say that, Wu Jigang felt a little anxious. "If you really want to do this for my own good, please promise me." With a pouty mouth, her little face still looked stubborn and determined. "Well." Wu Jigang let out a long sigh. "Having taken care of her for so many years, I know her character. She has always been very stubborn. Once she is determined to do something, she will not listen no matter how others persuade her. She seemed a little willful, but we also knew that she made the decision after careful consideration. Just as Wu Yu said just now, even if he didn't agree, she would still go there secretly, and he definitely couldn't stop her. Because this little clever guy always has a lot of clever ideas, he always catches people off guard and makes people hard to guard against. That's all. At this moment, he had no other choice but to follow her wish. Chapter 6 I have my plans. Okay, you are my ancestor, I am afraid of you, and Grandpa will agree to it. Really? Grandpa, I knew you were the best to Yu. Wu Jigang promised Wu Yu to let her go find her father, and she immediately changed from being gloomy to smiling. But the happiness lasted only 2 seconds, and then Wu Jigang said, "I can promise you, but I have one condition." "What are the conditions?" "Grandpa, tell me what you want." "I want to go with you. If your father doesn't want to acknowledge you, then we will come back." At least Wu Jigang would feel more at ease if he went with Wu Yu. Furthermore, if Wu Yu's biological father is unwilling to recognize her, he can also bring her back as soon as possible. It can be said that her wish came true. Maybe she won't mention this matter again in the future. But Wu Yu refused immediately. "No, Grandpa, you can't go with me." "Why?" Wu Jigang was puzzled. "Because if you go, Grandpa, something bad might happen." "No, Grandpa won't do anything." "How can it be a bad thing?" Wu Jigang thought that he would not do anything bad, so how could anything bad happen? "Grandpa, I can't explain this to you clearly. Anyway, I have my plans." In fact, Wu Yu was not worried that her biological father would disown her, because anyone with a conscience would not abandon his own flesh and blood. "In addition to finding a father for myself, I also have to find a good husband for my mommy." Wu Yu is not sure whether Su Zeken will be a good husband, so she must go and find out for herself what kind of person he is. Therefore, Wu Jigang couldn't go with her at this time, because if he went, Su Zeken would only need to do a little research to find out who her mommy was. So before she knew clearly whether Su Zeken was a person worthy of entrusting her life to, she didn't want him to know who her mother was. "You still have plans?" "Oh, no, if you don't agree to let me go with you, then I can't agree to you." Wu Jigang started to change his mind again. Seeing this, Wu Yu had no choice but to take his arm and start acting coquettishly. "Good Grandpa, just promise me. Just think of it as a way for me and Mommy to have a happy family in the future, just promise me, okay?" This. Wu Jigang was still a little hesitant. Wu Yu continued to beg coquettishly, "Good Grandpa, please agree to me. Please. Okay, I promise." Finally, after Wu Yu's constant persuasion, Wu Jigang agreed. "Yeah. Thank you, Grandpa, I knew you were the best to Yu. After saying that, she did not forget to kiss Wu Jigang on the cheek. Wu Yu and Wu Jigang live in a small county called Dayan County. This place is some distance away from Guangnan City. On the day Wu Yu went to Guangnan City to find Su Zekin, Wu Jigang personally sent her to the high-speed rail station. After taking the high-speed rail for about 2 hours, Wu Yu arrived at Guangnan High-Speed Railway Station. So what happened was what happened after she arrived at the high-speed rail station. Of course, Yu can be 100% sure that this daddy is Yu's biological father. So what does your father say? Has he admitted that you are his daughter? As for Dad, he seems to be unable to accept this reality right now. But it doesn't matter. As long as the DNA test results come out, he will face the reality. Wu Yu was actually a little unhappy that Su Zekin was not willing to accept the fact that she was his child. But there is still a long time to come, and she is not afraid that Su Zekin will not accept her. Wu Jigang could understand Su Zekin. After all, it is indeed hard to accept that a baby suddenly appears and is said to be your own flesh and blood. If it were him, it would probably take him some time to digest and accept it. And it is only right for them to do a paternity test. This will make it more certain whether Wu Yu and Su Zekin are really related by blood? Wu Jigang doesn't know much about Su Zekin, so he doesn't want to comment too much on what kind of person he is. He just told Wu Yu, if you are unhappy living there, or if your father and family members treat you badly, remember to call Grandpa, and Grandpa will come to pick you up as soon as possible. Grandpa, Grandma, and little aunt, they all like Yu very much and treat Yu very well. As for Daddy, he will definitely treat Yu well in the future. So Grandpa, you don't have to worry about Yu. Yu will live well at Daddy's house. As for you, Yu can't be with you for the next period of time. You must take good care of yourself, otherwise Yu will also worry about you. Grandpa will be relieved if you can live well. As for Grandpa, you don't have to worry at all. I won't have to take care of you anymore. I can play cards every day. There are a lot of things waiting for me. Yu, just live your own life and don't worry about Grandpa, okay? No, Yu will still miss Grandpa very much. Grandpa, please wait a little longer. After a while, Yu will definitely ask Daddy to take you over and live with us. Okay, Grandpa is waiting for that day. It's getting late, you should go take a shower and go to bed. Grandpa just made an appointment to play cards with someone, and now he has to go out, so I won't talk to you. Well, Yu will call Grandpa when she is free. Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Wu Jigang looked at the empty house and felt somewhat sad. When Wu Yu was here, the house was filled with laughter. From then on, he was alone and seemed a little lonely. Although Wu Yu is young, he is a caring person. So just now, he deliberately said that he had a lot of programs, and he didn't want Wu Yu to worry and miss him. He only hoped that she could live happily in her biological father's home in the future. As for Wu Yu's search for her biological father, he promised Wu Yu that he would keep it a secret from her mother Wu Siye and not let her know for the time being. Wu Siye works in Guangnan City and usually comes back once every 2 months or so. She recently called and said that she was following up on a very important project and would be very busy in the next few months, so she might not have time to go home or make phone calls. Therefore, this matter can be kept secret from her for a few months. Wu Yu also thought of this and decided to go find Su Zekin during this period of time. A few months is enough time for Wu Yu to do what she wants. Chapter 7 Because it's not suitable. After ending the call, Wu Yu looked at the time on his watch. It was already 8:30 in the evening. She goes to bed on time at 9 o'clock every night. This is the schedule set by her mother, and she has always strictly followed it. Now that I'm at the Su family, I'm no exception. So she took out a set of pink bunny pajamas from her suitcase and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, I went straight to bed. In the study, Su Guanghai, Su Zekin, Su Zilin, and Zhao Yunya, a family of 4, held a family meeting regarding the matter of little Wu Yu. Su Guanghai, the patriarch of the Su family, spoke first. I'm sure you all know why we gathered here tonight. To be honest, I was really surprised by Yu Yu's appearance. I didn't expect that our Su family has such a lovely granddaughter wandering around. Before Su Guanghai could finish his words, Su Zekin interrupted him. Dad, I have to correct you. Before the paternity test report comes out, we can't be sure that this Wu Yu is your granddaughter. From the beginning to the end, Su Zekin believed that Wu Yu could not be his biological child. The paternity test report hasn't come out yet, but Yu looks exactly like you, so it's very likely that this is your child. But don't you know whether you did anything stupid or not? You don't even know if the child is yours. Of course I know that. I didn't do anything stupid. Nothing stupid? Where did that child come from? Obviously, Su Guanghai didn't believe that Su Zekin hadn't done anything stupid. If you didn't do it, how could the child appear out of thin air? How would I know? The child is not mine. It's not yours. Yu looks exactly like you. If you say it's not your child, will anyone believe it? Just because they look exactly the same doesn't mean she is my child. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. It's not strange that some people look the same. From what I see, you just don't want to take responsibility. Su Zekin kept denying Wu Yu, which made Su Guanghai a little angry. No, Dad, what do you mean I don't want to be irresponsible? This is not my fault. Why isn't it your fault? It's just. Okay, stop arguing and shut up. Seeing the father and son arguing about Wu Yu, Zhao Yunya quickly spoke up to stop them. As expected, she was the highest-ranking hostess in the Su family. As soon as she spoke, Su Guanghai and Su Zekin shut their mouths obediently. Let's not discuss where Yu came from for now. Zekin, let me ask you, if the paternity test report comes out and Yu is your biological child, what are you going to do? Mom, this is impossible. Yu, she can't be my child. Su Zekin still insisted on his own ideas. Su Guanghai interrupted, I advise you not to be too decisive about this. Nothing is absolute, otherwise you will end up getting slapped in the face. Your father is right, and I think there is a good chance that Yu is your biological child. Well, if she is really my child, then I will definitely be responsible for her. But if not, I will have no choice but to send her away. If she was really his own flesh and blood, he would naturally not be so cruel as to not acknowledge her. As for her background, he would slowly investigate it in the future. But if the child wasn't his, he naturally wouldn't be the cheap dad. I think that even if Yu is not my brother's biological child, there is no need to send her away. With the current wealth of our Su family, it is not difficult to raise another child. Yu is not only cute, but also sensible and smart. Let's keep her at home. Mom, what do you think? Su Zealand expressed his thoughts. Because she really liked Wu Yu and really didn't want to send her away. Zhao Yunya was just about to say that she had the same idea, because like Su Zealand, she also liked the little girl Wu Yu. But before he could finish his words, Su Zekin rejected it immediately. No, we can't leave her at home. Why? Su Zealand and Zhao Yunya, mother and daughter, asked in unison. Because it's inappropriate. What's inappropriate? Su Zealand asked. Of course it's not appropriate. Wu Yu is a living person, not something that came out of a stone, so she must have a family. Even if you like her and want to adopt her, you have to ask her family for their opinion, right? Otherwise, what's the difference between what you're doing and child trafficking? What happened today happened so suddenly that there were many things that I didn't have time to ask Wu Yu clearly. For example, where is her home? Who has she lived with these years? Who is her mother? And so on. Once the paternity test report comes out, regardless of whether it is her own child or not, these things need to be made clear. When they heard the word child trafficking, Zhao Yunya and Su Zealand, mother and daughter, looked at each other. No one continued to say anything about wanting Wu Yu to stay. After all, what Su Zekin said just now still makes some sense. Su Guanghai himself also liked Wu Yu very much. Regardless of whether Wu Yu was his granddaughter or not, if possible, he, like Zhao Yunya and the others, also wanted to keep her. But some things cannot be done just as you wish, it depends on the situation. So he said, let's not discuss this issue for now. We'll make plans for everything after the paternity test results come out. Today's family meeting ends here. Let's all go back and have a rest. The family meeting is over. Everyone went back to their own rooms. Thinking that after the paternity test results came out, Wu Yu would most likely leave the Su family, Su Guanghai, Zhao Yunya, and Su Zealand felt somewhat disappointed. Su Zekin also saw the disappointment on their faces. He thought there was nothing he could do about it, because Wu Yu couldn't possibly be his child. Furthermore, their loss is only temporary and will be gone after a while. Therefore, he did not take the matter to heart. Su Zekin did not leave the study. The company had an email that required him to reply, so he stayed and continued working. The next morning, Around 6 o'clock, Wu Yu woke up. Going to bed early means waking up early, and this is also the lifestyle she has always maintained. He sat up slowly, opened his big eyes and looked around. Hey, where am I? Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Wu Yu was confused for a moment. He didn't even know where he was? But in less than 3 seconds, all the memories in my mind came back and I remembered them all. Wu Yu tapped his head with his little hand and muttered, "Oh, stupid, isn't this Daddy's house?" I finally remembered. Chapter 8 Appraisal Report. After remembering it, Wu Yu got up from the bed and went to wash his teeth and face. After washing up, he took out a set of clothes from his suitcase and changed into them. She didn't need to spend much time choosing clothes because the clothes in her suitcase were mostly shirts and pants. After changing clothes, Wu Yu went straight downstairs. The Su family usually doesn't get up so early, so at this time, there were only 2 servants cleaning downstairs. There was also the housekeeper Aunt Quan and a chef preparing breakfast. Seeing them, Wu Yu greeted them politely. "Good morning, Grandma Quan. Good morning, sisters." "Good morning, Miss Yu Yu." The housekeeper Aunt Quan responded to Wu Yu with a smile. Aunt Quan likes this sensible and polite little lady very much. "Grandma Quan, are you making breakfast?" "Yes, Miss Yu Yu, if you want to eat anything, you can tell Grandma Quan and she will make it for you. You don't have to make it specially for me. Yu Yu is not picky about food and will eat anything. Yu Yu will eat whatever Grandma Quan cooks. By the way, Grandma Quan, do you need my help?" Aunt Quan smiled and replied, No, just wait and eat." "Okay then, I'll go find a place outside to meditate." "Meditate?" When Aunt Quan heard this word, she was stunned for a moment and seemed to be unable to react for a moment. But he didn't say anything. This is the young master's own business. As a servant, I shouldn't interfere. Wu Yu came outside the villa and found a place to sit in an open space. He sat cross-legged with his hands on his legs, his back straight and his eyes closed, just like the meditating monks who ring the bell and chant in the temple. When he is free, especially in the early morning, Wu Yu likes to find a quiet place to meditate. Because she feels that in this state, her brain is the clearest, allowing her to think about many things carefully. Around 7 o'clock. Zhao Yunya came down from upstairs. "Aunt Quan, have you seen Yu Yu?" When she got up, she went to Wu Yu's room. I found that the bed was empty and the quilt and other things were neatly folded, so I knew that she had already gotten up. Miss Yu Yu went outside to meditate. Meditate? Hearing this word, Zhao Yunya was stunned for a moment. "I'll go and take a look." Then, walk outside the villa. I saw Wu Yu sitting cross-legged in an open space. His cute little appearance looked like a supreme Buddha. She walked over and called softly, "Yu Yu." Hearing the voice, Wu Yu opened his eyes, saw the person coming, and said with a smile on his face, "Grandma, good morning." "Good morning, Yu Yu, what are you doing?" "Grandma, Yu Yu is meditating." Meditation? Does it do anything? It's very effective. It can calm your mind and relax your mood. When you think about things, your mind will be clearer and it can even improve your sleep. "Grandma, you can try it some other day. It's very effective. There are so many benefits. Grandma must try it someday." "So Yu Yu, are you done meditating now?" "Okay, that's fine." Wu Yu nodded in response. "Then let's go back and have breakfast." "Good." Wu Yu stood up from the ground, Zhao Yunya held her little hand, and the two of them walked into the villa. Back in the restaurant, Su Guanghai, Su Zekin, and Su Zilin also came down from upstairs. When Wu Yu saw them, he still greeted them politely. Su Zilin saw that the two of them were coming back from outside, so she asked, "Mom, Yu Yu, what were you doing so early in the morning?" "Yu Yu is meditating outside. I'll go call her back for breakfast." "Meditation? Do you sit there and chant sutras like the monks in the temple?" "Aunt, there's no need to chant sutras or recite Buddhist scriptures." Wu Yu explained. Zhao Yunya continued, "Yu Yu said there are many benefits. I think we can try it another day." Su Zilin smiled innocently and said, "Well, let's talk about it another day. I may not have the time." Sitting there motionless, Su Zilin felt very bored listening to it and she didn't really want to try it. Su Zekin listened from the side but didn't say anything. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that a 5-year-old kid knew so much. "Let's have breakfast first. After that, those who need to go to school can go to school, and those who need to go to work can go to work," Zhao Yunya said. The person attending the school is Sue Zealand, she is now a sophomore. The person going to work is undoubtedly Sue Zekin. Sue Guanhai no longer needs to go to the company. Since Sue Zekin took over the company, he has stepped down from the position of president. Now I stay at home with Zhao Yunya and enjoy my retirement. The family was sitting in the restaurant eating breakfast. Not long after they started eating, Sue Zekin's assistant Su Hong came over. He came here to deliver the paternity test report. Because last night, Sue Zekin specifically instructed that the report must be obtained as soon as possible. So after Su Hong sent the identification samples to the hospital, he asked the hospital staff to expedite the process. Before 7 o'clock this morning, he went to the hospital to get the appraisal report. After that, it was sent to Sue's house as soon as possible. After greeting Su Guanhai and Zhao Yunya, Su Hong came to Sue Zekin and handed him the appraisal report document. President, this is the appraisal report you requested. It's the appraisal report. Give it to me quickly. Zhao Yunya, who was sitting next to Sue Zekin, said directly. She didn't expect the identification results to come out so quickly. At this moment, she couldn't wait to know the answer. Yes, ma'am. So, Su Hong handed the document in his hand to Zhao Yunya. Mom, open it and take a look. Sue Zealand immediately came to Zhao Yunya's side, because she was also eager to know whether Wu Yu was a member of their Su family. Good. Zhao Yunya quickly opened the file bag and took out the appraisal report. But when the report was taken out, Zhao Yunya did not look at it immediately. Instead, she held it tightly in both hands and said nervously, "What should I do? I suddenly feel a little nervous." She was nervous because she was afraid of seeing the result, which was not what she wanted. Mom, don't be nervous. The result will definitely be good. How about this, let me come and see. Okay, then you come. Zhao Yunya directly handed the identification results to Sue Zealand. Sue Zealand took the appraisal report, but she was actually a little nervous. Compared to the nervousness of the mother and daughter, Sue Zekin on the side seemed very calm. Because he always believed that the result of the appraisal would be as he expected. So no matter how nervous they are now, they will definitely be disappointed in the end. Sue Zealand took a deep breath, then quickly checked the results, reading as he read, "The probability that my brother and you are biologically related is..." Chapter 9 is quite funny. The probability that my brother and you are biologically related is 99.9999%, which means that you is my brother's biological child. Sue Zealand read out the paternity test results in one breath. She was quite satisfied with the result because it was exactly what she wanted. The next second, she came directly in front of Wu Yu, held her little head, and kissed her cheeks madly. And cheered, "That's great, Yu, from now on, you will really become a family with us. That's great, that's great. Yu is indeed our Su family's precious granddaughter. I'm so happy." Zhao Yunya was extremely happy when she saw the results of the paternity test. Although she had always believed that Wu Yu was a member of the Su family, it was just her own opinion. Now that she has received the paternity test results, she feels relieved. I've said it before, Yu must be our Su family's child. During the family meeting last night, Su Guanghai almost got into an argument with Sue Zekin over this matter. Now that he has received the paternity test report, Su Guanghai feels confident when he says this. The whole family was immersed in the joy of the fact that Wu Yu was a member of the Su family. Only Sue Zekin, who had always been confident and believed that Wu Yu could not be his biological child, seemed unable to accept this result. How is it possible? How could Yu be my child? Something must have gone wrong. Zekin, I won't help you this time. Look, the test results are out, how could there be any mistakes? If you don't believe me, take a good look for yourself. Having said that, Zhao Yunya directly stuffed the appraisal report in her hand into his hand. Sue Zekin picked up the report and read it carefully several times. It indeed stated that his blood relationship with Wu Yu was 99.9999%. This is impossible and shouldn't happen. What is the problem? Even though the facts were right in front of him, Sue Zekin still couldn't accept the current result. The problem lies with you. You must have done something bad and you don't remember when, so now you say you know nothing. Su Guanghai criticized him without any hesitation. Dad, I really didn't do anything bad. I don't know which stone this yo-yo came from. Sue Zekin actually felt quite aggrieved. After all, had he done anything bad? He didn't have amnesia, he wouldn't forget it, and he certainly wouldn't say he didn't know. Hearing this, Wu Yu gave Su Zekin 2 thumbs up and said, "Dad is really amazing. He can actually let a stone give birth to a child for you. This ability is not something that ordinary people can have." Hearing this, Su Zekin looked embarrassed. It seemed that he was being laughed at by his own daughter. When Su Guanhai, Zhao Yunya, and Su Zilan heard Wu Yu say this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Zilan laughed and said, "Yu, you were so funny. Oh, you made me laugh to death." Assistant Su Hong, who was standing by, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Last night, when Su Zekin asked him to take the sample for identification, he didn't figure out whose paternity test it was for. I only now realized that it was a paternity test for Su Zekin himself. And the cute little girl in front of him is Su Zekin's biological child. But when did Su Zekin get pregnant? As his assistant who had worked with him for 5 or 6 years, she had no idea. But judging from what happened just now, even Su Zekin himself didn't know where this child came from? So it's not surprising that his assistant didn't know the inside story. "Su Hong, you are free now and don't have to go to work, right?" Being laughed at by a little kid and his family members was bad enough, but now he was being laughed at by his own subordinates. How could he, the president of the Su Group, put his face aside? So they had to use Su Hong as the scapegoat. Seeing that his boss was about to lose his temper, Su Hong hurriedly said, "President, there are some urgent matters in the company that I need to deal with. If there is nothing else, I will go back to work first." After saying that, he ran away. If he doesn't run away, he will probably lose his job when Su Zekin gets angry. Actually, it's also my fault. I shouldn't have laughed just now. But I really can't help it. After Su Hong left, Su Zilan said, "Brother, you can't blame Su Hong. No one can help it if it's anyone else. Is it that funny?" Seeing them still laughing, Su Zekin couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yunya nodded and hit him directly, "It's quite funny." Wu Yu, who was standing aside, saw everyone laughing so happily and she also had a smile on her face. It feels really good to make her scumbag father lose face. Who told him not to admit himself at the beginning? When Su Zekin caught a glimpse of the smug smile on Wu Yu's face, he knew that she was gloating. Isn't it said that girls are caring and thoughtful? Why does he feel that this girl is not only uncaring, but also leaky? It made his heart feel cold. Why? But on second thought, it seems that I can't blame her. Who told me to refuse to acknowledge that she was my daughter from the very beginning? The paternity test results were in front of him, and the fact that Wu Yu was his biological daughter was an unchangeable fact. Forget it, since it can't be changed, I'll just have to accept it. And the most important thing at the moment is to find out from Wu Yu who her mom is. Only in this way can we figure out how her mom got pregnant with Wu Yu. Changing his attitude just now, he said to Wu Yu in a soft and enthusiastic voice, "Yu, now the test results are out, proving that you are my daughter, then we will be a family from now on, right?" Wu Yu nodded seriously, "Yes, my father and I are a family." "Okay, since we are a family, can you tell Daddy who your mommy is now?" Wu Yoji shook his head, "This question is Daddy's business, you shouldn't ask Yu. It's impossible to expect her to tell you her mommy just by saying a few words. She wouldn't be that stupid." He directly threw the question back to Su Zekin. Saying that Wu Yu doesn't know who her mommy is? Su Zekin wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death, so he continued to lower his posture and coaxed and lied, "Yu, Daddy really doesn't know who your mommy is? Just tell Daddy, okay? As long as you tell me, Daddy will agree to anything you say." Su Zekin thought that Wu Yu would be willing to tell him after saying this, but she still said, "This is Daddy's own business, you need to solve it yourself." Chapter 10 Can I Still Lie to You? Hearing these words again, Su Zekin looked a little unhappy. As the president of a trillion-dollar group, when has he ever had to speak to others in such a humble manner? Now he was patient and spoke to her nicely, but this little brat didn't even give him face at all. This made Su Zekin lose his patience all of a sudden. In a fit of impulse, he yelled at Wu Yu, "Will you tell me or not? If not, I'll send you to the police station." These words are somewhat threatening. At this moment, Su Zekin seemed to have forgotten that he was not facing his employee, nor his business partner, but his own daughter who was fearless and had the same blood as him. Naturally, she would not fall for his tricks. The next second, Wu Yu burst into tears, and bean-sized tears flowed down her fair cheeks like beads that had broken off the string. And immediately ran to Zhao Yunya, crying pitifully, "Grandma, Dad is more cruel to me than him, and he wants to send me to the police station. He must want to abandon me again, woo-woo." As she spoke, she cried louder and more sadly. Zhao Yunya looked at the adorable granddaughter she had just recognized, crying pitifully. She felt so distressed that she immediately hugged her in her arms and coaxed her like a loving mother. "Oh, Yu, be good, don't cry. It's Daddy's fault. Grandma will talk to him in a while." Hearing what Zhao Yunya said, Suzekin said unconvincedly, "Mom, I just asked Yu to tell me who her mommy is? How come I am wrong now? The child is crying, it's your fault." "Okay, now is not the time to talk about this, go to work quickly, I will take good care of Yu." It was obvious that Zhao Yunya was on Wu Yu's side at this moment. Because no matter what, she is just a 5-year-old child and what she needs is more care, not the brutality of her biological father. So let Suzekin leave quickly. Suzekin looked at Wu Yu, who was crying bitterly, and knew that it was useless for him to say anything now, as his family would definitely side with her. It is definitely impossible to ask about her mother now, so let's go to the company first. Just like that, Suzekin left home in disgrace. After Suzekin left, Zhao Yunya and Su Zilan coaxed Wu Yu for a long time before she stopped crying. In fact, Wu Yu is not a crybaby, but since she has started crying, she has to cry for some effect, otherwise her tears would be wasted. But now it seems that the effect of crying is quite good. If her dad is mean to her again in the future, she will run to her grandma and cry to see if he dares to be mean to her again. Thinking of this, Wu Yu still felt a little proud. After all, she will have her grandmother as a strong supporter at home. "Lin, it's getting late, you should hurry up and go to school," Zhao Yunya urged. Su Zilan is a day student and does not live in school, so every morning after having breakfast at home, he has to rush to school. "Mom, why don't I take a day off from school today?" "Why do you need to take leave?" "I want to take Yu out for a walk and let her get familiar with our place." "You don't need to do this. It will be the same if I take her there." "Of course it's different. You don't know as many good places to eat and have fun as I do." "Mom, let me take a day off today to accompany Yu. Anyway, the subjects we have today are all miscellaneous and not very important." "Yu, you also want your aunt to take you out for a walk today, right?" When saying this, Su Zilan deliberately winked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu was a smart kid, he understood it immediately and nodded obediently. Zhao Yunya saw it, but still asked, "Are we really just going to take some unimportant classes today?" Su Zilan nodded fiercely, "Yes, Mom, how can I lie to you?" She was not a person who particularly loved studying, so now that she had the chance to skip classes and go to school, she would naturally not let it go. Zhao Yunya glanced at Wu Yu, whose eyes were still red, and finally nodded in agreement, because she felt that the most important thing now was to accompany this little darling Wu Yu and make her happy. "Okay, you can take a day off today, but it's only today. You have to go to school tomorrow." "Got it, Mom. I'll call the monitor now to ask for leave." After saying that, he immediately took out his cell phone and went to the side to make a call. "Come back in a moment." "Okay, I've already asked for leave." Yu, how about your aunt take you out for a nice stroll today?" Wu Yu nodded, "Yeah, okay." She did not refuse, because it was her first time in this city and naturally she wanted to walk around and get familiar with the new environment. "Yu, do you have a skirt? Why don't we change into skirts before going out?" Su Zilan is a person who loves beauty, so every time she goes shopping, she will dress up beautifully. Naturally, she thought the same about Wu Yu. When she came yesterday, I saw that she was wearing a shirt and pants, and the same was true today. So I wanted her to change her skirt. A cute and pretty kid like Wu Yu would definitely look cute and beautiful in a skirt. If you take her out, I guess the number of people turning around to look at her will increase significantly. Wu Yoshi shook his head, "Aunt, I don't have a skirt, but actually these clothes are pretty good for me, and they are convenient for everything. As for skirts, I don't really like them." It's not that her mother didn't buy her a skirt, it's just that she usually likes to do some weird research, and wearing a skirt affects her work. So she didn't like wearing skirts very much, and over time, her clothes became shirts and pants. Skirts are for girls, you can't not like them. And you are so pretty, you should wear more pretty skirts, so that you can become a little princess that everyone loves. Mom, don't you agree? Zhao Yunya herself is a person who loves beauty, so she naturally agrees with Su Zilan's statement. He seconded, "Yes, Yu, your aunt is right. You are our lovely little princess, so you should dress up beautifully. I will go shopping with you guys later and buy you some nice clothes." "Okay, Mom. I know there's a store selling children's clothing in Jada Plaza. Whether it's clothes or skirts, they're all really nice. They must be very suitable for our Yu. Okay, then let's go to Jada Plaza first." After getting dressed up, Zhao Yunya and Su Zilan took Wu Yu out. Shopping is a hobby of women, but Su Guanghai, a grown man, is not interested in this. So he did not go with them, but stayed at home by himself. Chapter 11. I Have a Daughter. Office of the President of Su Group. Su Zekin sat in his office chair, unable to figure out how Wu Yu's mother got pregnant with her. He did not lose his memory, and he clearly remembered that he had never slept with any woman. How come a biological daughter suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Could it be that she really burst out of a stone? Thinking of this, I remembered what Wu Yu said. Dad is really amazing. He can actually let a stone give birth to a child for you. This ability is not something that ordinary people can have. The corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. This little girl has a really creative mind. She can actually think of this point. If we want to know Wu Yu's background, we must first know who her biological mother is. But Wu Yu refused to tell him, so he had to investigate it himself and called his assistant Su Hong. Boss, you're looking for me? Su Hong, you also met Yu Yu today. Find a way to investigate her background. I want to know who her biological mother is as soon as possible. Okay, President. I'll arrange it right away. After Su Hong left, Su Zekin picked up a document on the desk, but he couldn't read it. He is just like this. When he is troubled by something and can't figure it out, he can't concentrate on his work. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to his brother's group. Tiancheng, Junlin, meet at the billiards court in 30 minutes. Su Zekin has two good friends, one is Zhao Tiancheng and the other is Pei Junlin. The three of them formed a WeChat group. Whenever there are any activities or important matters, they will post a message in the group so that everyone can see it. Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin are the presidents of Zhao Group and Pei Group respectively. The two families in the Su family are not only business partners, but also lifelong friends. Su Zekin, Zhao Tiancheng, and Pei Junlin have been friends since kindergarten, so the relationship between the three of them is no different from that between brothers. Soon after Su Zekin sent the message, Zhao Tiancheng immediately replied, "What's going on?" Zekin would actually call us to play billiards at this time. Immediately afterwards, Pei Junlin also sent a message. It is indeed a little abnormal. Su Zekin, stop talking nonsense, are you coming or not? Zhao Tiancheng, my buddy has spoken, how can I not come? I'll be there right now. Pei Junlin, I'm right near the billiard court and will be there in a moment. 30 minutes later, the three buddies met at the billiard court they often went to. As soon as they met, Zhao Tiancheng patted Su Zekin on the shoulder and asked, "Tell me, what happened today? What's going on?" Su Zekin still wanted to play dumb. Pei Junlin immediately responded, "There must be something wrong. We have been friends for many years, how can I not know you? You must have encountered something, otherwise, can you call us out to play billiards at this time?" Su Zekin has always been serious and responsible in his work and can be said to be a workaholic. Unless it is necessary, he will definitely not run out during working hours. Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin, who have been friends with him for so many years, understand this very well. Zhao Tiancheng continued, "That's right. We are all good friends. What can't we talk about? Besides, 3 heads are better than 1. If you tell us, we can help you come up with some ideas, right?" Su Zekin thought about it and it made sense. He had been brothers with them for so many years, so there was nothing he couldn't tell them. Just like themselves, if anything happens, they will tell me first. It's also good to speak it out and let them give you some ideas. So, Su Zekin said without hesitation, "I have a daughter." "What did you say?" Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin exclaimed almost at the same time. "I said I have a daughter." Su Zekin repeated it again. "You have a daughter, adopted?" This was the first possibility that Zhao Tiancheng thought of. Su Zekin shook his head helplessly and said, "He is not adopted, but a biological child." Biological? Is that true? The paternity test report is out. Do you think it's true or false? Even a paternity test has been done, so it must be true. But Zekin, I really can't tell. When did you secretly have an affair with someone else? How come Junlin and I didn't know anything about it? Zhao Tiancheng teased Su Zekin. Speaking of Wu Yu's life experience, Su Zekin already felt very helpless. Now he was teased by his good brother, which made him even more angry. He punched Zhao Tiancheng in the chest and said, "How did this girl come to me? I can't figure it out myself." "What? You don't even know how your daughter got here? Then how did you bring her back? Pei Junlin asked in disbelief. Su Zekin explained, I didn't go to pick her up, she came to me on her own. You came to me on your own? What exactly is going on? Tell us right away, don't keep us in suspense. Zhao Tiancheng was extremely curious. Here's what happened. So Su Zekin told Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin the whole incident in detail. After they listened. Zhao Tiancheng, I didn't expect your daughter to be so smart. She even knew to ask the police for help. Pei Junlin, she is indeed smart, but her life experience is also a mystery. Zekin, didn't you ask who her mommy is? Why didn't I ask, but she just wouldn't tell me, and there was nothing I could do about it. Thinking of Wu Yu's resistance, Su Zekin felt helpless and helpless. If she doesn't tell you, won't you check it yourself? This is really the only way now. I have asked Su Hong to investigate, but I don't know when there will be any results. It is precisely because of this matter that I am so upset that I can't work at all. That's why I called you two out to play billiards. Since we've asked Su Hong to investigate, I believe there will be results soon. Just be patient and wait. Anyway, we're already here, so don't think about anything else now. Let's just play a good game of billiards, the three of us. Yes, Junlin is right. Don't think about anything now. Just play a good game of ball and relax. But Zekin, your daughter actually dared to come to you alone and was not afraid of meeting bad people. This courage is really commendable. I am really curious about her. You have to bring her out some other day so that Junlin and I can meet her. After listening to what Su Zekin had just said, Zhao Tiancheng became very curious about this smart and courageous little cutie. He couldn't wait to meet her and see what kind of powerful person she was. Let's talk about this another day. Let's play ball first. Su Zekin agreed. Come on, play ball. I'll tee off first. Chapter 12 I Can't Finish Wearing. Around 10 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Yunya and Su Zilin brought Wu Yu to Dijia Plaza. Wow, this mall is so big and grand. Standing at the gate of Dijia Plaza, Wu Yu exclaimed in surprise, because this was her first time to visit such a large shopping mall. Although there were shopping malls in the county where she lived before, they were nothing compared to what is here. Right, the mall is so beautiful. Today, your aunt and grandma will take you for a good stroll. Yeah, okay. Wu Yu nodded cutely. The first stop they went to was the children's clothing store that Su Zilin mentioned. Wow, the clothes here are so pretty. As soon as he entered the store, Wu Yu was attracted by the beautiful clothes in the store. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, old or young, you can hardly resist beautiful things. Little Wu Yu is no exception. Looking at these beautiful clothes in front of him, Wu Yu was filled with joy, his eyes full of desire. Zhao Yunya and Su Zilin also noticed this. Su Zilin said, Yu, the skirts here are so pretty. Which one do you like later? Let's pick one, okay? Good. Wu Yu nodded obediently. This was the love her grandma and aunt showed her, and she would not refuse it. In this way, Zhao Yunya and Su Zilin took Wu Yu to choose clothes. Just now at home, Wu Yu said that she didn't like wearing skirts very much, but in fact it was not that she didn't like wearing them, it was just that the skirts that her mommy bought for her before were not good looking and were not comfortable to wear, so she stopped liking them over time. Today, in this more upscale clothing store, the clothes and skirts she saw were completely different from the ones her mom bought before. Wu Yu liked them at first sight. After all, she is also a person who loves beauty. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Wu Siyi also wants to buy good things for Wu Yu. It was just because, at that time, she was just a young person who had just graduated from college and entered the society, and her job was not even very stable. After Wu Yu was born, if it weren't for her father's help, it would have been difficult to support her, so how could she have had any extra money to buy Wu Yu nice clothes and other things? It is precisely because of this that Wu Siye is working very hard now, hoping to bring Wu Yu and his father over as soon as possible so that they can live a good life. Although life was hard these years, Wu Yu never blamed Wu Siye for not being able to give her a good life. On the contrary, she understands how difficult it is for her mommy. This time I decided to be a dad first because I didn't want my mom to suffer so much and I hope she can live a happy life. Wow, our Yu Yu is so beautiful. She looks good in anything she wears. Su Zilin praised. That's right, our Yu Yu is a natural beauty. Zhao Yunya had the same feeling as Su Zilin and thought that her little granddaughter was really beautiful. She and Su Zealand picked out 20 or 30 sets of clothes and skirts for Wu Yu in one go. Every piece of clothing and every skirt fits Wu Yu perfectly and looks great, as if they were tailor-made for her. It also makes Wu Yu look as cute and lovable as a little elf. Wu Yu had a big smile on his face when facing the praise from his grandma and aunt. Since Yu Yu looks so good in this dress, let's take all these clothes. Waiter. Having said that, Su Zealand prepared to call the clerk to pack up and pay. Wu Yu said, "Aunt, there's no need to buy so many. I can't wear them all." "How can we never wear them all?" "We can wear a new set of clothes every day, and we can wear out all these clothes in just over a month. But with so many clothes, you can't just wear them 2 or 3 times and then throw them away. That would be a waste." This is how Wu Yu understood it. With more than 30 sets of new clothes, if he wore a new set every day, he could indeed wear them all out in more than a month. But this also means that each new piece of clothing will only be worn 2 or 3 times. After all, the season will change after a while, and these clothes will no longer be suitable to wear now. By next year, when I have grown taller, these clothes will become smaller and no longer fit me. For her, it would be a waste if she only wore such nice clothes 2 or 3 times. Then, Su Zealand said this casually. "It's okay, Yu Yu. We have plenty of money at home and we are not afraid of wasting it." As soon as she said this, Wu Yu put her hands on her waist and said seriously, "Aunt, your behavior is wrong. Wastefulness is not only shameful, but also abominable. Do you know that there are many people in mountainous areas who can't even afford to eat, let alone buy clothes? If you say this now, won't you be hated?" "Yu Yu, Auntie, I." For Su Zealand, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and had no worries about food and clothing since childhood, the word poverty was something he had never experienced. So when Wu Yu said these words, for a moment, she really didn't know how to respond to her. Zhao Yunya, who was standing by, hurried to smooth things over. "Yu Yu is right. Wasting is indeed a shameful behavior. Your aunt has never suffered since she was a child, so she doesn't understand much about this aspect. But after listening to Yu Yu's words today, she will definitely correct this bad behavior in the future. Right, Lin Lin?" As she spoke, Zhao Yunya also winked at Su Zealand. Su Zealand immediately understood. Yes, Auntie will definitely correct it in the future. "Yu Yu, can you please forgive what Auntie said just now?" Su Zealand thought that she had said the wrong thing just now. After all, she didn't want her little niece to think that she was a spendthrift girl who only knew how to spend money. "Well, since you admit your mistakes and can correct them, Yu Yu won't blame your aunt." "Thank you, Yu Yu." In the end, Wu Yu only picked out 7 or 8 of her favorite clothes and skirts. Although Zhao Yunya and Su Zealand really wanted to buy all the clothes Wu Yu tried on just now, Wu Yu insisted on not having so many. So, they can only follow Wu Yu's own wishes. Otherwise, they would be accused of squandering money. After leaving the clothing store, they went to a store specializing in children's shoes and bought 3 new pairs of shoes for Wu Yu. Then I continued to stroll in the mall. As he was walking, Wu Yu suddenly stopped in front of a store specializing in little yellow ducks. Her bright eyes were fixed on a little yellow duck doll that was placed in the store window and was bigger than her. Zhao Yunya saw Wu Yu stopped and asked, "Yu Yu, what's wrong?" Chapter 13. It's so cute. Su Zealand saw Wu Yu staring at the big yellow duck doll and guessed that she must like it. After all, it is a cute pet for most people nowadays and even children like it. Said, "Yu Yu, do you like this little yellow duck doll?" "If you like it." Su Zealand said, "If you like it, we'll buy it." But before he could finish his words, Wu Yu shook his head and said, "It's not that I like it, I just can't understand why so many children like it. Of course it's because it's cute. Not to mention the children, even Su Zealand himself quite likes the little yellow duck. It is also Su Zealand's habit to sleep with a big doll in his arms at night. Cute? I think it's quite childish and not suitable for people of my age at all." After saying that, Wu Yu walked straight past the little yellow duck store and headed forward. Hearing this, Su Zealand's mouth twitched involuntarily. A 5-year-old child is said to be childish and not suitable for playing, so doesn't she, a 20-year-old girl, seem a little silly? Su Zealand was glad that she didn't tell Wu Yu that she liked the little yellow duck, otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to view herself. We walked around until noon and Wu Yu said he was hungry. So Zhao Yunya and Su Zealand took her to a Western restaurant in the mall for dinner. After finishing their meal, they came out of the restaurant. "Yu Yu, are you tired after shopping for a whole morning? If you are, let's go home and rest. If not, let's continue shopping," Su Zealand asked. Wu Yoji shook his head, "Aunt, I'm not tired. I just saw a science and technology museum in front of me. I want to go there and take a look. Okay, since Yu wants to see it, let's go and see it. So, Zhao Yunya, Su Zilan, and Wu Yu, the three generations of grandparents and grandchildren, walked forward again. Zhao Yunya originally had the habit of taking a nap at noon, but today she was shopping with her lovely granddaughter, so she didn't feel tired. Just at this moment, two women happened to walk into the restaurant. Just as they reached the door of the restaurant, one of the women stopped. This familiar voice. Did I hear it wrongly? I seem to hear Yu's voice just now. The woman muttered to herself in her heart. But when she looked around, she didn't see the child. Wu Yu and others had already walked to a corner, just avoiding Wu Xiye's sight. The other woman saw her stop at the door and asked, "Xiye, what's wrong with you?" The woman's name is Wu Xiye, and she is Wu Yu's biological mother. Wu Xiye came back to her senses and said, "Oh, it's okay, let's go in." How could Yu appear here? I must have heard it wrong just now. Wu Xiye comforted herself in this way. The two walked into the restaurant. The other woman was Li Meilan, Wu Xiye's colleague. The two of them happened to come to this restaurant for lunch. After entering the restaurant and ordering food, the two started chatting. "Xiye, our cooperation project with Su Group is progressing smoothly. The manager said that the president of Su Group was very satisfied with our project plan. As long as you explain the details of this plan to President Su in person tomorrow, I believe we can sign the contract. Yes, we have worked so hard for so long, and finally we have reached the final stage. If we talk about hard work, you are the one who has worked the hardest. After all, you are the main planner of this project. We are just helping you. So the biggest contributor to the successful signing of this project is you, Xiye." What Li Meilan said is absolutely correct. Wu Xiye deserves the greatest credit for this cooperation project being recognized by the president of Su Group. Because for this project, whether it is in terms of conception or planning, Wu Xiye is the one who has put in the greatest effort. Just as Li Meilan said, she and her colleagues in other groups were just helping out. After all, if it weren't for Wu Xiye, this cooperation project might not have been successful. No matter what, it is the result of our joint efforts. As long as we can sign the contract successfully, we must celebrate it properly. Okay, that's a must. Although her contribution is greater, Wu Xiye will not deny the efforts of other colleagues. Wu Xiye is quite confident about this project. After all, she has really put in a lot of effort and hard work. The most important thing is that as long as she completes the project successfully, she will get a generous project commission. In this way, she is one step closer to bringing her father and daughter to live with them in Guangnan City. In addition, if she can successfully cooperate with a large company like the Su Group, her reputation will also be established. In the future, more and more people will actively seek her out for cooperation, so she won't have to worry about not making money. Therefore, this cooperation with Su Group will be an important turning point in Wu Xiye's life. After lunch, the two came out of the restaurant. Li Meilan suggested, "Xiye, you are going to meet Mr. Su at Su's Group tomorrow. Why don't you buy some nice clothes? Sometimes, a person's image is also an important plus. Otherwise, I see you are wearing the same 2 or 3 pieces of clothes over and over again." Wu Xiye looked down at her clothes and found that they were indeed a bit old. In recent years, she has hardly bought herself any new clothes. It's not that she doesn't want to buy it, but her financial situation doesn't allow it. After all, she didn't earn much money, and the expenses of raising her daughter were not small, so she tried to save as much as possible. However, now, what Li Meilan said makes sense. She is going to meet the president of Su Group tomorrow, so her image is still more important. And if she wore clothes that were too old, it might give people the impression that she was not respectful. She couldn't let others think that she was someone who couldn't even afford a piece of clothing. If that were the case, the other party wouldn't know how to look at her. Besides, she has put so much effort and hard work into this project. If the other party is unwilling to cooperate with her because of her bad image, then all her efforts will be in vain. Therefore, after some thought, Wu Xiye also thought that this dress should be bought. So, he said to Li Meilan, "Meilan, you are right. I really need to buy a nice set of clothes to meet Mr. Su. Then, you can accompany me to go shopping for clothes in the afternoon, and you can give me some advice when the time comes." "No problem, I'll go shopping with you." "Let's go, then." Just like that, Wu Xiye and Li Meilan went shopping. Chapter 14 He is the Thief. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Xiye bought the uniform she would wear to work tomorrow, and then she and her colleague Li Meilan parted ways and went home. The house that Wu Xie rented was in the suburbs, a certain distance away from the city center. After all, the rent there was cheaper. Her daily means of transportation to and from get off work is the subway. Of course, today is no exception. After parting with her colleague Li Milan, she went straight to the subway station and took the subway back. After exiting the subway station, Wu Xie walked towards home. The rental house she lived in was about a 15-minute walk from the subway station. When I was about halfway through the journey, I heard a faint cry, "Hurry up, someone is catching a thief, hurry up, someone is coming." Without thinking too much, Wu Xie immediately trotted towards the shouting sound. There is a billiard club near this area. Coincidentally, Su Zekin and his good friends Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin played billiard in this club. After playing table tennis, Su Zekin was the first to leave. Just after coming out of the club, Su Zekin also heard the shouting. He is not a nosy person, but when something happens, he will not just stand by and watch. So Su Zekin also went in the direction of the shouting. Soon, he saw two figures, a man and a woman, running, one in front of him and one behind. In front of me was a man wearing black clothes and a baseball cap. It is obvious that the man being chased by the middle-aged woman is the thief. At this time, the thief was about 20 to 30 meters away from Su Zekin. Without hesitation, Su Zekin ran towards the thief, ready to catch him. The thief was not a fool. Seeing that Su Zekin was not friendly, he changed his route and ran in another direction as soon as possible. At this moment, Wu Xie also came over following the shouting. Just then, I saw Su Zekin running forward, and the middle-aged woman behind him was chasing him and pointing in the direction Su Zekin was running. Because the thief just ran to the corner and Wu Xie did not see him, she immediately thought that Su Zekin was the thief that the middle-aged woman pointed out. At that time, she was very close to Su Zekin, so without saying anything, she ran up to him, grabbed Su Zekin's shoulders, and said, "Thief, you still want to run?" Although Wu Xie looks thin and weak, she is very strong and Su Zekin was stopped by her. Being caught suddenly, Su Zekin felt confused and didn't hear clearly what Wu Xie just said. He could only look at her and said, "Miss, why are you holding me?" Wu Xie replied, "You are a thief, who else should I arrest if not you?" This time, Su Zekin heard it clearly. Thief? He is the president of Su Group, but he is called a thief. How can he save his dignity? So I said angrily and rudely, "Sister, do you have poor eyesight? You actually called me a thief. Excuse me, is there anything about me that can be called a thief? Big sister?" Hearing this word, Wu Xie became very angry. Although she was not a rich lady, she was still a beautiful young girl. Now that someone called her big sister, she wanted to lose her temper. So he bluntly said, "You have poor eyesight. Have you ever heard of a beast in human clothing? Some people may look good on the surface and dress elegantly, but that cannot hide their true nature as beasts in human clothing. Hey, you're getting more and more outrageous. Let me tell you again, I'm not a thief. I was going to catch a thief, but because of you, the real thief has already run away, you know? Humph, it's easy to catch a thief. That's really a nice saying. You have the guts to be a thief, but not the guts to admit it, right? I really despise you." As the two people quarreled and pulled each other, more and more people gathered around and started talking. I didn't expect that this young man, who looked so good, was actually a thief. You can't judge a person by his appearance. As time goes by, thieves have become smarter and know how to disguise themselves, so that they can get away more easily after they succeed. That makes sense. It's not easy to be a thief nowadays. You have to have some brains. I think that being smart doesn't necessarily work, you also need a certain amount of luck. Just like this little thief in front of me, no matter how well he dressed up, he was still spotted by the beauty and caught directly. The discussions of the onlookers were neither loud nor soft, but Su Zekin heard every word of it. He was originally doing something brave and righteous, but now everyone treats him as a thief. This makes him feel like his good intentions are not rewarded. And all this, in the final analysis, is caused by the indiscriminate woman in front of him. The next second, Su Zekin got angry and said in a threatening tone, "I'm telling you one last time, I'm not a thief, let me go now, or you will regret it." Facing Su Zekin's threat, Wu Xie was not afraid at all. Instead, she held Su Zekin even tighter. He said, "I'll let you go and give you a chance to escape. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm telling you, you definitely won't be able to escape today. The police will be here soon. Just wait and confess to them." As soon as she heard the screaming, Wu Xie called 110 to report the incident. Judging from the time, the police should be here by now. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Just at this moment, two uniformed policemen walked out of the crowd. One of the policemen asked, "Who called the police and reported that there was a thief here?" It's me, police comrade. I was the one who called the police." Wu Xia answered immediately. This innocent look reminded Su Zekin, who was standing next to her, that Wu Yu had given the same answer at that time. At this moment, he actually felt that she and Wu Yu were quite similar. "Where is the thief?" the police asked directly. "That's him. He's the thief." Wu Xia pushed Su Zekin out without any hesitation. Hearing this, Su Zekin's thoughts immediately came back to normal and he found his previous thoughts ridiculous. How could this woman with poor eyesight in front of me be similar to my daughter? Su Zekin immediately refuted what the woman said and defended himself. "Comrade police, I am not a thief. I was going to catch a thief. If it weren't for this woman with bad eyesight stopping me, I would have caught the real thief long ago." The implication is that the failure to catch the real thief was all the fault of this woman with poor eyesight. Chapter 15. Don't let me see you again. The two policemen looked at Su Zekin carefully. One of the policemen, who had seen countless people, said to Wu Xia, "This gentleman doesn't look like a bad person." "Miss, are you sure he is the thief?" "I'm sure he's the thief." "Police comrade, haven't you heard the saying that you can't judge a person by his appearance? Don't be fooled by his bright and beautiful appearance." Despite what the police said, Wu Xia had already determined that Su Zekin was the thief. Seeing the police officer speaking for him, Su Zekin instantly gained confidence and confronted Wu Xia again. "Police comrades have good eyesight, unlike some people who have poor eyesight and only mistake good people for thieves. Wu Xia is not stupid. She can tell that Su Zekin is calling her blind. You are the one who is blind." Wu Xia cursed secretly in her heart. Then he added, "Comrade police officer, I am not blind." The woman whose things were stolen pointed at him and said to catch the thief. "If you don't believe me, just ask the woman whose things were stolen." And at this moment, the elder sister who had been robbed finally caught up. Because he kept running, he looked out of breath. Wu Xia didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly pulled her elder sister to ask, "Elder sister, can you see if this person is the one who stole your things?" When asking these questions, Wu Xia also deliberately glanced at Su Zekin, as if to say, "Wait until the eldest sister personally identifies you, and see how you can deny it." Feeling the meaning in Wu Xia's eyes, Su Zekin was not afraid at all. Instead, he stood up straight so that his elder sister could see him more clearly. At the same time, he returned a look to Wu Xia. It was still unclear who was right and who was wrong in the future. The eldest sister panted, looked at Su Zekin carefully, then shook her head and waved her hands and said, "Girl, you are wrong, this person is not the one who stole my things. The person who stole my things was not that tall, and he was wearing black clothes and a baseball cap. And what Su Zekin wore today was a dark gray suit." After hearing what his elder sister said, Su Zekin felt relieved and felt that he had finally been vindicated. He exerted force on his hands and shook off Wu Xia's hand that was tightly grasping his. From the beginning until now, Wu Xia, fearing that he would run away, has been holding his wrist tightly. He said proudly, "Finally someone said something fair, unlike some people who keep wrongly accusing good people without understanding the situation." Who are the some people? Needless to say, Wu Xia seemed unable to accept such a result for a moment. After all, she had always believed that the man in front of her was the thief. And at that time, she clearly saw the elder sister pointing at the man in front of her and saying, "Catch the thief." "Big sister, but at that time, didn't you point at this man and say you wanted to catch a thief?" The elder sister explained, "Girl, I was pointing in the direction the thief ran away, but I didn't say that he was the thief." The truth is revealed. Wu Xia only then realized that she had made a huge mistake. It really was like what Su Zekin said, mistaking a good person for a thief. The real thief must have run away. All my money is gone. Why am I so unlucky? The eldest sister began to cry. Because the thief stole the 20,000 yuan she had just taken out of the bank. To her, this money is her entire fortune. Seeing her elder sister like this, Wu Xia felt a little guilty, because if she hadn't mistaken Su Zekin for a thief, he would have caught the real thief long ago. Now that things have turned out like this, she has some unshirkable responsibility. Just when I was about to say something to comfort my elder sister, a loud voice rang out at this moment. The real thief is here. The person who spoke was Zhao Tiancheng. He and Pei Junlin were seen walking over with the man wearing a baseball cap and black clothes. It turned out that just now, when they walked out of the billiard club, they also heard the eldest sister's voice. When they saw Wu Xie catching Su Zekin from a distance, they did not immediately step forward to inquire about the situation, but went straight after the thief. With the concerted efforts of the two of them, they successfully caught the escaped thief. At this moment, the thief was taken to the police. "Comrade police, this thief is left to you," Pei Junlin said. "Thank you for your hard work. Let us handle the rest." Two police officers escorted the thief away from Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin. Upon learning that the two of them had caught the thief, the eldest sister hurriedly thanked them. Afterwards, I followed the police officer to the police station to take a statement. After the police comrades and the elder sister left, Zhao Tiancheng suddenly teased Su Zekin. "I never thought that our handsome Su would be mistaken for a thief. How does it feel? Share it with us." Su Zekin said nothing, and punched Zhao Tiancheng on the chest and shoulder to express his opinion with action. Zhao Tiancheng groaned and rubbed his shoulders with his hands. It became clear in an instant. "It hurts." Su Zekin walked past Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin and prepared to leave, but Wu Xie ran directly in front of him. "Now that the real thief has been caught, what else do you want?" I wonder what Wu Xie meant by suddenly running in front of him. Su Zekin's attitude seemed quite impatient. The next second, Wu Xie bowed to him at a 90-degree angle, and then said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. I apologize to you here." Since it was her fault, she felt it necessary to apologize to Su Zekin for her behavior just now. "Sister, you wrongly accused me of being a thief and embarrassed me in front of everyone, and you're done with just a simple apology? Big sister? Why call her big sister again? Obviously, she is very young." Wu Xie felt very unhappy when she heard the word big sister. "But what happened just now was indeed my fault, so I can only suppress the unhappiness in my heart. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to help my elder sister catch the thief. As the saying goes, everyone makes mistakes. I've sincerely apologized to you. What else do you want?" For Su Zekin, who had never suffered any humiliation since childhood, a simple "I'm sorry" was not enough to heal his wounded heart. Coupled with Wu Xie's last sentence, "What else do you want?" he felt that she was not sincerely apologizing. "So I said angrily, not so good? Just don't let me see you again in the future." After saying that, he left. Chapter 16. I want to buy a cake. Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin glanced at Wu Xie but said nothing. They followed Su Zekin and left. After the two of them left, Wu Xie stuck out her tongue at Su Zekin's back. I imitated Su Zekin's tone just now and said, "Don't let me see you again in the future. You arrogant fellow, you talk as if no one wants to see you again. I don't want to see you again." After complaining, Wu Xie walked towards her home. What happened today was her mistake and she was not at fault, but she also apologized for her behavior. As for whether the other party would accept it or not, she didn't care. Anyway, she thought that the two of them would never meet again. After a while, Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin caught up with Su Zekin. Zhao Tiancheng patted Su Zekin on the shoulder and said, "Zekin, the girl is young and beautiful, but you call her elder sister. I think you did it on purpose." In response to this, Su Zekin did not deny it, but directly admitted it. "Yes, I did it on purpose. She thought I was a thief and called me a beast in human clothing. Is it too much for me to call her big sister? Zeichen, I think this matter is just a misunderstanding, and didn't the girl apologize to you just now? Why are you so sinister?" Pei Junlin, who was standing by, was also speaking for Wu Xie. "As for that, she is not mine. Why should I spoil her?" Su Zekin does not deny that he is a sinister person. Besides, to him, Wu Xie was just a stranger who had nothing to do with him, so there was really no need to be so polite to her. The most important thing is that Wu Xie was not polite at the beginning, so what he is doing now can be regarded as reciprocity. What kind of person is Su Zekin? Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin, who have been brothers with him for so many years, naturally understand him. Forget it, let's not talk about her. It's already this late, why don't we go have dinner together before going back? Without continuing the topic of Wu Xie, Zhao Tiancheng suggested going out for dinner. I won't go. You guys can do whatever you want. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Su Zekin left without waiting for the two to respond. After Su Zekin left, Zhao Tiancheng put his hand on Pei Junlin's shoulder and said, Junlin, how about we go eat? No, I promised my mom that I would go back to have dinner with her tonight. Maybe next time. Soon, Pei Junlin also left, leaving Zhao Tiancheng alone. If they're not going to eat, there's no point in me going alone, so I'll leave too. Su Zekin was driving on the way home and passed by a cake shop, then he stopped for some unknown reason. Thinking back to this morning, I was mean to Wu Yu and the little guy started crying. I wonder if he is still mad at me now. I thought that children must like eating cake, so I might as well buy a piece of cake and bring it back to please her. Thinking of this, Su Zekin got out of the car and walked straight into the cake shop. Welcome, what can I do for you? As soon as I entered the store, the cake shop clerk greeted me warmly. Hello, I want to buy a cake. Okay, what flavor of cake would you like? This question actually caught Su Zekin's attention, because he really didn't know what flavor of cake Wu Yu liked. I said, I'm sorry, I don't know what flavor I want. I'm buying it for my kids. How about you recommend one to me? Su Zekin didn't say that he bought it for his daughter. Otherwise, others would definitely think that he is a very incompetent father who doesn't even know what flavor of cake his daughter likes. Okay. This chocolate mousse, strawberry snow mountain, mango mille-feuille, these are the ones that children like the most and are also the best-selling ones in our store. Which one do you want? The clerk led Su Zekin to the freezer and recommended several popular cakes to him. Su Zekin looked at the cakes recommended by the clerk, and they all seemed very good. If you let him choose, he really wouldn't know what to choose. So? Then have a piece of all the cakes you mentioned. I thought, with so many flavors, there must be one that Wu Yu likes. Okay sir, I'll help you pack now, please wait a moment. A few minutes later. Su Zekin walked out of the cake shop carrying a box. Then drive home. When I got home, my family was having dinner. Zekin, you haven't eaten yet, come over here and wash your hands and eat. Okay mom, I'll go wash my hands first. After Su Zekin washed his hands and sat down at the dining table, Wu Yu put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand. Said, Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, I'm full, you guys eat slowly, I'm going back to my room first. After saying that, he got down from the chair and went straight upstairs without even glancing at Su Zekin. The meaning is very clear. The baby still remembers that I was mean to her in the morning. After Wu Yu went upstairs, Su Zealand pointed out directly, Brother, you see, you didn't even eat when you came back. It's obvious that she was angry about you being mean to her this morning and didn't want to pay attention to you. It was so obvious that Su Zekin certainly understood that Wu Yu was indeed angry with him. I didn't expect that she would hold such a grudge at such a young age. I was just mean to her. But on second thought, this aspect is very similar to him. Because he himself is a very vengeful person. This is called, like father, like daughter. Zekin, Lin is right. You were wrong about what happened this morning. Yu Yu doesn't want to talk about it, so you shouldn't force her, let alone be mean to her. No matter what, Yu Yu is your daughter, and that is a fact that cannot be changed. After dinner, go up and apologize to her. After all, she is a child. As long as you talk to her nicely and coax her, she will definitely forgive you. Mother Zhao Yunya spoke up. Brother, what mom said is true. You have to coax Yu Yu well, otherwise, your life at home will be difficult in the future. Su Zealand gave Su Zekin a reminder. Su Zekin understood what she meant. For the father and mother, they were naturally overjoyed to have such a granddaughter suddenly born. They loved her very much and were reluctant to let her suffer any grievances. And Aunt Su Zealand also likes her little niece Wu Yu very much. In this morning's incident, the three of them were clearly on Wu Yu's side. So what Su Zealand said was right. If he didn't coax Wu Yu, his life at home would really not be easy in the future. After all, Wu Yu is now the ancestor of their Su family and cannot be easily offended. Well, what can I do if I don't want to have a miserable life in the future and don't want to become an outsider in the family? Of course, we have to coax the little ancestor. Chapter 17 Apology. Mom, I'm going upstairs now. I won't eat yet. Having said that, how can he eat? Without taking time to eat, Su Zekin went upstairs carrying the cake he bought. I arrived at Wu Yu's door, raised my hand to knock, but found myself a little nervous. Whenever he was asked to sign contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, he had never been as nervous as he is now. I consoled myself in my heart, it's just a matter of apologizing to my daughter, why should I be so nervous? He readjusted himself, took a deep breath, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door is not locked, come in. Wu Yu's childish voice came from inside the house. Suzekin opened the door and walked in, only to see Wu Yu sitting on a chair next to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window quietly. As if he knew who was coming, Wu Yu did not look back. Suzekin walked over, sat down on a chair next to her, and called softly, "Yu Yu." Hearing the voice, Wu Yu turned his head to look at Suzekin, but quickly turned his head back to stare out the window, with no intention of paying any attention to Suzekin. "Yu Yu, are you still angry about what happened this morning?" Asking even though you know the answer. Snort. This time, Wu Yu pouted, turned her head to the other side, and faced away from Suzekin. Use practical actions to tell him that you are right. The baby is angry about what happened in the morning. Yu Yu, I'm sorry. Daddy was wrong about what happened this morning. I shouldn't have pushed you, let alone been so mean to you. Daddy apologizes to you here. Can you forgive Daddy this time? The voice was very soft, which was definitely a world of difference compared to the morning. If you don't know, you might think there are two people. Suzekin originally thought that it would be difficult to say the 3 words "I'm sorry." After all, he has never apologized to anyone in his life, let alone he is just a little kid. Calling him dad was also an acknowledgement of his father-daughter relationship with Wu Yu. However, with the irrefutable evidence of the paternity test before him, he had no choice but to admit it. After hearing Suzekin's apology, Wu Yu turned her head and looked at Suzekin, but her little mouth was still pouting. Said, "Then you can't be so mean to me in the future." Good. You can't force me to say things I don't want to say or do things I don't want to do. Good. Suzekin agreed without hesitation. Because now it is more important for him that the little ancestor no longer gets angry with him. Then I will forgive Daddy and won't be angry with him anymore. When Suzekin heard Wu Yu say that he forgave him, he instantly felt relieved. I was a little nervous just now, afraid that I wouldn't be able to coax Wu Yu well, but now it seems that Wu Yu is quite easy to coax. In fact, it's not that Wu Yu is easy to coax, but that she was not really angry with Suzekin in the first place. Because instead of being angry with Suzekin, she hoped to be loved by him. After all, she had finally found her biological father with great difficulty. But she was still very young and had her own self-esteem. She had just considered him her biological father, but then he treated her so harshly that she naturally felt uncomfortable. So it was natural for her to ignore him. Now that Suzekin was willing to apologize, she walked down the stairs. Thank you, Yu Yu. Look, what did Daddy bring you? Suzekin took out the box containing the cake. Wu Yu took the box, opened it, and said in surprise, "Wow, it's a cake, but why are there so many?" I'm sorry, Yu Yu. Daddy didn't know what flavor you like, so he bought all the flavors. It's okay. Yu Yu just met Daddy. It's normal that Daddy doesn't know Yu Yu's preferences. Yu Yu doesn't blame Daddy. And Yu Yu is not picky about food. As long as Daddy buys it, Yu Yu likes to eat it. So good. Looking at his well-behaved daughter, Suzekin couldn't help but touch her little head with his hand. Dad hasn't eaten yet, right? Yu Yu, accompany Dad to eat now. After dinner, I want to eat cake with Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, and Aunt. Not long after Wu Yu entered the room, Suzekin followed him up. So she knew that Dad must not have had dinner. Okay, Yu Yu is really sensible. Suzekin took the initiative to hold Wu Yu's hand and walked downstairs. Suzekin feels very relieved that he knows to share delicious food with his family. Before, he couldn't accept Wu Yu, the daughter who suddenly appeared. But at this moment, he sincerely thought that it was quite good to have a well-behaved and sensible daughter. The other side. Wu Siye returned to the rental house, took some vegetables and eggs from the refrigerator, and made herself a simple bowl of egg and vegetable noodles. After taking a few bites, I suddenly remembered the voice that sounded very much like Wu Yu that I heard in the mall this afternoon. So he took out his cell phone and called his father Wu Jigang. At this time, Wu Jigang was playing chess with his neighbor. When I saw the incoming call on my cell phone, I got nervous and my hands started shaking, and I almost dropped the phone. Lao Zhang, please stop for a moment. I'm going to go outside to answer a phone call. After saying this, Wu Jigang hurriedly walked outside with his cell phone. However, he did not answer it. Instead, he held the phone tightly with both hands. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the call stopped. Why don't you answer the phone? Wu Siya muttered to herself. Soon, he called again. Wu Jigang, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, became nervous again when he saw Wu Siya calling again. This time, no one answered. Wu Siya called several times, but no one answered, so she stopped calling. I thought to myself, maybe he's busy. I'll try again later. Seeing that the phone calls were no longer coming, Wu Jigang went back into the house. The neighbor complained, "Old Wu, what are you talking about? Why is it taking so long?" "Oh, it's nothing, let's continue." With Wu Yu away, Wu Jigang had a lot more free time, so he could often play chess, cards, etc. with his neighbors. After eating the noodles, Wu Siya took out the project plan and familiarized herself with it carefully so that there would be no ambiguity when explaining it to the other party tomorrow. When I looked up, I saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. When I came out of the shower, it was already 10 o'clock. I'm going to call my father Wu Jigang again to see. But when I took out my phone, I saw 2 WeChat messages. When I opened it, I saw it was from my father Wu Jigang. The first message was a photo of Wu Yu sleeping. The second message is a voice message. The content is: "See, yeah, when you called just now, Yu and I were dancing in the square outside. My phone was out of battery and was charging at home, so I didn't receive your call. Yu came back, took a shower and fell asleep. You wanted to chat with Yu, right? She just fell asleep not long ago. How about I wake her up and call you?" Chapter 18. I thought too much. I was wondering why no one answered the phone. It turns out I forgot my phone at home. After hearing the voice message sent by Wu Jigang, Wu Siya said this to herself. Then, he sent a voice message back. "Dad, nothing much. I have some free time today, so I thought I'd give you a call. Since Yu is asleep, there's no need to wake her up. I'll call you after I'm done with this." Wu Jigang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Wu Siya's reply. He just said that he wanted to wake Wu Yu up and call her. In fact, he said that on purpose. His purpose was to let Wu Siya know that Wu Yu was with him at the moment. He also knew Wu Siya. He knew that the child was already asleep, so it was impossible for him to wake the child up just to call her. She just said, "It's nothing, no need to call her." All of this was within Wu Jigang's expectations. But just now, I was still sweating in my heart, afraid that Wu Siya would change her usual behavior and say, "Okay, then wake Yu up, I want to talk to her." If this is really the case, doesn't he know what to do next? Therefore, when he heard Wu Siya's reply, his pressure was temporarily relieved. After all, Wu Yu is not at home now, and he feels somewhat guilty. "Okay, Siya, I will take good care of Yu, you don't have to worry. As for you, work is work, but you should also pay more attention to rest and don't tire yourself out." "Don't worry, Dad. I will take good care of myself. You should also take care of yourself. If there is nothing else, just leave it at that. I will call you another day. It's getting late. You should go to bed early." Finally, Wu Jigang replied with an okay gesture. "Yu, you have to come back soon, otherwise Grandpa is afraid that he won't be able to hide it from your mother for too long." Wu Jigang held the phone and muttered to himself. This time, I managed to get away with it without any major problems. But what about next time, and the next time? It's impossible to fool people like this every time. There will always be a time when Wu Siya will discover the problem. So now he could only pray that Wu Yu would come back soon. It seems that I heard it wrong today. That voice was not Yu's. I was wondering, how could Yu appear in the mall? Now it seems that I was overthinking. Pack up, get a good night's sleep, and prepare for tomorrow's work. After talking with Wu Jigang, Wu Siya put down her phone, packed up the things she would need for tomorrow, and went to bed. Knowing that Wu Yu was at home with his father, she felt relieved. The next morning. "Good morning, Dad. Come over and have breakfast. The pancakes made by Grandma Quan are delicious." When Wu Yu saw Su Zekin coming down from upstairs, he called him immediately. This was in stark contrast to yesterday when I was angry and ignored him. The feeling of being ignored by his own daughter was really uncomfortable. He still preferred the feeling of Wu Yu happily calling him daddy. "Okay, Dad will be here soon." After a while, Su Zilin also came down from the stairs. After sitting down, he said to Wu Yu while eating, "Yu, Auntie is going to school soon. You have nothing to do anyway. Do you want to go to school with me?" "You are going to school, not to play, why do you take Yu with you?" Zhao Yunya said on the side. "Oh, Mom, Yu will go to school later. It would be great if I could take her to school now to get familiar with the environment. Besides, it's not a bad thing to let Yu go around our university and broaden her horizons. Otherwise, it would be boring to let Yu stay at home." "That's true, but will your school allow you to bring your children to class?" Mom, you don't have to worry about this problem. As long as Yu doesn't make any noise, there will be no problem for me to take her to class with me. After hearing what Su Zilan said, Zhao Yunya said nothing more. The reason why Su Zilan wanted to bring Wu Yu to school was to let all the classmates know that she had become an aunt. The most important thing is that Wu Yu is so cute and adorable. It would be a shame not to take her out to show off. How's Yu? Do you want to go to school with your aunt? Su Zilan asked Wu Yu for his opinion again. Wu Yu did not answer Su Zilan immediately, but looked at Su Zekin and asked, Dad, can I go with my aunt? Although he is young, Wu Yu is a very opinionated person. In fact, she can decide whether to go to school with Su Zilan. But now that she has met her biological father, she thinks it would be better to ask her dad about some things. At least let daddy know that she is an obedient and well-behaved child. Sure, if Yu wants to go ahead. Dad has no objection. It was a good thing that Wu Yu was willing to actively seek his opinion, which showed that he, as a father, occupied a very important position in his daughter's heart. He himself is not an authoritarian person, and he allows Wu Yu to make decisions on many matters himself. Besides, he thought that it was not a bad thing for Wu Yu to go to school with Su Zilan. As Su Zilan said, it was good to broaden his horizons. Well, I'm going to school with my aunt. Wu Yu was not afraid of being bored staying at home, but she had never been to college, so she wanted to go out with Su Zilan to broaden her horizons. Maybe it will be helpful to her future research or invention. Besides, her father also agreed to let her go, so there was no reason for her not to go. Okay, let's have a quick breakfast and go in a minute. After a while, everyone finished breakfast. Wu Yu's outfit today is still a shirt and shorts. Since I'm taking her to school, she has to look pretty. So Su Zilan took Wu Yu back to the room and picked out a beautiful princess dress for her to change into. After a casual dressing up, Wu Yu turned into a cute little princess. After going downstairs, Zhao Yunya saw her dress and couldn't help but praise her. Wow, our Yu is so beautiful. That's a must. Yu is the cutest and most beautiful princess in our family. Looking at Wu Yu's current attire, Su Zilan's mouth curled up slightly, and she looked so satisfied. It's as if I have completed a perfect work of art. Wu Yu had a big smile on his face when facing the praise from his grandma and aunt. She is beautiful, and she likes herself to be beautiful. Su Zekin went out with them. Before leaving, he reminded Wu Yu, you must listen to your aunt, okay? Daddy is going to work. Okay, Daddy, I will. Goodbye, Daddy. Wu Yu smiled and waved goodbye to Su Zekin. Chapter 19 Going to School. 30 minutes later. The family's driver took Su Zilan and Wu Yu to the university where Su Zilan was studying. After getting off the car, Wu Yu began to look around. Aunt, is this where you go to school? Yeah, isn't it big and beautiful? Yeah, it's really big. It's many times bigger than the kindergarten Yu attended before. Wu Yu nodded with an innocent look on his face. The kindergarten she attended in the county before was almost invisible at a glance. Compared with the school she sees now, there is a world of difference. There's no comparison between kindergarten and university. Let's go to class first. At noon, Auntie will take you around the school. Yeah, okay. Then let's go. Su Zilan took Wu Yu's hand and walked towards the teaching building. Su Zilan herself is a beautiful girl with great appearance. Now with the little cutie Wu Yu by her side, she is like a beautiful scenery, instantly attracting the attention of teachers and students on campus. The little sister next to Su Zilan is so cute, just like a doll. Look at that pink and tender little face. I really want to pinch it. Oh no, I should give it a kiss. What kind of parents can give birth to such a cute and beautiful daughter? You know what, this little girl looks quite similar to Su Zilan. Could this be her daughter? Definitely not. Su Zilan is still a student, how could she have given birth to a child? Besides, if it was really her daughter, she wouldn't bring her to school so blatantly. Are you stupid? I think so too. The spit about having a child out of wedlock would probably drown Su Zilan. Students who passed by and saw them couldn't help but talk about them. Lin, good morning. A girl patted Su Zilan on the shoulder from behind. Su Zilan looked back. Maishan, Xiaoduo, good morning. These two girls are Su Zilan's classmates, and they are also good friends who can talk about anything. The person who patted Su Zilan on the shoulder just now is called Chen Maishan, and the other one is called Lin Xiaoduo. Although Chen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo's family is not as wealthy as Su Zilan's, their family background is still pretty good. And the friendship between the three of them, like Su Zekan, Zhao Tiancheng and Pei Junlin, started in kindergarten. Lin, who is this little girl? She is so cute. Lin Xiaoduo asked directly. This is my niece, her name is Yu. Yu, these two are my aunt's classmates and good friends. Su Zilan introduced them. Yu greeted politely, hello, sisters. Yu, hello. Yu, nice to meet you. Yu was so sensible and polite that Chen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head. Then a few people walked forward. Lin, you said Yu is your niece. Could it be that she is your brother's daughter? Chen Meishan asked as they walked. Su Zilan replied, yes, she is my brother's daughter. Your brother's daughter? Didn't you say your brother has always been single and doesn't even have a girlfriend? How come such a big daughter suddenly appeared? Or is this your brother's adopted child? Almost all of her classmates at school didn't know that Su Zilan was the daughter of the Su group. It's just that Chen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo have been good friends since childhood, so they naturally know it. I also have a clearer understanding of her family's affairs. That's why Lin Xiaoduo raises such doubts now. Yu answered immediately. Sister, I'm not an adopted child. I'm my father's biological child. After hearing Yu's answer, Chen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo looked at Su Zilan first, hoping to get a positive answer from her. Su Zilan just nodded solemnly. It is indeed my brother's biological child. When did your brother get married? Why haven't you ever told me about it? Lin Xiaoduo asked. My brother is not married and doesn't have a girlfriend. If he were married, how could I not tell you? The three of them are good friends, so they won't hide many things from each other. This is no exception for Su Zekan's case. She told them everything she knew. Then how did Yo come here? Lin Xiaoduo leaned close to Su Zilan and asked in a low voice. This matter is a bit complicated, and I can't explain it clearly at the moment. I'll tell you when I have the chance. It's really hard to explain. After all, there are some things that she herself doesn't understand. Your brother already has a daughter, so I don't have a chance, Wu. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoduo couldn't help feeling depressed. She has always admired Su Zekan. If possible, she really hopes that she can become Su Zekan's girlfriend or even his wife. Both Su Zilan and Chen Meishan, two good friends, know this. You never stood a chance in the first place because you're not my brother's type. I told you that a long time ago. Su Zilan was not afraid of discouraging her. After all, this was not the first time he had said such words to her. Lin is right. You and brother Zekan were never suitable for each other. Hey, it's fine if you two don't comfort me, but why are you hitting me like this? Are you still good sisters? It is because we are good sisters that we remind you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Meishan is right. My brother is really not suitable for you. So, just give up. They were telling the truth. Alas, I understand what you are saying. It seems that I have no choice but to give up. It's just that brother Zekan is so outstanding, but he has always been single. I really don't know what kind of woman brother Zekan likes. Su Zekan comes from a wealthy family and is the president of a listed group. Lin Xiaoduo is self-aware and knows that she is not worthy of him. Although I had fantasies about him, they were never wishful thinking. But I'm still curious, what kind of woman can catch his eye? Of course I like Yu mommy. This was Wu Yu's first reaction. And she also believes that daddy and mommy are the most suitable people for each other. Let's not worry about my brother's emotional affairs. Class is about to start, so let's go to the classroom. As Su Zekan's younger sister, she really couldn't answer what type of woman he liked. After all, up to now, I have never seen him fall in love with any woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a single dog all the time, and he wouldn't have been forced to go on blind dates by his mother, Zhao Yunya, so often. That's right, you should worry about the classes you have to attend later. Without continuing the topic of Su Zekan, they quickly walked towards the classroom where the class would be held soon. Wu Yu followed them obediently. Chapter 20 Why am I afraid of him? Wu Siye got up early in the morning. I made myself a simple breakfast, changed into the new uniform I bought yesterday, and went out. Today she has to go to Su Group to give a detailed explanation of the project promotion plan, so she has to go out early, because at this important moment, she absolutely cannot be late, otherwise she may lose such a good opportunity because of not being punctual. Going out early can at least prevent any trouble. When she arrived at the gate of Su Group, Wu Xie looked at the time. It was a little past 8:40. Luckily, we arrived early. And we still have a lot of time. We can find a place to practice again. The meeting time arranged with the Su Group was 9:30 in the morning, so she planned to take advantage of this gap to familiarize herself with the plan again. Enter the first floor lobby. Wow, it really is a leading enterprise. Even the lobby is so magnificent. Wu Xie was amazed by the grandeur of the first floor lobby. Those who can work here should all be elites. It would be great if I could also work at Su Group. The Su Group can be said to be a company that many workers dream of working for. Here, not only is the working environment comfortable, but also the benefits are good. Most importantly, there is a lot of room for advancement. As long as they work hard, ordinary employees can earn millions a year. If they are more capable, earning tens of millions a year is not a problem. Of course, with good benefits, the threshold is naturally higher than that of ordinary companies. In addition to strong working ability, the educational requirements are also very high. Such a good company, Wu Xie naturally also hopes to work there. But she also knew that she was just an ordinary undergraduate student, and it was unlikely for her to work in the Su Group. Forget it, don't think about those unrealistic things. The most important thing is to work hard to win today's project. At this time, Su Zekin also came to the company. When the employees saw him, they all greeted him. Morning, President. Good morning, President. Hello, President. Su Zekin nodded to them. When Wu Xie was looking for a seat, she happened to see Su Zekin. She was so scared that she turned around immediately. Isn't this the man I mistook for a thief yesterday? Why is he here? Wu Yue felt a little ashamed of her behavior yesterday. But soon I remembered his words, "Don't let me see you again," and I felt a little unhappy again. No, why should I be afraid of him? I clearly apologized to him yesterday. He is just being stingy. Then he turned around and saw Su Zekin entering the elevator. Could this person be working here? Forget it. Whether he works here or not has nothing to do with me. I should get ready and go meet Mr. Su later. Without paying too much attention, Wu Xie simply found a place to sit down and took out the project plan to read it. Not long after Su Zekin returned to his office and sat down, his assistant Su Hong came in to report on his work schedule for the day. President, at 9:30 this morning, Miss Wu Xie, the planner of Karen Advertising Company, will come to personally explain the promotion plan of the jewelry company's Maple Leaf series. After that, at 10:30, there will be a department head meeting that you need to attend. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I have an appointment with Mr. Wang of Haotian Group to discuss cooperation with the resort. The above is today's work schedule. Okay, tell the front desk that the planner from Karen's company will be here soon, and just bring him in. Okay. The Maple Leaf series of jewelry is a jewelry series that will soon be launched by the jewelry company under the Su Group. In addition, several of the main jewelry pieces in this series were designed by Su Zekin's mother, Zhao Yunya. Therefore, he attached great importance to this promotion. Otherwise, such a small promotion would not be worth it for a president like him who was busy with all kinds of affairs to worry about. In fact, the jewelry company originally had a promotion and marketing department, but Zhao Yunya was not satisfied with their promotion and publicity plan, so she gave it to an outside company. Wu Xie, who works at Karen Advertising Company, came up with a promotion plan that made Su Zekin very satisfied. So we plan to let Karen Advertising Company to promote this series of special topics. However, when the cooperation contract was officially signed, he wanted to hear the person in charge explain the specific details. It was for this reason that Wu Xie came to Su Group today. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go out to work first. Su Hong turned and left. But after taking a few steps, Su Zekin suddenly called him. Su Hong, wait. Boss, do you have any other instructions? You should go to school. Go contact the best elementary schools in Guangnan City and give me their information before you get off work this afternoon. Wu Yu is over 5 years old this year. Logically, he should be in the senior class of kindergarten. But last night when Su Zekin told her about going to kindergarten, she said that she didn't need to go to kindergarten anymore because the knowledge provided in kindergarten could no longer satisfy her. If you really want to go to school, just go directly to elementary school. As a father, Su Zekin expressed his respect for Wu Yu's choice. He also believed that with Wu Yu's intelligence and reaction ability, there would be no problem for him to go to elementary school. Therefore, now, helping Wu Yu find a suitable school is the top priority. Okay, President. I'll contact them right away. Su Zekin didn't give any other instructions, so Su Han left the president's office and went to get busy. Su Zilin is already in class. This is a class on applied chemistry. At the beginning of the class, the teacher reviewed and revised the content learned in the previous class for the students. Then I explained the new content of this lesson. After finishing the content, the teacher wrote a few questions on the blackboard, then looked at the students and said, "Okay, today's knowledge points have been covered. In order to consolidate what you have learned, the teacher has written a few questions. You can answer them by yourselves now, and I will pick someone to answer them later." 10 minutes later. Okay, who's going to answer this first question? Teacher, let me do it. A male student raised his hand first. Okay, it's you. The teacher gave 4 questions in total. Next came the second and third questions, and all the students were willing to answer them. But when it came to the last question, no one raised their hand. The teacher had no choice but to say, "This question is more difficult than the previous 3, but as long as you think about it carefully, you can still find a solution. Let me give you 2 more minutes to think about it. If no one is willing to come up after a while, I will select someone to come up and solve it." The students began to discuss. Chapter 21 Teacher, I know how to answer this question. The same goes for Su Zilin. Meishan, Xiaoduo, do you know how to do this? I feel like it's so difficult. Shen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo shook their heads almost at the same time. I don't know how to do that either. You all don't know how to do it, let alone me. Oh, I don't know how to do it. What should we do if we are picked? Su Zilin couldn't help but worry. I just pray that I won't be picked later, otherwise I will be embarrassed and not be able to answer it. Lin Xiaoduo said with his hands clasped together. Don't hit me, I really don't know how to do it. Chen Meishan also said. I don't want to be beaten either, but who knows who the teacher will call up next? Aunt, I. At this moment, Wu Yu called Su Zilin softly and was about to say something, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Zilin. Yu, Auntie is busy now, you can play by yourself first. Meishan, Xiaoduo, why don't we discuss how to solve this problem? Otherwise, it will be terrible if we are really picked. Su Zilin's mind is now focused on this question. Good. Shen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo answered in unison. So the 3 of them started discussing again. Looking at them, Wu Yu sighed in his heart. Hey, why don't you just listen to what I'm saying? Soon, 2 minutes passed. Time is up. Who is willing to come up and answer the question now? The teacher asked again. However, no one raised their hand. Seeing this, the teacher said, since no one is taking the initiative to come up, I will have to call the roll. Hearing this, the students below began to panic. They all kept repeating in their hearts, don't click on me, don't nod. Just as the teacher was about to call the roll, a clear and tender child's voice rang out, Teacher, I know. I can answer this question. Following the sound, I looked and saw a cute little girl raising her hand in the back row of the classroom. The classmates looked at her in surprise. Su Zilin and the other 2 who were sitting next to Wu Yu did not expect her to suddenly do this and were stunned for a moment. Until the teacher said, where did the child come from? Only then did Su Zilin come back to his senses. They deliberately sat in the last row of the classroom because they didn't want the teacher to notice Wu Yu's presence. After all, the seats at the back were not so conspicuous. As long as Wu Yu doesn't make any sound, she won't be easily seen. Before the class started, Su Zilin had also told her to behave herself and not talk. Who would have thought that now? It was impossible not to be discovered by the teacher, so Su Zilin had to stand up and apologize to the teacher. Teacher, this is my child. There is no one at home to take care of her today, so I had to bring her to class. Teacher, don't worry, she won't make any noise. Okay, forget it this time, but don't bring your kids to school next time. Okay, teacher. There won't be a next time. Let's continue. How is it? Still no one is willing to come up and answer? Then the teacher will call on you. Teacher, I know. I really can answer. Wu Yu raised her cute little hand again. Yu, stop messing around. Su Zilin didn't think that Wu Yu, who was only 5 years old, could answer the question that no one in the class could answer, so she just thought she was fooling around. But Wu Yu swore, Aunt, Yu is not kidding, I really can answer. If you don't believe me, I will prove it to you. After saying that, he ran straight to the teacher with his short legs. The teacher looked at her and asked in disbelief, "Little girl, do you really know how to solve this problem?" Wu Yu nodded very seriously. "Yes, teacher, I will answer it." "Okay, then you try it." The teacher directly handed a big-headed pen to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took the marker and started writing on the blackboard in an orderly manner. 1 minute later. "Teacher, I've finished writing. Can you take a look at it and see if it's correct?" The teacher read her answer carefully and said in shock, "That's right, kid, you are really a genius." When Wu Yu said she could answer the question, the teacher didn't quite believe it. After all, she was just a little kid who probably didn't even know a few words. How could she answer a question that even college students couldn't answer? The reason I gave her a try was because I saw that she took the initiative to answer questions and was a good and studious child. I thought to myself, it doesn't matter if I answer wrong later, I can just give the correct answer to give guidance. But the result was totally beyond his expectations. Today he finally saw what a true child genius he was. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." After Wu Yu thanked him politely, he returned to sit next to Su Zealand. And said, "Aunt, you see Yu Yu didn't lie to you, she really can answer. Yu Yu, you are really awesome." Su Zealand thought Wu Yu was just joking, but when he saw that she actually answered the question, he was shocked. It seems that this cute little baby in their family is really a genius baby. Chen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo were also stunned. They gave Wu Yu a thumbs up. Chen Meishan, Yu Yu, you are really amazing. Lin Xiaoduo, Yu Yu, you are awesome. You are worthy of being Brother Zekin's child. I am beginning to admire you. That's because Yu Yu is a highly intelligent baby. Ordinary things are not difficult for Yu Yu. In front of Su Zealand and her bestie, Wu Yu didn't seem humble at all. In an instant, Wu Yu became the focus of the whole class. Everyone was talking about her in a low voice, and the classroom became noisy. Okay, this isn't something that should be discussed in class, so let's discuss it on our own after class. Now let's continue with these questions. After the teacher spoke, the classroom gradually quieted down and everyone returned to class. The other side. In the lobby reception area on the first floor of Su Group. Wu Siya looked at the time, it was exactly 9:20. It's almost time to go see Mr. Su now. After packing up the things in her hands, Wu Siya walked to the front desk for consultation. After some inquiries and with the guidance of the staff, she successfully arrived at the front desk reception on the top floor. "Hello, I'm Wu Siya from Karen Advertising Company. I've made an appointment with Mr. Su to meet at 9:30. Okay, Miss Wu, please follow me over here." Led by the lady at the front desk, Wu Siya arrived at the door of the president's office. "Ms. Wu, the president is inside, just go in directly." "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome." After bringing Wu Siya in, the lady at the front desk turned around and left. Thinking that she was about to meet the CEO of a leading company, Wu Siya felt a little nervous. She straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and said to herself, "Wu Siya, you can do it, keep going." Then he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Chapter 22 Redo. Soon, a voice was heard from inside. "Come in." After getting the consent, Wu Siya opened the door and walked in. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wu Siya from Karen Advertising Company." After entering, Wu Siya introduced herself first. "I came here today to give you." Why does this voice sound so familiar? Su Zekin had been looking down at the documents, and when he heard Wu Siya's voice, he suddenly looked up. "It's you. You are the president of Su's Group?" When seeing Su Zekin's true face, Wu Siya was dumbfounded and began to stutter. "When I first saw him in the lobby on the first floor, I thought he was just working there." But she never expected that he would be the president of Su Group. She had been so blind that she actually mistook him for a thief. Oh my God! How can I be so unlucky? At this moment, she felt like God was playing a trick on her. Su Zekin got up from his chair and walked slowly towards Wu Siya, saying as he walked, "It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I didn't expect to meet here today. Miss Wu, do you remember what I said yesterday?" After saying this, Wu Siya suddenly remembered what he said, "Don't let me see you again in the future." At that time, I even said to his back, "Who wants to see you again?" I didn't expect that we would meet again today, and in such an occasion. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. What if Su Zekin refuses to sign a contract with her because of what happened yesterday? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but worry. After all, this contract is very important to both the company and her. If she messes it up, I don't know how to explain it to the company. Seeing Wu Xie didn't speak, Su Zekin spoke again. Can't remember? Do you need me to remind you? Do I need to remind her? She knew that they were going to settle the score with her later. Although she didn't feel she was wrong about what happened yesterday. But what can she do now? She can't just walk away without a contract. Of course it is impossible, because she is responsible for the company and even more responsible for her own bonus. So I can only admit my mistake. Wu Xie bowed deeply to Su Zekin, and then said piously, Mr. Su, I misunderstood you yesterday. It's my fault. Here, I sincerely apologize to you again. I hope you can be magnanimous and not bother with a little girl like me. It is impossible to let go of this matter with a simple I'm sorry. Thinking of the way Wu Xie kept grabbing him yesterday, Su Zekin still felt very unhappy. So? Now it's working time, go to the topic first and talk about your promotion plan. Okay. I'll explain it to you right away. When it comes to work, Wu Xie immediately becomes excited. At the same time, he also believed that his sincere apology had won Su Zekin's forgiveness, and yesterday's incident was over. He took out the proposal and handed it to Su Zekin, then began to explain it passionately. Mr. Su, the promotion plan for the Maple Leaf Jewelry series is as follows. Wu Xie was explaining the details of the promotion in full swing, but she had not even finished 1/3 of it. Stop, don't go on. Su Zekin stopped him. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Wu Xie asked hurriedly. Su Zekin only replied with 2 words, redo it. What? Wu Xie didn't understand for a moment. I said to redo the promotion plan, do you understand? Redo it? Mr. Su, is there anything you don't understand about this plan? Why don't you raise it and I will explain it to you in detail. No need, just make a new plan. Why? Weren't you satisfied with this plan before? Wu Xie became a little anxious and asked for the reason thoroughly. You know, it is not easy to make a new promotion plan. It took her more than half a month to come up with this plan. You were quite satisfied with it before, but now, you are not satisfied anymore, so you have to do it again, and I only give you 2 days. At the end, Su Zekin raised 2 fingers. What? You only have 2 days and you want to come up with a new plan. How is that possible? It is not difficult to make a plan, but it is very difficult to make a good plan that satisfies the customer. Now Su Zekin said that he would only give her 2 days, and Wu Xie felt that it was impossible. That's your business. If you can't do it, I'll have to give the opportunity to other companies. As long as our Su group can afford it, we don't have to worry about not having a good promotion plan. I think there should be many companies out there that want to cooperate with our Su group. Please, Mr. Su. Our company has fought hard to win this cooperation. Please don't give the opportunity to others. I'll only give you 2 days. If you can't come up with a new plan, Okay, 2 days is enough. I will definitely come up with a better plan. There was no choice but Wu Xie could only agree. After all, she couldn't harm the company and lose the opportunity to cooperate with Su Group. Otherwise, she would become the sinner of the whole company. Okay, then come back to me when you have a plan. Now go back. Then I won't disturb you from working, Mr. Su. I'll go back first. After saying that, Wu Xie left Su Zekin's office. After Wu Xie left, Su Zekin returned to his desk to continue his work. Thinking of Wu Xie's anxious look just now, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. He just said that he was not satisfied with Wu Xie's proposal and asked her to do it again. In fact, he did it on purpose. I just wanted to play a good trick on her for what happened yesterday. Pei Junlin was right, he was a sinister person. It would also help Wu Xie to learn a lesson and be more careful in judging people in the future, and not to wrongly accuse others without fully understanding the situation. Walking out of the gate of Su Group, Wu Xie looked up at the sky with a frustrated look on her face. I originally thought that everything would go smoothly today and I would be able to successfully win the contract to cooperate with Su Group. But now... Well... How should I explain this to them when I return to the company? And just at this moment, her supervisor sent her a message. Xie, has the contract been signed? We are waiting for you to come back to celebrate. Seeing this, Wu Xia felt like crying. But I could only reply, not yet, something went wrong, I'll talk to you when I get back. Chapter 23. Do you have evidence? This side of the school. As soon as the get out of class was over, Wu Yu became the focus again and his classmates gathered around him. Little sister, you are amazing. You can answer such a difficult question. It's really awesome. More than just awesome, he is simply the best of geniuses. By the way, little sister, can I ask how old you are? What's your name? What are your hobbies? I just want to know how high the little sister's IQ is. Is it 180? Or 200? This little sister is so beautiful and intelligent. She is simply God's favorite. The classmates kept talking to each other. It was the first time that Wu Yu was surrounded by so many people. He was at a loss for a moment and could only look at his aunt Su Zilan. Seeing this, Su Zilan hurriedly said, "Hey, classmates, don't do this, it will scare our Yu Yu." Yu Yu? So the little sister's name is Yu Yu, what a nice name. Zaylin, what is your relationship with this Xiao Yu Yu? Asked one of the female classmates. This is my niece, my brother's daughter. Su Zilan did not hide it and directly told the true relationship between her and Wu Yu. After all, this is not a shameful relationship. So she is your brother's daughter. Your brother is so lucky to have such a beautiful and intelligent daughter. To have such a beautiful and intelligent daughter, your brother must be a handsome man with high IQ. Although I have never met Zealand's brother, but since his daughter is so beautiful, his father must be a handsome man. Zealand, I envy you so much. Yeah, Zealand, I envy you too. Many female classmates were envious of Su Zilan for having a little niece like Wu Yu. When Su Zilan was about to say something, a sarcastic female voice spoke before her. What's there to be envious of? He's just a little brat who happened to answer a question correctly. You guys are praising him like he's the best. You're really surprised by what you see. The person who spoke was a person named Lu Lina. That's right. Who knows if this little girl can answer this question herself? Or someone found the answer on the internet and deliberately let a few-year-old child answer it, so that people would think she is a baby with a high IQ. The person speaking now is He Xiaodan. Then, a woman with her arms crossed over her chest, looking arrogant, looked at Su Zilan and Wu Yu and said with disdain, TSK, Su Zilan, I really can't tell that you are such a show-off. But, this is not true, I really don't know what's so good about it. The person who is dressed fashionably, wearing all branded clothes and has curly hair is Feng Shishir. Her father runs a listed company with assets worth tens of billions. Although it cannot be compared with leading enterprises like the Su Group with a value of over 100 billion yuan, the Feng family is also a wealthy family. Therefore, Feng Shishir can be considered as the daughter of a wealthy family. As a rich girl, Su Zilan was a low-key person who never showed off. So no one knew that she was the rich girl of Su Group, but just thought that she was a student from a decent family. However, Feng Shishir is a very high-profile person. She often wears all kinds of famous brands to school to show off, as if she is afraid that others don't know that she is a rich girl. In school, Su Zilan is recognized as the school belle. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very popular. This made Feng Shishir jealous, and she thought that Su Zilan had stolen her limelight. Therefore, he has always disliked Su Zilan and would humiliate her whenever he gets the chance. Su Zilan is a simple and kind person, not someone who likes to make trouble, so as long as it is not something too excessive, he will just let it go. Today, Su Zilan brought Wu Yu here and became the focus of everyone again. This made Feng Shishir jealous, so she came to find trouble with Su Zilan again. That's what I mean. Do you really think there are so many geniuses? And they just happen to be related to you, Su Zilan. Following Feng Shishir's words, Lu Lina continued to ridicule Su Zilan. To put it nicely, she and He Xiaodan are good friends of Feng Shishir. To put it bluntly, they are just Feng Shishir's lackeys and bootlickers. The reason why he was willing to be Feng Shishir's follower was simply because she was the daughter of a wealthy family and he could get benefits from her. Do you have any evidence? Wu Yu suddenly stood up and said this to Feng Shishir and the other three. What? Feng Shishir and the others were completely confused and had no idea what Wu Yu meant. Didn't you just say that my aunt likes to show off and found the answers online and asked Yu to answer them? May I ask which eye of yours saw the answers we found online? Bring out the evidence. Wu Yu stretched out a small hand towards them, motioning them to produce the evidence. Evidence? Of course there is no evidence. Unable to produce evidence, He Xiaodan said plausibly, do you need evidence? How can a kid like you who can't even read a single word answer a question that no one else can answer? No one would believe it. Anyway, she doesn't believe it. Wu Yu directly retorted, how do you know you can't answer it? If you can't answer it yourself, don't you allow others to answer it? Sister, you are so narrow-minded that even a small ant doesn't want to get through it. What do you mean by that? Wu Yu, this sister is so stupid, she is so narrow-minded that she can't even understand. That's exactly what it means. You actually asked a 5-year-old question to me. I'm really worried about your IQ. Wu Yu said slowly. When she said this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. You? He Xiaodan was so angry that she finally understood that Wu Yu was indirectly calling her stupid. But for a moment, I didn't know how to refute the words of a little kid. Yu said it very well. Some people just don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. They always think they are great. In fact, they are nothing. Chen Meishan didn't tolerate them and directly responded with sarcasm. Chen Meishan, who are you talking about? Whoever is talking is the one being talked to. You? I don't want to argue with someone like you. It's beneath my dignity. He Xiaodan knew that she was in the wrong and that she couldn't win the argument. You are still disrespecting me. May I ask who you are? You are so capable. You told us to find the answers to the questions online, but you should find the answers online yourself. Chen Meishan continued to pester. If you told me to find it, I would. Who do you think you are? Do you think what you said is an imperial decree? He Xiaodan couldn't refute Chen Meishan's words and could only change the subject. Chapter 24. Are you afraid of them? But Wu Yu returned to this topic again. Sister, after saying so much, you still haven't produced any evidence. If there is no evidence, then what you just said is equivalent to slander. We can sue you for slander. When he spoke, he looked serious and his arguments were so well reasoned that no one could refute him. When He Xiaodan heard the word sue, she panicked, fearing that she would really be sued, and she quickly looked to Feng Shishir for help. Feng Shishir didn't believe that Wu Yu and the others would sue her. Even if they did, she was not afraid. As long as she had money, there were plenty of lawyers to help her deal with the aftermath. I just feel that this little girl in front of me is not easy to deal with, and I don't want to continue to waste time with her. In the end, I won't get any advantage, but will suffer losses instead. Finally, he pretended to be generous and said, forget it, don't bother with these people, let's go. After saying that, Feng Shishir turned around and left. He Xiaodan and Lu Lina followed quickly. TSK, don't bother with these people. Why don't you show us your abilities? If you have no ability, then so be it. You just pretend to be something. Aren't you disgusted? Chen Meishan spat at their backs. Exactly. If you ask me, they are not good at anything, but they are definitely the best at pretending to be cool. Yu, let's ignore them. They are just jealous of your aunt, so they are deliberately picking on you. All the classmates have seen it. That's right. But Yu was really amazing just now. He Xiaodan was speechless. It was really exciting to watch. Most of the students were disgusted with the way Feng Shishir and her friends behaved, so they naturally stood on the side of Su Zilan and her friends. After Feng Shishir and the others left, the classmates continued to surround Wu Yu and asked him many questions, because they were very interested in this cute and beautiful genius baby with a very high IQ. Wu Yu is not a shy person, on the contrary he is very outgoing, so he quickly became familiar with Su Zilan's classmates. I answered all the questions they asked. Soon, it was time for lunch. Su Zilan, Chen Meishan and Lin Xiaoduo took Wu Yu to the school cafeteria for dinner. Entering the cafeteria, Wu Yu looked around curiously. Aunt, is this where you eat every day? Yes, this is the student cafeteria. There are all kinds of Cantonese, Sichuan, Hunan cuisine, etc., as well as Western food and various snacks. Yu, take a look and see what you want to eat. Tell your aunt later. Let auntie decide. Yu will eat whatever auntie eats. The main reason is that there are too many delicious foods here. If she were asked to choose, she wouldn't know what to choose, let alone which ones are delicious. So there is no need to worry about it. Just eat whatever your aunt eats. Okay, then auntie will make the decision. 10 minutes later. Su Zilan, Chen Meishan and others prepared their meals and found a quiet place in the cafeteria to sit down. Wu Yu's stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. Looking at the delicious food on the table, he couldn't help swallowing. She said in a baby voice, "Wow, it smells so good and looks delicious. Yu must be starving. Come eat quickly." "Here." Su Zilan served a bowl of rice and handed it to Wu Yu. "Thank you, Auntie." "Yu, these are the specialties of our cafeteria, please try them." As she spoke, Chen Meishan put some beef and ribs into Wu Yu's bowl. "Okay, thank you, Sister Meishan. Yu, after dinner, Sister Xiaoduo will take you to drink some sweet soup. The sweet soup there is also very delicious." "Okay, thank you, Sister Xiaoduo." Several people ate lunch happily. Halfway through the meal, Wu Yu asked Su Zilan a question. "Aunt, those bad sisters who caused trouble for you today are your mortal enemies, right?" The bad sisters refer to Feng Shishir, Lu Lina, and He Xiaodan. "You figured it out?" Of course, Yu is not stupid, how could she not see such an obvious thing? Yes, our Yu is the smartest." As Su Zilan spoke, he put some more dishes into Wu Yu's bowl. "Aunt, are you afraid of them? Otherwise, why don't you fight back?" Just now, when she saw Su Zilan there, she was always calm and had no intention of fighting back. It was as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Su Zilan smiled and said, "Aunt is not afraid of them, she just thinks it's better to have less trouble than more. Your aunt is too kind-hearted and always tries not to cause trouble. So every time she is bullied, she just acts as if nothing happened." Chen Meishan interrupted. "Yes, Yu, I think your aunt's endurance is stronger than mine." Lin Xiaoduo, who was eating, also said this. Hearing what they said, Wu Yu shook his head and sighed like an old man. That look is both cute and makes people want to laugh. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoduo couldn't help but ask her, "Yu, why are you sighing? Are you worried about something?" Wu Yu replied with a worried look on his face, "Hey, I'm worried about my aunt." Su Zilan asked with some amusement, "No, Yu, what does aunt have to worry about?" "I know, it must be because of what happened today. Yu, am I right?" "Well, Sister Meishan is really smart." Wu Yu gave Chen Meishan a thumbs up. "Aunt, it's better to have less trouble than more. Your idea is wrong. If you keep tolerating others, they will not treat you well. They will only think that you are just a soft persimmon that is easy to bully and can be squeezed at will. Then, they will only become more aggressive and bully you more unscrupulously in the future, do you understand?" Yu is right. It's because you have always been tolerant that Feng Shishir and the others have been causing trouble for you. Chen Meishan said. "Aunt, if you continue to tolerate them, they will definitely continue to cause trouble for you. Do you believe it?" Originally, Su Zilan didn't really care about these things. But now that Wu Yu said this, it seemed to be really the case. Feng Shishir and the others really come to pick a fight with me every few days. Then Yu, what do you think my aunt should do? Fight back. When they come to bother you again, fight back. If she says one thing about you, you should say 10 things back. To deal with those impolite people, you should be even more impolite than them." Hearing Wu Yu say these words, Su Zilan actually wanted to laugh. And he jokingly asked her, "Yu, if you say that, if the dog bites you, wouldn't you bite it back a few times?" Chapter 25. You are awesome. Of course. If a dog dares to bite me, I will bite it back fiercely. If I can't bite the dog, I will bite the dog's owner to see if he dares to let the dog out to bite people randomly in the future. As Wu Yu spoke, he waved his arms and legs vigorously. His adorable appearance instantly made Su Zilan, Chen Meishan, and Lin Xiaoduo laugh. "Ha ha ha. Oh, Yu, you are so cute." Lin Xiaoduo, who was sitting next to Wu Yu, couldn't help but touch her cute little head. "Yu, I have to say, you are really awesome." And Chen Meishan gave Wu Yu a thumbs up. Is it funny? Am I wrong? Yes, you are right. I agree with you very much. If you don't want to be bullied, you must let the other party know that you are not someone who can be bullied easily. Chen Meishan has always had this feeling. Among the three of them, she and Wu Yu are the most similar in this respect. So every time Feng Shishir and the others came to pick a fight, she would fight back without any hesitation. And, you see, Sister Meishan is not someone who is easy to bully. You really need to learn more from her in this regard. In short, Aunt, you have to remember one thing: we don't take the initiative to bully others, but this does not mean that we can be bullied by others at will. Okay, Auntie got it. You should eat first. As he spoke, Su Zealand put some more dishes into Wu Yu's bowl. I was so busy lecturing my aunt that I forgot to eat. There is no way. I have to worry about my aunt's affairs at such a young age. The baby is so sad. Eat a meal quickly and then take your time. You are so amazing. I feel like you know everything. You are so young, but you can talk about so many great truths. For some things, I feel like you understand them better than us, as if you have experienced them yourself. Lin Xiaoduo mentioned this incident casually while eating. It's no wonder that Wu Yu did have such an experience. When she was 3 years old, she attended kindergarten in the county town where they lived. At first, the kids were quite friendly to her. Later, when they found out that she was a fatherless child, they started bullying her. Especially a boy named Ma Wenxiang. Not only did he tease Wu Yu all day long, he also kept saying that she was a wild child without a father. Seeing this, the other children also followed Ma Wenxiang to make a noise. When a little child hears others call him a wild child, he will naturally feel uncomfortable. At first, Wu Yu thought to himself that he should just endure it and regard them as a whim. Perhaps after a while, this matter would pass and would not be mentioned by them anymore. However, her tolerance did not make them stop, but instead made them worse. Since tolerance has no effect, there is no need to continue to tolerate it. So, Wu Yu severely punished the culprit Ma Wenxiang to let him know that he was not someone who could be easily bullied. From then on, Ma Wenxiang no longer dared to bully Wu Yu, let alone call her a wild child. As for the other children, after seeing how badly Ma Wenxiang was beaten, they no longer dared to bully Wu Yu. But since then, they no longer played with Wu Yu, perhaps because they were afraid of her. Being isolated in kindergarten, Wu Yu felt that going to kindergarten was meaningless, and later he simply stopped going to kindergarten. This experience made her realize a truth, that is, good people are often bullied. If you don't want to be bullied, you must be strong and learn to fight back. But she didn't intend to let Su Zealand and the others know about this, so she said, Sister Xiaoduo, it's nothing. Isn't that how it's played on TV? You'll learn it if you watch more TV. After leaving Su Group, Wu Xie returned to the company and told it about what happened today and yesterday. Xie, you are such a talent. You actually think the president of Su Group is a thief. A male colleague joked with Wu Xie. How would I know that person would be the president of Su Group? If we knew, would the situation have turned out like this? Now Mr. Su said that he was not satisfied with your previous plan and asked you to redo it. Could it be that he did it on purpose? His purpose is to get back at you for treating him like a thief yesterday. Colleague Li Milan expressed her guess. The male colleague said, it must be intentional. Think about it, Xie actually made him, the CEO of a group, embarrassed in front of everyone. How could he not be angry? Now that Xie has taken the initiative to deliver herself to him, why doesn't he take this opportunity to take revenge? Li Milan, it's just a misunderstanding, and Xie has already apologized to him. He's a grown man, why would he be so petty? Male colleague, of course not. You know what, men are just petty sometimes. So what do we do now? In fact, Wu Xie herself knew in her heart that Su Zekin must have done this on purpose today. But at that time, she didn't dare to say anything more, because she was the one who made the mistake first. If I keep arguing with him, he might get angry and cancel the cooperation with them, which would be troublesome. After all, the decision-making power now lies in Su Zekin's hands. The most important thing is that she doesn't want to lose this opportunity because it concerns her high commission and her future prospects. So now, she has to worry. The supervisor spoke at this time. Okay, listen to me. Don't worry about what Mr. Su thinks. See, yeah, Mr. Su asked you to make a new plan, which means we still have a chance. So the most urgent task now is to come up with a new plan. See, yeah, you always have a lot of ideas, so I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Although the contract was not signed today, the supervisor did not blame Wu Xie too much. After all, if she had not proposed such a good plan in the first place, there would have been no opportunity to cooperate with the Su Group. He naturally understood that it was not Wu Xie's wish that things turned out like this. What we can do now is to strive for the opportunity to cooperate with Su Group. Even if in the end, the Su Group really cancelled its cooperation with them, he would not make things difficult for Wu Xie. After all, Wu Xie is a rare talent. Boss, please don't say that. This is what I should do. And this time, it's mainly my responsibility. If it weren't for me, the contract would have been in our hands. Don't worry, I will come up with a new plan as soon as possible to make sure that Mr. Su is satisfied. Okay, then get busy. If you need any help, just ask. Yeah, okay. Immediately afterwards, Wu Siye went back to working hard. Chapter 26 Sick Little Brother. In the afternoon, Wu Yu's performance at school also shocked everyone. Soon, the story of the genius baby spread throughout the university, and many students in the school wanted to see her. But except for Su Zilan's classmates, no one else has this opportunity. As soon as school was over, Su Zilan took Wu Yu away from school. Night. In the Su family villa. During dinner, Su Zilan told his family about Wu Yu's performance in school today. Our Yu Yu is really amazing. He can even solve university problems. He is really a little prodigy. Grandma Zhao Yunya gave Wu Yu 2 thumbs up. She is very proud to have such a cute and capable granddaughter. Grandma, that's because Yu Yu is a highly intelligent baby. Ordinary things can't stump Yu Yu. Faced with his grandmother's praise, Wu Yu was not humble at all, but rather a little proud. You can solve college-level problems at the age of 5. Yu Yu, it seems that you are even better than your father. Grandpa Su Guanhai said. That's right. I thought my brother was already amazing. When he was 10 years old, he could teach himself university courses. I didn't expect Yu Yu to be better than my brother now. Isn't this what people often say, the disciple is better than the master? Wow, Yu Yu is even better than Daddy. But don't be sad, Daddy, it's because Yu Yu inherited your good genes. Wu Yu was ecstatic when he learned that he was better than his father. She was just afraid that her dad would be sad, so she knew to comfort him. What a cute, clever ghost. Su Zekin was surprised when he heard about Wu Yu's performance at Su Zilan's school. He originally thought that his IQ was already high enough. But now it seems that my daughter's IQ may be even higher than mine, and she is a little one who should not be underestimated. Fearing that the little girl would get carried away, Su Zekin took this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Yu Yu is better than Daddy. Daddy is not sad, but Daddy wants to remind you that even if we know we are very good, we must be humble in front of outsiders and must not be arrogant, understand? Wu Yu nodded obediently. Okay, Daddy, Yu Yu got it. So good. Su Zekin touched Wu Yu's little head. He felt more and more that having such a well-behaved and sensible daughter was not a bad thing, but his blessing. After all, many people cannot even ask for such a blessing. So, cherish it. After dinner, the whole family sat in the living room and discussed Wu Yu's schooling. Yu Yu, Daddy has found 2 schools for you. Which one do you want to go to? Su Zekin took out 2 school information sheets. One was the Oriental Art International Academy, and the other was the Mingda Art International Academy. These 2 schools are the best schools in Guangnan City because their faculty and school facilities are top-notch. And you can study from elementary school to high school, eliminating the trouble of changing schools midway. Wu Yu picked up 2 school documents and read them carefully. Speaking of Mingda Art College, I remember that Haishan Sunny Chen went to elementary school in Mingda. He should be in the 5th grade now. Su Guanhai suddenly remembered something. Yes, Dad. Yi Chen is in Mingda College. I met brother Xiao not long ago. When he talked about Yi Chen, his face was full of worry. I guess Yi Chen's health is not very good. Su Zekin said. Alas, speaking of Yi Chen, this child is really pitiful. Ever since he fell ill at the age of 5, his body has become very weak and has never recovered. Over the years, Haishan has searched for famous doctors from all over the country to treat him, but to no avail. Some time ago, I heard from Mrs. Li that Yi Chen now goes to school in a wheelchair. When talking about Xiao Yi Chen, Zhao Yunya couldn't help but sigh, and she felt sorry for him. Xiao Haishan is the president of the Xiao Group. His Xiao Group is as strong as the Su Group and both are top-notch leading enterprises. The Xiao family and the Su family not only have business dealings, but are also old friends dating back to their ancestors' generations. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 families is very good. Xiao Haishan is 10 years older than Su Zekin, so Su Zekin has always called him Brother Xiao. Xiao Yi Chen is the only son of Xiao Haishan and his wife Yang Shuiying, and he just turned 10 this year. The Su family also has a better understanding of his situation. Yi Chen has to go to school in a wheelchair. It's so pitiful. Will it be like this forever? Is there really no one who can cure his illness? Su Zilan expressed sympathy for Xiao Yi Chen's experience, but was also worried about his future life. I really don't know about this. I hope he gets better. Grandma, is this brother you're talking about seriously ill? When Wu Yu was looking at the information about the two schools, he heard his family members talking about Xiaoyichen and couldn't help but ask this question out of curiosity. I guess so. Wu Yu stopped asking questions. He was silent for a while, then said to Su Zekan, Dad, I've made my choice. I'm going to Mingda Art College. Yu Yu, do you need to go to the school to investigate before making a decision? No need, Yu think the Mingda Art Academy is pretty good, let's go with it. She looked at the information of the two schools carefully and found that they were actually similar, so it would be the same no matter which school she went to. Of course, there was a reason why I decided to go to Mingda Art College so quickly. And the reason was the sick little brother. But now, she would definitely not tell her family the reason. Otherwise I would have thought she was not going to school, but to chase the little brother. Since Wu Yu has made her own choice, we naturally have to respect her decision. Okay, then I'll let Uncle Su Hong arrange something for you. You can just take an entrance exam in 2 days. Mingda International Academy of Arts is an aristocratic academy. In addition to its high tuition fees, it also places great emphasis on students' abilities. Therefore, not everyone can enter the school just because they have money. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, the children of the school's major shareholders, or the children of some powerful people, can still use the back door. As for a big CEO like Su Zekan, as long as he asks, why would he need an entrance exam? He can go anytime. But Su Zekan didn't want to take this back door. Most importantly, he believed that with Wu Yu's intelligence, a small entrance examination would not be difficult for her at all. Okay, Dad. Just like that, Wu Yu's schooling was settled. Chapter 27 Entrance Examination. In order to come up with a new plan, Wu Siye has been working hard. Soon, the deadline given by Su Zekan arrived. 2 days later in the morning, Wu Siye came to Su Group again with a new plan that she had worked on for 2 nights. Top floor reception. Hello, young lady. I'm Wu Siye from Karen Advertising Company. I was here 2 days ago. Today I'm here to discuss the promotion plan with Mr. Su. Hello, Miss Wu. The president is not in the company right now. Not here? Then do you know when he will be back? At that time, Su Zekan asked her to prepare a plan before coming back. Wu Siye thought she could just come directly and did not make an appointment with Su's company. I don't know about this either. How about I ask Special Assistant Su for you? Okay, thank you. The lady at the front desk picked up the phone on the table and called Su Hang. 2 minutes later. I'm sorry, Miss Wu. The president has something else to do and won't be coming to the company today. I'll ask you to come back tomorrow. Well, thank you. There was no choice but for Wu Siye to leave first. The reason why Su Zekan didn't come to the company today was that he accompanied Wu Yu to Mingda Art College to take the entrance examination. At Mingda Art College, 2 teachers came to Wu Yu. Your name is Wu Yu, right? Asked one of the female teachers. Wu Yu nodded obediently. Yes, teacher, my name is Wu Yu. Okay. Little Wu Yu, the teacher is going to test you on some basic knowledge and ask you a few questions. Are you ready? Well, I'm ready. Please ask me, teacher. 20 minutes later. The entrance exam is over. Without any suspense, Wu Yu passed the entrance examination smoothly. No, it should be said that he passed it with great excellence. After the entrance examination, Mingda College immediately completed the admission procedures for Wu Yu. After the formalities were completed, the school also issued Wu Yu the Mingda College uniform and school bag, and told her that she could go to school next Monday. Wu Yu was very happy when he received the school uniform and school bag. After saying goodbye to the teacher, I left the school. On the way back, the questions the teacher asked Yu Yu today were really too easy. They weren't difficult at all. The so-called entrance examination is just to test some simple Chinese characters and arithmetic, and also ask about interests, hobbies, daily living habits, etc. These problems are just a piece of cake for Wu Yu. Although the questions were not difficult at all, Wu Yu was still very serious when answering them, and did not show any perfunctory or disdainful attitude. But now in front of Su Zekan, she couldn't control herself. Yu Yu is so smart, the simple entrance examination will not be difficult for you. But Yu Yu, you must remember what Daddy told you, when you go to school, you must not be proud and conceited, understand? Su Zekan reminded Wu Yu again. Don't worry, Daddy. Yu Yu will keep it in mind. The next morning, Wu Siye came to Su Group again. I originally thought that I would definitely be able to meet Su Zekin today. Result? I'm sorry, Miss Wu, the president just went out. He's not here again? Then do you know when he will be back? I'm not sure about that. After all, we're just receptionists and have no right to ask about the president's schedule. But I just mentioned Miss Wu's visit to the president, and he told you to leave the plan here first and come back next Tuesday at 10 a.m. The lady at the front desk is a kind person. Just now when Su Zekin passed by the front desk, he specifically mentioned this matter to him. It was because of her reminder that Su Zekin remembered this matter. So he told her to leave the plan behind when Wu Siye came, and then he went back first. Is that so? All right then. Please help me hand this over to Mr. Su. I'll come back next week. Yeah, okay. Wu Siye handed her plan to the girl at the front desk and left again. Back to the company. My colleague Li Mylan said, Siye, why did you come back so soon? Did you miss seeing Mr. Su again? Wu Siye replied with a gloomy face, you guessed right, I really didn't see it. Male colleague, I haven't seen him in person for 2 days in a row. Siye, could it be that Mr. Su doesn't want to see you at all, so he deliberately said he wasn't there? Li Mylan, not really, maybe Mr. Su was really not here, after all, he is a big CEO who is very busy. Male colleague, that's hard to say. I told you, men are also petty. Maybe he still hates Siye for mistaking him for a thief. So he doesn't want to see Siye, and he doesn't plan to cooperate with our company. After hearing what her male colleague said, Wu Siye also had the same concerns in her heart. But he soon remembered that he had given his plan to the lady at the front desk. He said, I don't think so. Today, the front desk of Mr. Su's office said that Mr. Su asked me to leave the plan and come back to see him next Tuesday. If he really doesn't plan to cooperate with our company, there's no need to do this. Li Mylan, that's right, Mr. Su is definitely not such a narrow-minded person. So Siye, don't worry too much, you will definitely be able to see Mr. Su next week. Yeah, I will. At this moment, Wu Siye could only comfort herself in this way. At the same time, I am looking forward to the arrival of next Tuesday. No matter what, she would not feel at ease until the contract was signed. In the blink of an eye, it is next Monday. The days when Wu Yu went to Mingda Art College to study. Wu Yu got up early in the morning. After washing up, I changed into the Mingda Art Academy uniform and went downstairs carrying my small school bag. Today is Wu Yu's first day of school, and the whole family plans to send her to school together. So we all got up very early. Wu Yu came down from upstairs and the whole family was sitting at the dining table. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Aunt, good morning. Su Guanghai, good morning, Yu Yu. Su Zealand, this school uniform is really nice. Yu Yu looks like a primary school student in it. Not really, but from today on, Yu Yu is a real elementary school student. Yu Yu, come here, put down your school bag and let's have breakfast first. Zhao Yunya stepped forward and took off the school bag on Wu Yu's back. Well, thank you, Grandma. After breakfast, the family set off for Mingda Art College. 30 minutes later. They arrived at the gate of Mingda Art College. It was time for school, and many students had already been sent to the school gate by their parents. Generally speaking, parents send their children to the school gate and the children can go in by themselves without the need for teachers to pick them up. Since it was Wu Yu's first day at school and because of her relationship with the Su family, her homeroom teacher personally came out to the door to greet her. Chapter 28 Transfer Student. Su Zekin handed Wu Yu to the teacher and said politely, it's my daughter's first day at school, so it's inevitable that she's not used to it. I hope the teacher will take care of her. A female teacher in her 20s nodded vigorously to assure him. Of course. Mr. Su, please rest assured that I will take good care of the child. As the daughter of the Su group, and with Su Zekin's personal instructions, the female teacher dared not be careless. After all, she couldn't afford the consequences if anything happened to the child. There is just a doubt in my mind. The grandparents, dad, and even the aunt are all here, why isn't the child's mother here? But she didn't dare to ask this question out loud. Yu Yu, say goodbye to your family, and then go in with the teacher. Goodbye, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Aunt. Yu Yu is going to school. Wu Yu waved goodbye to his family. Okay, Yu Yu, be good and listen to your teacher. Grandma will pick you up after school. Yeah, okay. Wu Yu held the teacher's hand and went into the school. Zhao Yunya looked at her back as she went in. feeling somewhat reluctant to let her go. Seeing this, Su Zealand said, "Mom, don't be like this. Yu is just going to school. She's not coming back. You can see her after she gets out of school in the afternoon." Mom knows about this, but she's worried that Yu won't be used to it at school. She also doesn't know if her classmates will like Yu or bully her. "Mom, you don't have to worry about this. Yu has such a strong ability to adapt, she won't be unaccustomed to it. And Yu is so cute, her classmates will definitely like her. As for bullying, you don't have to worry about it. Anyone who dares to bully Yu can only count it as bad luck." When she was in school, Su Zealand had already seen how powerful Wu was, so she wasn't worried at all that Wu would be bullied at school. Even if she was really bullied, she would never let herself suffer. With Yu's intelligence, there's really nothing to worry about. "Let's go back first and come pick you up after school in the afternoon. Zekin has to go to work, and Linlin has to go to school," Su Guanghai said. "Well, let's go." The group left. Su Guanghai and Zhao Yunya returned home. Su Zekin and Su Zealand, one goes to work in the company and the other goes to school. Now is the second semester of the year, and Wu came in the middle of the semester, so he can only be considered a transfer student. The school placed her in grade 1 class 5. In the first grade 5 class. "Have you heard? It is said that a transfer student will come to our class today." "Yeah, I heard about it too. It was said to be a 5-year-old little sister. The youngest student in the class is almost 7 years old. So 5 years old is indeed relatively young for them." "Is this true? A 5-year-old girl? Isn't she too old to go to primary school?" "Of course it's true. I heard that this little sister is very smart, so the school made an exception and admitted her. My aunt took the entrance exam. Another point is that this little sister is not only smart, but also very cute. Hearing what you said, I can't wait to meet this new student." "Me too. Me too." The classmates in the class were talking about this incoming transfer student. Sitting in the last row of the class was a fat boy named Yang Hao. I listened to the classmates' thoughts about this new transfer student. 5-year-old little sister? At such a young age, he must be someone who is easy to fool and bully. It seems that from now on, there will be one more person who will obey my orders. Thinking of this, the corners of Yang Hao's mouth unconsciously rose slightly. "Here they come, the teacher is here with the new students." Hearing this, the students stopped talking and immediately returned to their seats. Soon, the head teacher, Mr. Chen, walked into the classroom with Wu Yu. On the podium. "Dear students, there is a new student in our class today. Please welcome him with applause." The students in the audience applauded. Yu, please introduce yourself to everyone." Hello everyone, my name is Wu Yu, please give me your guidance in the future." After Wu Yu introduced herself, Teacher Chen arranged a seat for her and then the class began. 40 minutes later, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. "Okay, this class ends here. Students, remember to complete your homework on time. Get out of class dismissed." "Thank you, teacher." After Teacher Chen left, many students gathered around Wu Yu. "Hello Yu, my name is Cheng Wei, welcome to our class. I'm Gao Ming, the monitor of this class. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I'm He Shanshan. I'm Lu Xinyu. I'm Shen Lian." The classmates introduced themselves to Wu Yu one after another. Wu Yu's performance in class just now amazed the classmates. He is truly a top student. With her cute and pretty looks, she has successfully captured the hearts of most of her classmates. Just as Su Zealand said, how could her classmates not like her? "Okay, I'll remember you all. I'm very happy to be your classmate. If you have any questions about your studies, you can ask me." When it comes to studying, this genius baby can definitely help everyone. To be honest, Wu Yu was very happy when she was warmly treated by her classmates as soon as she arrived. I also feel that going to primary school is much more interesting than going to kindergarten. The 10 minutes between classes passed quickly. As soon as the bell rang, the students returned to their seats. There are 3 classes in the morning. The morning classes ended with the ringing of the school bell. Mingda Art College adopts a semi-closed management model, so students do not go home at noon. They eat in the school cafeteria and then go to the dormitory for a nap after lunch. As soon as school was over, after the teacher left, a male classmate named Luo Zihong walked to the podium. said, "Okay, everyone take out the money, I will come over to collect it in a while." Hearing this, the students took out 5 yuan from their pockets and put it on the table. The school cafeteria does not arrange unified meals, but allows students to choose freely. The cafeteria has several different meal standards. Generally, a meal of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and a soup costs 35 yuan. There are 45 yuan, 55 yuan, 60 yuan and so on. Students can choose different meal standards according to their needs. Every day when going to school, parents will give their children some money as meal expenses for lunch. Before coming to school today, Su Zekin gave Wu Yu 100 yuan and told her to have lunch and order whatever dishes she wanted. In short, just eat enough and don't let yourself go hungry. Chapter 29 Sponsorship Fee. Wu Yu was a little confused about his classmate taking the money, so he asked He Shanshan, a classmate next to him. "What are you going to do with the money? Pay the shift fee?" "It's not class fees, it's sponsorship fees." "Pay sponsorship fee? Sponsor what?" "Sponsor Yang Hao." He Shanshan came close to Wu Yu and said in a low voice. "Sponsor Yang Hao? Why should we sponsor him? Does he have no money to eat?" Wu Yu asked questions to get to the bottom of the matter. "Of course not, his family is the richest in our class." "In that case, why do you still sponsor him?" "That's because..." Before He Shanshan could finish her words, Luo Zihang came over and told Wu Yu directly. "Because Brother Hao is our boss." When He Shanshan saw Luo Zihang coming, she handed the money to him immediately. Luo Zihang took the money and continued to say to Wu Yu, "New classmate, you are no exception and you have to pay this money too." Wu Yu now understood what was going on with this money. Stand up. In terms of height, Wu Yu, who was only 5 years old, had no advantage at all and could only look up to look at Luo Zihang. But her momentum was not weak at all, and she said fearlessly, "Why should I pay this money? Do you know what your behavior is called? It's extortion." "Blackmail? Extortion? You said that our brother Hao blackmailed you?" Luo Zihang asked a classmate next to Wu Yu. The student shook his head hastily and said, "No, no." "Did they blackmail you?" Then he asked another classmate. "No, no, I volunteered to honor Brother Hao." "New classmate, did you hear me? We are not blackmailing or extorting them. They all volunteered to honor Brother Hao. It is your honor to be given this opportunity to honor Brother Hao, you know? Don't be so ungrateful. Hey Zihang, please be polite and don't scare our new classmate. After all, this is his first day here and he doesn't know the rules here. Let's forget about it today. Collect everyone else's money and let's go eat." The fat man Yang Hao walked over and said, "Okay, Brother Hao." Soon, Luo Zihang collected the money from all the classmates. "Brother Hao, all the money for today has been collected. Well, let's go. He Shanshan, please explain the rules here to this new student." Before leaving, he did not forget to remind his classmates about this. He Shanshan nodded straightly. Just like that, Wu Yu watched Yang Hao and Luo Zihang take their classmates' money and swagger out of the classroom. After all, she hasn't figured out the situation yet, so it's hard for her to say anything. After Yang Hao and Luo Zihang left, Wu Yu immediately asked He Shanshan, "Who are they? Why do the students have to pay them money?" The one who came to collect the money just now is Luo Zihang, and the fat guy is Yang Hao. Just as Luo Zihang said, Yang Hao is the boss of our class. Why is he the boss? Even if he is the boss, can he ask his classmates to hand him money? What is this? Protection money? You are right, this should be considered protection money. Yang Hao said that as long as we give him 5 yuan every day, he can guarantee that we will not be bullied at school. Otherwise, said another classmate Lu Xinyu. What else? Wu Yu continued to ask. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether we can graduate successfully from this school. Hearing this, Wu Yu was a little angry. Who does he think he is? Why do we say such outrageous things? Is this school owned by his family? Yu, don't tell me, although the school is not opened by his family is a shareholder of this school. Before, there was a classmate in our class who was expelled from the school not long after because he offended Yang Hao. So now, no one dares to offend him or disobey him. Another classmate, Shen Lian, told Wu Yu everything she knew. Just because his family is a shareholder of the school, he can do whatever he wants in the school? And you just listen to him obediently? Just pay him money when he asks you to? Shen Lian, what else can I do? I don't want to be expelled from school. If that happens, my mom will definitely beat me to death. In order to get into this school, my parents used a lot of connections and spent a lot of money. He Shanshan, my situation is similar to yours, so I would never dare to offend Yang Hao, unless I don't want to graduate. Lu Xinyu, actually, 5 yuan is not a lot, and we can afford it. Just think of it as spending money to buy peace of mind. Yes, I thought so too. Yes, I just spend 5 yuan less, and it won't affect my meal. This is an idea shared by most students. Those who can come here to study, even if they are not from wealthy families, all have good families. Parents also give their children 100 or 80 yuan every day to spend on food and snacks. Therefore, they don't really care about $5. Have you told your parents about handing over the money to Yang Hao? The students shook their heads. No. Neither have I. I didn't say it either, but I think it would be useless even if I did. My parents definitely wouldn't care. My parents even asked me to curry favor with Yang Hao. My parents also said that it's okay not to be friends with anyone at school, but you must be friends with Yang Hao. Hey, it turns out our parents are the same. It can be said that more than 95% of the parents of the students in this class have said such things to their children. Why do parents let their children curry favor with Yang Hao? That's because Yang Hao is a super rich second generation. His father, Yang Wenfang, is the president of Yang Group, and Yang Hao is his only son. In Guangnan City, there are 3 leading enterprises. One is Su Zekan S Su Group, the second is Xiao Haishan S Xiao Group, and the other is Yang Wenfeng S Yang Group. As for the school, it runs its business on the principle of treating all students equally and without discrimination. Therefore, neither the school leaders nor the teachers will reveal the students' family background in front of them. The reason why all the classmates knew Yang Hao's identity was that their parents told them. So how did their parents know Yang Hao? In fact, you will find out at the parents' meeting for first-year students. Mingda College holds a parent-teacher meeting for first-year students every year to help them understand and quickly adapt to first-year study in life. At that time, Yang Wenfeng personally attended his son Yang Hao's freshman parent-teacher meeting. At the parent-teacher meeting, some parents recognized him immediately. Word spread quickly, and soon all the parents knew that their children had become classmates with the prince of the Yang Group. Chapter 30. You are right. To be honest, these parents put in a lot of effort and spent so much money to send their children to Mingda Art College. In addition to the school's top-notch faculty and teaching facilities, more importantly, they hope that their children can get to know the children of some powerful people and build a strong network of contacts, which can pave the way for a smoother future for them. Now that they have a super-rich second generation like Yang Hao, they naturally will not miss such a good opportunity. So he asked his children to curry favor with Yang Hao. It was also because of this that they did not dare to say a word when Yang Hao asked them to pay sponsorship fees. Yu, $5 isn't a lot of money. Why don't you just pay the money honestly tomorrow? Yes, Yu, if you don't pay it, your future life in school will definitely be difficult. That's right. With Yang Hao's personality, he will definitely find ways to mess with you. Not only that, maybe in the end, Yang Hao will kick me out of school. Yeah. The classmates didn't want Wu Yu to offend Yang Hao, so they all tried to persuade Wu Yu. But Wu Yu said, "Thank you for telling me this, but I will definitely not hand over this money." Why? Yu, is it because your family doesn't give you enough money? How about this, I can help you pay it. He Shanshan, who was sitting at the table next to Wu Yu, said. Although she and Wu Yu were classmates for only a few hours, she really liked Wu Yu and didn't want her to be kicked out of school by Yang Hao because of the 5 yuan. So I offered to help her hand over the $5. Anyway, her parents give her 50 to 80 yuan every day. Including Wu Yu's share and subtracting the 10 yuan she pays to Yang Hao every day will not affect her normal meals. Yu, I can also help you pay it. And me, I can also help you pay. So can I. Several classmates including Lu Xinyu and Shin Lian also expressed their willingness to help Wu Yu pay the 5 yuan. Wu Yu looked at these classmates who cared so much about her and felt very grateful. Perhaps these were the friends worth making. He said gratefully, "Thank you. But this is not a matter of money. It's that we are not obliged to hand over the money to Yang Hao. She, Wu Yu, is not afraid of Yang Hao and will not help him to do evil." As for the other students, it was not easy for her to ask them all to do the same as her and refuse to hand over the 5 yuan to Yang Hao. After all, she is not afraid of Yang Hao, but that doesn't mean that everyone is the same as her. And from what they said just now, it can be seen that the classmates are still quite afraid of Yang Hao. Her next plan was to not only stop the students from having to pay money to Yang Hao, but also to make Yang Hao return all the money he had extorted from the students. But she didn't want to talk about this in front of her classmates until things were settled. Otherwise her classmates would think that she was a boaster. But Yu, if you don't hand it in, aren't you afraid that Yang Hao will bully you or even kick you out of school? He Shanshan said. Of course I'm not afraid. If he wants to kick me out of school, he has to have the ability to do so. You don't have to worry about me. Yang Hao can't do anything to me. If anyone dares to mess with Wu Yu, he will probably be in trouble. As for kicking her out of school, that was even more impossible. After all, her father was the president of the Su group. However, the classmates now do not know that Wu Yu has such a powerful backer, otherwise they would not be so worried about her. However, seeing that Wu Yu was so firm in his stance, they didn't know what to say. It's getting late, why don't we go to the cafeteria to eat first? Shen Liyan suggested. Yes, let's eat first. Yu, come with us to eat. Only when you are full will you have the energy to think. That's right. If you come with us, we can introduce you to some dishes. Otherwise, you won't know which dishes in the cafeteria are delicious or cost-effective. Okay, let's go together. Just like that, Wu Yu, He Shanshan, Shen Liyan and several other female classmates went to the cafeteria to eat together. He made new friends and ate delicious meals introduced by them. Therefore, Wu Yu was very happy and was not affected by Yang Hao's incident at all. After lunch, the classmates took Wu Yu back to the dormitory for a nap. I had 2 classes in the afternoon. Nothing special happened during this period. Soon it was time to go home from school. The first graders finished school earlier than the senior grades, at 4 p.m. In order to pick up Wu Yu as soon as possible, Zhao Yunya urged Su Guanghai to go out at around 3:10, and at 3:45, they arrived at the gate of Mingda College. Look at you. You have to come so early. School isn't over yet, and other parents haven't come yet. They were the first 2 to arrive today. There was no one at the school gate at this time. Su Guanghai felt awkward standing here and couldn't help but complain to Zhao Yunya. Can we compare with other parents? Other children have been in school for a long time, so it doesn't matter if they come late. But for Yu, it's her first day of school. If she comes out later and sees that we haven't come yet, she will be very anxious. Besides, it's always better to go out early. If there is a traffic jam on the way, there is no need to worry about being late. Okay, you are right. Su Guanghai knew that he couldn't win the argument with Zhao Yunya, so he didn't say anything more. So the 2 of them stood beside the school gate waiting. One after another, many parents who came to pick up their children arrived at the school gate. At 4:10, the school gate opened and the broadcast began. The children from class 1-6 are leaving the school now. Parents are requested to pick them up. For the convenience of management, 1st and 2nd grade students are required to line up when leaving the school after school. For students above grade 3, this is not necessary. And students in grade 3 and above will finish school 10 minutes later than students in grades 1 and 2. This also avoids the peak time for leaving school, making it more convenient for parents to pick up their children. Hey, come on, the kids are out of school. Looking at the students coming out, Zhao Yunya said excitedly. They are students from class 1-6, not Yu's class. Yes. Our Yu is in class 1-5. Well, it hasn't come out yet. Let's wait patiently. The children from class 1 are leaving the school now. Parents are requested to pick them up. The children leaving the school now are from class 1-3. Parents are requested to be aware of the need to pick them up. Chapter 31. Do you think it's appropriate? The children leaving the school now are from class 1-7. Please parents, please be sure to pick them up. There are 7 classes in the 1st grade. Zhao Yunya was a little anxious as Wu Yu's class had not yet come out. The kids from other classes are all out, why hasn't our Yu come out yet? Don't worry, you have to queue up, and you will be out soon. Compared with the anxious Zhao Yunya, Su Guanghai seemed relatively calm. After all, it's not like it won't come out, it's just a little later. The children who are about to leave school are from class 1-5. Parents are requested to take care to pick them up. Hey, it's coming out. Zhao Yunya was a little anxious just now, but now she is a little excited. After waiting for so long, Wu Yu's class finally came out. Wu Yu is the youngest and is slightly shorter than his classmates, so he stands at the front. As soon as she came out, Zhao Yunya saw her and waved at her. Yu. Wu Yu also saw them. After waving goodbye to the teacher, he quickly walked over to Zhao Yunya and Su Guanghai. Grandpa, Grandma. Yu, are you tired after a day of school? Here, give your school bag to Grandma. Zhao Yunya took the school bag off Wu Yu's shoulder immediately. She was afraid that the several-pound school bag would tire her precious granddaughter out. Yu took a nap at noon, so she's not tired. That's good, let's get in the car first. Su Guanghai was the driver, and Zhao Yunya and Wu Yu sat in the back seat. After getting in the car, Zhao Yunya asked about Wu Yu's situation at school today. Yu, tell Grandma, did you have a good time at school today? Did anyone bully you? Look at the way you ask this question, it seems like you really hope that Yu will be bullied at school. Hearing Zhao Yunya's question, Su Guanghai, who was driving, said these words unconsciously. What are you talking about? How could I possibly hope that Yu would be bullied at school? Aren't I asking this because I'm worried about her? Otherwise, tell me, how should I ask this? As soon as the daughter-in-law got angry, Su Guanghai instantly became deflated and didn't dare to say another word. Seeing this, Wu Yu hurriedly said, Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. Yu is doing well in school and no one bullies me. And I made several good friends today. Report good news, not bad news. Wu Yu talked about the good things that happened at school. As for the fact that Yang Hao asked her for money, she didn't intend to tell them. Firstly, I don't want them to worry about me. Secondly, she planned to solve this matter herself. Okay, as long as Yu is doing well in school, Grandma will be relieved. When Su Zekin came back from get off work, he also asked about Wu Yu's situation at school. He wasn't worried that Wu Yu wouldn't be able to adapt to school or be bullied or something. But as a father, it is my duty to ask my daughter about her school experience on her first day. Otherwise Wu Yu would feel that I don't care about her. Wu Yu only told him the good things and didn't say anything bad. After dinner, Wu Yu went back to his room to do his homework. Although the homework assigned by the teacher was really simple, she still felt that doing homework was a waste of time. But even if I feel this way, I still have to complete the homework assigned by the teacher. You can't let the teacher think that you are not a good student and cannot complete your homework on time on the first day of school. More than 10 minutes later, Wu Yu finished his homework. Not only is it written quickly and with beautiful handwriting, but it is also completely correct. It really is true what they say, he is a real academic master. After finishing his homework, Wu Yu started to pack up. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. The door is not locked, come in yourself. Then, Su Zilin opened the door and walked in. Yu, what are you doing? Aunt, I just finished my homework and am packing up. Yu is awesome. You finished your homework so quickly. The homework is very simple and won't take much time. By the way, Auntie, do you need anything from me? While talking, Wu Yu had already packed up his books and other things. Well, Auntie does have something to ask you. Auntie wants to ask you for a small favor. What help? Auntie, tell me. Su Zilin took out an exercise book from behind and placed it on the desk. When Wu Yu saw the exercise book, he understood instantly. Auntie, do you have questions you don't know how to answer? Do you want me to teach you? Ever since taking Wu Yu to university that day, Su Zilin would ask Wu Yu for help first whenever he encountered something he didn't understand in his studies. And the clever Wu Yu could always answer her questions. Therefore, Wu Yu is now also Su Zilin's tutor. I thought Su Zilin came to ask for advice again, but she just shook her head. She said, Yu, this time I don't want you to teach me, but I have other things to do later, so I want you to help me with a few questions. The so-called being busy was actually just watching a live broadcast of a beauty show. What? You're not asking me to teach you, but to help you with your homework? Wu Yu had an expression of disbelief on his face. Su Zilin nodded vigorously. He said, Yu, these are just a few questions. With your ability, it won't take you long to finish them. And, this is not a question of how much time it takes, but you want me, a primary school student, to help you, a college student, with your homework. Do you think it's appropriate? Wu Yu tilted his little head and spoke seriously. What's inappropriate? It's inappropriate if no one helps. Su Zilin thought so in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She could only clasp her hands together and beg, Yu, Auntie knows that this is not a good thing to do, but Auntie really has something to do today. Can you help Auntie this time? I promise, just this time. I thought that after I said this, Wu Yu would agree to help, but the little guy shook his head decisively. No, I can't help you with this. This is your study assignment and you have to complete it by yourself. Okay, Yu, can you just help your aunt this time? It's just this time, there won't be a next time. Su Zealand promised solemnly. But even so, Wu Yu's attitude remains firm. No means no. You said you can't do it. Yu can teach you, but it's impossible to ask Yu to help you with your homework. Wu Yu is a very principled person. She knows clearly what she should help with and what she shouldn't help with. Besides, since it happened the first time, it is inevitable that there will be a next time. I helped you the first time, but what about the next time? Should I help you or not? So we must never start this process, nor can we be soft-hearted. Chapter 32. It's right. Su Zealand begged Wu Yu for a long time, but the little guy just wouldn't agree to her. And the homework must be completed under the supervision of the little one. In the end, I missed the live broadcast of the beauty show. Even so, she couldn't complain. Alas! Who told her little ancestor to be so powerful? But next time, she would definitely not dare to let Wu Yu help her with her homework. Not to mention not helping her, you will still get scolded in the end. The next morning. Before Su Zekin went to work, he sent Wu Yu to school first. After school in the afternoon, her grandparents would pick her up. At around 9:50 in the morning, Wu Siya came to Su group again. The days of waiting are always tormenting. Although it was only a few days, Wu Siya felt like the days were long. Finally, this day has come. This time was the time Su Zekin had arranged for her, so she would definitely be able to meet him. And today, the contract should be finalized. I arrived at the top floor front desk with great anticipation. Hello, I'm Wu Siya from Karen Advertising Company. I'd made an appointment with Mr. Su to meet at 10 o'clock. It was the same receptionist as before, so she remembered Wu Siya. Hello, Ms. Wu, the president is not in the company right now, so I'll ask you. The receptionist was interrupted by Wu Siya before she could finish her words. What? Not here again? Why isn't he here again? He was the one who asked me to come here at this time, but he himself is not here. He is such a big CEO, but he is playing tricks on me like this. Doesn't he think it's too much? Ms. Wu, please listen to me first. I see. Your CEO definitely doesn't want to sign a contract with me, so every time I come, he's not here. It's just that I mistook him for a thief last time and embarrassed him in public, but I've already apologized to him sincerely, so why would he be so stingy? If you really don't want to sign with me, just tell me directly. What do you mean by asking me to come over again and again? Wu Siya became more and more excited as she spoke. During the days of waiting, she kept thinking about what her male colleague said to her. It is very likely that Su Zekin will always hold a grudge against me because I mistook him for a thief last time. So not only will they not give her the opportunity to cooperate, they will also find ways to make fun of her. She originally thought that Su Zekin was, after all, the president of a group and would not embarrass a little woman like her. But now it seems that he is not only a sinister person, but also a stingy person. Thinking of the grievances and sufferings she had endured these days, Wu Siya could no longer control her emotions and vented them in front of the receptionist. And from Wu Siya's words, the receptionist got an important message. That is Miss Wu in front of him. She had met their president before and mistook him for a thief. It's explosive news that the superboss is mistaken for a thief. But now is not the time to sit and watch, let us do our work first. Seeing Wu Siya getting more and more excited, the receptionist hurriedly said, Ms. Wu, don't get excited yet. Just listen to what I have to say. The president is indeed not in the company right now, but he asked you to find him at this place. After saying that, he took out a sticky note from the table with an address written on it. After hearing what the young lady said, Wu Siya calmed down a little and picked up the sticky note to take a look. Question, Mr. Su asked me to go to this place to find him? Yes, Miss Wu. Special Assistant Su specifically instructed me to do so today. Will he not be there when I get there? Wu Siya didn't seem to have much trust in Su Zekin. After all, he had stood her up twice. Don't worry, the president must be here, just go over now. The reason why the lady at the front desk was so sure was because Special Assistant Su had told her to do so. Okay then. Thank you. After thanking the lady at the reception, Wu Siya left Su group. Then I took a taxi to the place on the address. I don't know why Su Zekin asked her to go to this place. I don't know if Su Zekin is teasing her again? But now that things have come to this, I should go over and take a look. Maybe there is still a chance to get the contract. If possible, Wu Siye certainly doesn't want to give up this opportunity. 30 minutes later. Wu Siye came to the address on the sticky note. This is a golf course. Why did he ask me to come to the golf course? Did he want me to play golf with him? Forget it, why think so much, just go in and take a look and you'll know. Wu Siye walked in while muttering. You don't know until you come, and you'll be shocked. This golf course is actually almost as big as their county town. This rich guy really knows how to choose places to play. Wu Siye walked alone for a while and almost got lost. Finally, with the help of the staff, she found Su Zekin. At this time, Su Zekin was wearing a white sportswear and playing golf. I have to say that Su Zekin is really handsome. He looks quite pleasing to the eye from a distance. Hey Wu Siye, stop being a fangirl, you're here to talk about serious matters. After adjusting his mood, he walked straight to Su Zekin, forced a smile and called out, Mr. Su. Ms. Wu, here we are. I wonder if Mr. Su has seen my new plan. How about I explain it to Mr. Su in detail now? Now that I have met Su Zekin in person, I naturally have to seize the opportunity. Su Zekin stopped what he was doing and looked at Wu Siye. Said, work is not urgent, can you play golf? Mr. Su, you must be joking. How can poor people like us afford such a high-level sport as golf? That means it won't happen. Hearing this, Wu Siye felt inexplicably nervous. He suddenly called her here and asked her if she could play golf? If she said she couldn't, would he have an excuse not to sign a contract with her? I knew he had bad intentions. But now that things have come to this, she can only tell the truth. No, but this has nothing to do with work. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. But before she could finish her words, Su Zekin interrupted her and said, That's right, you can help me pick up the ball. Take this and follow me. After saying that, he stuffed a bag containing golf clubs into Wu Siye's hand. Wu Siye held the bag and didn't react for a moment. Pick up the ball? By the time she reacted, Su Zekin had already walked forward. She had no choice but to chase after him quickly. Then he said, Mr. Su, there should be a special caddy to serve you in the golf course. I am here to discuss the plan. What this means is to tell Su Zekin that picking up the ball is not her job responsibility, and she should not be asked to do it. Chapter 33. Are you done? There are indeed caddies in the golf course, but I think you are more suitable than them, so let's go. Su Zekin continued to move forward. Wu Siye stood there in a daze, pointing at herself and muttering quietly, What do you mean I'm more suitable than them? I'm not a caddy, how can I be more suitable? Su Zekin took a few steps, turned around and saw Wu Siye still standing there, so he said, Not leaving? Don't you want to sign the contract? Contract? When Wu Siye heard these two words, her eyes lit up. Then, he walked up quickly. Just be a caddy. As long as you can successfully sign the contract, just treat it as hard labor. It's not like you haven't done it before. Besides, it's just picking up a ball, it can't be considered as hard labor. Next, Su Zekin and Wu Siye came to a large lawn. Su Zekin hit the ball, and then Wu Siye went to pick it up. I thought it was an easy job, but it was not, because Wu Siye needed to run back and forth and couldn't take a break in the middle. After just over 40 minutes, she was already exhausted and out of breath. Okay, that's all for today. Let's go eat. After throwing the club to Wu Siye, Su Zekin walked back. Wu Siye took a deep breath, it was finally over. After packing up all the things, he quickly caught up with Su Zekin. The two soon arrived at the restaurant on the golf course. Su Zekin called the waiter to take the order. After ordering the food and waiting for it to be served, Wu Siye thought that now she could finally talk about work. Then he said, Mr. Su, how about we talk about the plan now? But Su Zekin said, No hurry, let's talk about it later. Why? We don't have anything to do right now. If we finish the conversation sooner, we won't waste your precious time, right? Wu Siye said cautiously. Seeing this, Su Zekin smiled and said, My time is indeed precious, but I don't want to talk about work right now. So when do you want to talk? Well, it depends on the situation. Maybe tomorrow? Or the day after tomorrow? Su Zekin said this with an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't take the matter to heart at all, and gave people the feeling that he was being a rogue. When Wu Xie saw this, she immediately realized that she seemed to have been fooled again. It turned out that Su Zekin had no intention of discussing the project contract with her at all. He just used the contract to tempt her to be his slave. For the sake of the contract, Wu Xie had been patiently enduring, but now, she really couldn't bear it anymore. If I don't get angry, it means I really think she is easy to bully. He stood up and glared at Su Zekin angrily, saying, Su Zekin, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You never thought about signing this contract with me. You just wanted to make a fool of me. I know. You must have been holding a grudge against me because I mistook you for a thief that day, so you were trying to take revenge on me. I have already apologized to you. You are a grown man, are you really that stingy? I never thought that as the president of Su Group, you have no sense of propriety at all. I really don't know how your company could become a leading enterprise. Since we are going to fall out anyway, there is no need to endure it. Wu Xie listed a series of faults of Su Zekin to vent her dissatisfaction, and she stopped only when her mouth became dry and she was breathing heavily. Seeing that she stopped, Su Zekin slowly spoke, Are you done? Wu Xie didn't answer her, but picked up the water on the table and started drinking. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Zekin continued, You are really the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Hearing this, Wu Xie's heart skipped a beat. I was so angry just now that I couldn't help but lose my temper at Su Zekin. Thinking about it now, it seems that I was a bit impulsive. But once the arrow is shot, it cannot be retrieved. It is probably too late to admit the mistake now. In this case, we can only continue to be tough. What are you afraid of? Even though you are rich and powerful, this world has its own laws. I don't believe you can do whatever you want. Although I stood up straight, my heart was still trembling when I said these words. She is just an ordinary citizen, while Su Zekin is a wealthy boss. It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid of offending him. Although you won't be silenced if you offend him, it will be difficult for you to survive in Guangnan City in the future. But things have developed to this point and there is no possibility of retreating. The worst that can happen is that we can leave Guangnan City and return to the county town. Seeing Wu Xie's fearless look, Su Zekin smiled. Ms. Wu is quite unique, but I like her. I have prepared the contract and we can sign it now. As he spoke, Su Zekin took out a contract that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Wu Xie. Wu Xie hurriedly took it. When I opened it, I saw that Su Zekin had already signed on it. As for the plan mentioned in the contract, it was not the plan that Su Zekin later asked her to redo, but the original plan. Mr. Su, why is the plan still the same as before? Didn't you say you were dissatisfied? I have always been satisfied with the plan. What I was dissatisfied with at the time was you as a person. Are you not satisfied with me? So, you asked me to make a new plan on purpose? I had long suspected that he did it on purpose, but now I still asked him about it. And Su Zekin admitted it without hesitation. Yes, I did it on purpose, including asking you to be my caddy today. You are right, I am not only stingy, but also very vindictive. If I don't take revenge on you for what happened last time, I will always feel uncomfortable. Now that I've dealt with you and you're venting your anger on me, then we're even now. Even? That's right. If you're willing, we can continue to cooperate. If you're not willing, I won't force you. As he said this, he pretended to take the contract back from Wu Xie. Seeing this, Wu Xie tightly grasped the contract in her hand and nodded vigorously. He said, I am willing to do so. It is my great honor to work with Mr. Su. How can I force you to do something against your will? How could I let go of the contract that I had finally obtained? Are you stupid? He just scolded Su Zekin for being stingy, and now he accepted his contract. He seemed very spineless. Well, if you don't have backbone, then you don't have backbone. Compared with real life, backbone is really nothing. The most important thing is to sign a contract and get a high bonus. After waiting for so long, I finally got the contract. At this moment, Wu Xie felt very happy. Chapter 34 Employment Contract. Immediately afterwards, Su Zekin took out another contract and handed it to Wu Xie again. Mr. Su, what is this? Wu Xie asked in confusion. This is another contract. Open it and take a look. Wu Xie took it and opened it directly. Is this a contract of employment? Yes, I would like to invite you to join our group's promotion department. I wonder if Miss Wu is interested. Su Zekin took a look at the plan Wu Siye came up with later, and found it very good. I deliberately made things difficult for her before, so I asked her to come up with a new plan within 2 days. Unexpectedly, she not only succeeded in doing it, but also completed it with high quality, which shows that Wu Siye is a talented person with ideas and abilities. Since she is a talent, naturally I don't want to miss her and want to recruit her into my own company. Of course, it also depends on Wu Siye's wishes. If she doesn't want to come, he won't force her. After all, everyone has their own choices. Just because your company is big doesn't mean people have to come to you. You mean, you want to hire me to work in your company? Yes. But I heard that the people who enter your company are all highly educated talents. I am just a graduate from an ordinary university. Am I suitable? Su Zekin suddenly told her that he wanted to hire her to work at Su Group, which really surprised her. Before, she would never have dared to imagine being able to work at Su Group. But now that the opportunity is before her, she has no confidence in herself. After all, her academic qualifications really cannot be compared with others. There's nothing inappropriate. Education is just a threshold, but I value ability more. Wu Siye, you are a capable person. Leaving aside education, I believe you will do better than those with higher education. Now it depends on you. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Su Zekin has seen countless people and can see that Wu Siye is a very outstanding person, and he is also optimistic about her. Wu Siye thought for a moment. Then he replied, since Mr. Su thinks highly of me, I am willing to accept this challenge. And Mr. Su, don't worry, I will work hard and will never let you down. Such a good opportunity is in front of me. If I don't seize it, I will really be sorry for my parents' painstaking cultivation. The most important thing is, as long as I can settle down in the Su Group, I will be able to bring my father and Yu over to live with me soon. So she can't miss such an opportunity and must do it well. Okay, then sign the contract. After signing this contract, you will be a formal employee of Su Group. Okay, I'll sign it right away. Wu Siye picked up the pen, looked at the terms in the contract, and signed her name directly at the signature area. Mr. Su, I've signed it. Here you go. After signing, he handed the contract to Su Zekin immediately. Su Zekin took a look and said, you signed without even reading the terms of the contract. Aren't you afraid that this is a contract of sale? Are you afraid that I will sell you out? Mr. Su, you are joking. For an ordinary person like me who has nothing, even if you want to sell it, someone has to be willing to take it over. Besides, you are the CEO of the Shin Group, you have everything you need, so you naturally won't have any bad ideas towards me, right? As for saying that Su Zekin would sell her out, she really didn't believe it at all. Besides, if you don't trust your future boss, how can you concentrate on working for him in the future? Thank you for your trust in me, but I still have to remind you that you should be more careful in the future. After all, not everyone has bad intentions. Su Zekin had disliked Wu Siye because she mistook him for a thief. But now, in his opinion, Wu Siye was actually a very honest person. But at the same time, I am also worried about her lack of common sense. So I had to remind her. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will remember your reminder. Soon, the food they ordered was delivered. Wow, it looks so good. I'm welcome. After a tiring morning, Wu Siye was already starving. In addition, now that she had successfully signed the contract and had the opportunity to work at Su Group, she was in a very good mood and her appetite had even increased. So I started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing Wu Siye eating so happily, Su Zekin's mood also improved inexplicably, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. At the same time, it also reminded him of Wu Yu. He always felt that Wu Siye had some similarities with his precious daughter. Ah! While eating, Wu Siye suddenly shouted. Su Zekin was startled and asked her hurriedly, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Su, I suddenly remembered that my contract with Karen Advertising Company has not expired yet. If I switch to your company now, I will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. In 3 months, my contract will expire. Mr. Su, can I wait until the contract expires and then go to work in your company?" But before she could finish her words, Su Zekin told her directly, "It's a small matter, it has been resolved, you can leave at any time, and you don't need to pay any penalty." Solved? Of course, since I want to poach you, I will naturally help you solve the problems of your current company. Otherwise, do you think I am such an irresponsible boss? Don't worry, I will continue to work on the project you are in charge of for Karen Company. When you go back, hand over the remaining work to them, and then you can come to work directly in my company. Su Zekin wanted to poach Wu Siya, and Karen Advertising Company didn't dare to refuse to let her go. As for the penalty for breach of contract, they didn't dare to ask Su Zekin for it. But Su Zekin is not the kind of heartless and profit-seeking person. Since he has poached their people, he will still give them some compensation. In addition to the current project, he also introduced another big project to their company. Therefore, Karen Advertising Company did not suffer any loss but gained great benefits instead. For this, they have to thank Wu Siye. Mr. Su, thank you so much. You are the best boss I have ever met. If Karen Advertising Company's contract issue is resolved, she can go to work at Su Group without any worries. You really have to thank me. You should work hard in the future. Don't waste my time recruiting you. Wu Siye nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will work hard and will never let you down. Okay, let's eat first. Good. Chapter 35, Trivial Skills. At Mingda Art College. As soon as school was over, Luo Zihong went to collect money from each student one by one, and the students took out the money and handed it in as usual. Soon, Luo Zihong came in front of Wu Yu. New classmate, he Shanshan should have told you about the rules here yesterday. I believe you should know what to do now. As he spoke, Luo Zihong stretched out one hand towards Wu Yu, motioning her to hand over the money. With the same attitude as yesterday, Wu Yu refused without hesitation. I've said before, I won't pay this money, and you don't have the mission authority to ask everyone to hand in this money. New classmate, do you know what the consequences will be if you don't pay this money? Be smart and pay it, otherwise I really don't dare to tell you what bad things will happen to you next. Seeing that Wu Yu was unwilling to pay the money honestly, Luo Zihong started to threaten her directly. But who is she, Wu Yu? How could one be frightened so easily? You want to mess with me? Let's see how capable you are. Hearing what Wu Yu said, Yang Hao walked over directly. He looked down at her and said, New classmate, you are so arrogant? Are you sure you don't want to pay this money? Wu Yu stared at Yang Hao with great momentum and said firmly, It's not certain, but I am very sure that I will never hand it over. Yang Hao's face gradually became gloomy. This was the first time someone was not afraid of him and dared to confront him like this. When the classmates saw Wu Yu reject Yang Hao, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for her. Then, Yang Hao smiled contemptuously and said, New classmate, you are very courageous. I hope you will not regret your persistence today. After saying that, he left with a swagger. Luo Zihong followed quickly. Watching their departing backs, Wu Yu muttered in his heart, Humph. Who knows who will regret it then? After Yang Hao and his friends left, the classmates immediately surrounded them. Yu, you are so awesome. You actually dare to talk to Yang Hao like this. Yeah, if it were me, I really wouldn't have the courage. Me too. Me too. Wu Yu said, Why should you be afraid of him? For someone like him, the more you are afraid of him, the more arrogant he will become. I won't indulge him. But you are not afraid of him, but if you offend him, your life will be difficult in the future. Her neighbor He Shanshan said. Yes, Yu, from now on, Yang Hao will definitely find ways to bully you until you beg for mercy from him. Yes, we don't know what Yang Hao will do. Anyway, Yu, you better be careful next time. Other students gave Wu Yu a friendly reminder. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Wu Yu wanted to see how capable Yang Hao was. Brother Hao, this new student refuses to pay. What should we do next? Just let her do what she wants? On the way to the cafeteria, Luo Zihong asked as he walked. Of course I can't let her do this. What if she sets a precedent and other people do the same and don't pay me? If that's the case, how will he have money to eat in the future? Yang Hao said the latter words in his heart. That's true. So what are you going to do next, Brother Hao? Of course I have to teach her a lesson, otherwise she will really ignore what I, Yang Hao, say. As he spoke, Yang Hao revealed an evil smile. If she doesn't give Wu Yu a good beating, she will think she can only scare people. Then, no one will be afraid of him anymore. Wu Yu and a few classmates had lunch and then went back to the dormitory for a nap. At about 2:10 in the afternoon, she and her classmates returned to the classroom. Then he saw Yang Hao already sitting in his seat. You know, he usually doesn't appear in the classroom until 2 minutes before class. It is unusual to arrive so early today. It looks like he's going to attack her. Well, let's see what tricks he plays. He walked back to his seat as if nothing had happened. When Yang Hao saw Wu Yu coming, he looked at her as if he was waiting to see a show. Wu Yu, you are so arrogant. I will let you know how powerful I am in a moment. Wu Yu returned to his seat, took a look at the chair and knew there was something wrong. You are just playing tricks like this, you think you can fool me with this, do you really think that I, Wu Yu, a high IQ kid, am just a name for nothing? The next second, Wu Yu took out a small bottle of medicine from her bag and poured it on the chair. Soon, the glue on the chair was dissolved. Afterwards, Wu Yu took out a tissue and wiped the chair, and the whole chair became clean without a single flaw. Then, Wu Yu looked at Yang Hao and gave him a look of complete victory. Then he sat down unharmed. Yang Hao was stunned with disbelief on his face. You know, the glue he applied on Wu Yu's chair was a very transparent, not easy to be discovered, and very sticky strong glue. How did she know at first sight that there was something wrong with the chair? And what on earth was that bottle of potion in her hand just now? It could actually wipe off his super glue so easily. It seems that this Wu Yu is quite capable. Humph. Don't think you're so great just because you beat me today. I have many tricks to play on people. Let's wait and see. Yang Hao talked to himself in his heart. Afternoon. After having lunch at the golf course, Wu Siye and Su Zekin took a taxi back to the company. As soon as she returned to the company, her colleagues congratulated her. Siye, congratulations, you're going to work at Su Group. When you become successful in the future, don't forget us. Yes, Siye, if Su Group is recruiting, please remember to notify us. You all know? Wu Siye herself only found out that Su Zekin had hired her to work at Su Group when she was having lunch with Su Zekin at noon. I didn't expect that all my colleagues knew about it. This news spread too fast. In fact, when Wu Siye went to find Su Zekin in the morning, Su Hong came to Karen Advertising Company in person. One was to help her solve the issue of leaving Karen Advertising Company, and the other was to send projects to their company. Therefore, after Su Hong left, this matter quickly spread throughout Karen Company. Of course, as the saying goes, good news travels 1,000 miles, so we were the first to know about it. Congratulations. Siye, with your ability, you will definitely shine in the Su Group. You must work hard. I support you spiritually. Colleagues were all happy that Wu Siye was able to switch to Su Group. Thank you all, I will try my best. Chapter 36. Siye is coming back? Siye, the manager said that we should have a meal together tonight to celebrate the successful acquisition of the Su Group's project and also to send you off, said colleague Li Mylan. Yeah, okay. I'll go see the supervisor now. Wu Siye came to the supervisor's office. Siye, you're back? Yes, director. This is the contract signed by President Su. Wu Siye handed the project contract signed by Su Zekin to the supervisor. The supervisor took it and put it aside. Stop standing, sit down. Wu Siye sat down directly. Siye, Special Assistant Su has come to deal with your contract issue with the company this morning. You can go through the resignation procedures at any time. As for the bonus for this project, it will also be transferred to your account at that time. Logically speaking, Wu Siye left the company before the project was completed, so the bonus could be withheld from her. However, this project was promoted by Wu Siye alone, and her departure also brought another big project to the company. Therefore, it would be unreasonable not to give her this bonus. Thank you, sir. I also want to apologize. Sorry? Why are you saying sorry to me? Since I came to Karen Company, I have achieved what I have today thanks to the careful guidance and training of my supervisor. But now, I suddenly have to switch to another company. I feel very sorry for you. It can be said that Wu Siye's success from a newcomer to her current success is due to her supervisor being her mentor. I feel like I haven't given him enough to repay him and now he's leaving, so I feel really sorry for him. It feels quite ungrateful. The supervisor smiled calmly and waved his hand. Hey. I thought it was something else. To be honest, I feel quite accomplished that you can be appreciated by President Su and work for Su Group. At least I can show off in front of others and say that I brought you up. So Siye, you don't need to feel sorry for me. Going to Su Group and working hard will make me proud, okay? Wu Siye nodded heavily. Well, don't worry, boss. I will work hard and will never embarrass you. After a heart-to-heart talk with her supervisor, Wu Siye went to the Human Resources Department to complete her resignation procedures. I had dinner with my colleagues and supervisors in the company in the evening. At this point, Wu Siye's career at Karen Advertising Company came to an end. When we got home from the party, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Zekin told her that she could join Su Group at any time. During this period of time, I have been following up on this jewelry promotion project and have not had a good rest. I have not been home for 2 or 3 months. So Wu Siye thought about taking a few days off, going home to see her daughter and father, and then going to Su Group to complete the job application in a few days. If I call home at this hour, I think they'll be asleep already. So I sent a message to my father Wu Jigang. Dad, I'm going to take a few days off and go back to see you and Yu tomorrow. After sending the message, I packed some things and clothes for tomorrow's trip, then went to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, at around 6:40, Wu Jigang woke up. I picked up the phone on the bedside table, opened it and saw a WeChat message. Last night, when Wu Siye sent him a message, he had just gone to bed, so he didn't see it. When he clicked on it and saw the message from Wu Siye, he was so scared that he quickly jumped up from the bed. This Siye is coming back? When she comes back and sees Yu is not here, how should I explain this to her? Oh, what should I do? What should I do? Wu Jigang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth beside the bed. After thinking for a while, he really couldn't think of a way to deal with it, so he quickly called Wu Yu. At this time, Wu Yu had already gotten up, finished washing up, and was preparing to change clothes and go downstairs to have breakfast as he had to go to school soon. When I saw Wu Jigang's call, I pressed the answer button immediately. Good morning, Grandpa. Why are you calling me so early? Yu, Grandpa just received a message from your mother, saying that she will be back today. When she comes back and sees that you are not here, how should Grandpa explain to her? Wu Jigang's voice sounded a little anxious. Grandpa, don't worry, just do as I say. Okay, I understand. I'll pack my bags and leave now. After finishing his phone call with Wu Yu, Wu Jigang went to pack up. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu changed his clothes and went downstairs to have breakfast. After breakfast, Su Zekin sent her to school. Arriving at the classroom, Wu Yu returned to his seat and prepared to put his school bag into the drawer. As soon as I reached into the drawer, I felt something crawling towards my hand. Wu Yu pulled her hand out and saw a big black caterpillar crawling onto her arm. Her neighbor He Shanshan screamed in fright when she saw the caterpillar. Yu, there are bugs on your arm, on your arm. Yang Hao, who was sitting in the back, saw the scene and said smugly in his heart, see if I scare you to death this time? I thought Wu Yu would scream in fear when she saw the caterpillar, but she was not scared at all. Instead, she grabbed the worm with her hands. Then he walked to the window and threw the insect out. Yang Hao was stunned. She's not afraid of such a big bug at all? She even dares to catch it with her hands. What kind of person is she? To be honest, he didn't even dare to catch such a big insect. This worm was found when I got home yesterday. I asked the maid to find it in my garden and put it in a bottle. When I came to school today, I asked Luo Zihong to release the bugs in the bottle and put them in Wu Yu's drawer. I thought I could scare Wu Yu, but the result was beyond his imagination. The students present were also shocked. Yu, aren't you afraid of such a big bug? Yeah, you even grabbed it with your hands. It gave me the creeps. Give me $1 million and I won't even touch it, let alone grab it with my hands. Me too. Wu Yu said calmly, this is just an ordinary insect. It's not poisonous and won't bite people. There's nothing to be afraid of. Even so, I don't dare to catch it. Look at its appearance. It's so disgusting. Yu, I really admire you. You are so brave. Yu, you are my idol. I admire you so much. The classmates gathered around Wu Yu and talked non-stop until the bell rang, then they returned to their seats. Chapter 37 Itch Powder. At almost 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Siye finally returned to the downstairs of her home in the county town. I'm finally home. I'll be able to see Yu soon. Carrying the things, he went up to the 3rd floor, came to his door, and knocked. However, there was no response. Wu Siye knocked on the door again. While knocking, he shouted, Dad, Yu, I'm back. After waiting for a while, still no one came to open the door. Aren't they home at this hour? Where did they go? No one opened the door, so Wu Siye had to find the house key from her bag. When I opened the door and went in, the house was empty and no one was there. Wu Xie took out her cell phone and called her father Wu Jigang. "Hello, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please try again later." "Sorry. I called several times and it was always the same. Where have you been? Why can't I get through on the phone?" Since the call was not going through, Wu Xie had to go to the neighbor opposite. "Uncle Wang, do you know where my dad and you are? They are not at home and the phone is unreachable." "See, yeah, your dad and you went into the mountains 2 days ago. They said they were going to look for your dad's senior brother and pick some herbs. Then it looks like he went to see my uncle. Did they say when they'll be back? I heard from your father that he will probably be gone for a while. He also told me that there might be no cell phone signal in the mountains. If you come back, he asked me to tell you so that you don't worry." "Okay, Uncle Wang, I got it, thank you. By the way, Xie, how many days do you plan to stay back?" asked Lao Wang next door. "I was originally planning to come back and rest for a few days. Since my dad and you are not here, I will go back to Guangnan City in the afternoon. I have other work to do." She had come back to see her father and Yu, but they were both not here. There was no point for her to stay here alone. She might as well go back to Guangnan City, take a rest and prepare herself. She could go to Su Group to start work the day after tomorrow. "You just came back, and you're leaving again. Fine, wait for your dad and the others to come back. I'll tell them you've been back and ask them to call you." "Okay, thank you Uncle Wang, I won't bother you anymore." "Oh, okay." Wu Xie returned to her home. The room was empty, and Wu Jigang and Wu Yu's clothes were hanging on the balcony. This made Wu Xie feel a little disappointed. "I finally got home, but they were not at home. But I was relieved to know that they went somewhere else and did not have any accident. If we can't meet this time, we'll see each other next time. Moreover, as long as I can gain a foothold in the Su Group, I can bring them over to live with me, and I won't have to worry about them all day long." Thinking of this, Wu Xie's mood suddenly became brighter. Then he went to the kitchen, cooked himself a simple bowl of noodles, and ate it. Then he picked up his luggage and left home, going to the high-speed rail station to take the train back to Guangnan City. After watching Wu Xie leave home, Lao Wang next door immediately called the phone number that Wu Jigang left. "Old Wu, Xie has left. You left so soon? Didn't you just come back not long ago?" Wu Jigang was still quite surprised by this. "I thought that even if they were not there, I should stay for one night before leaving. There's no need to rush. She said that since you guys weren't here, there was no point in staying here, so she went back to work." "I see. Old Wu, I have completed the tasks you asked me to do. I have other things to do, so I will go now." "Okay. Thank you, Lao Wang. I'll treat you to dinner some other day." After hanging up the phone, Wu Jigang packed his things and prepared to check out and go home. This morning, when he learned that Wu Xie was coming back, he called Wu Yu to explain the situation. Wu Yu told him to pack some clothes, leave home and stay in a nearby hotel for a day or two, and then go back after Wu Xie left. Thinking that Wu Xie would come back and see that they were not there, she would definitely call him the first thing. So he asked Lao Wang next door for help and asked him to tell Wu Xie that the two of them had gone into the mountains to look for Wu Jigang's senior brother and would not be back for a while. In this way, Wu Xie would know where they went and wouldn't have to worry about them. Before leaving, Wu Jigang hung a few of Wu Yu's clothes on the balcony so that Wu Xie would not suspect that Wu Yu was not at home during this period. If they were not at home, Wu Xie would definitely not be able to stay for long and would have to go back to Guangnan City. As expected, Wu Xie left that day. It seems that everything is under Wu Yu's control. Wu Jigang was packing his things, but stopped halfway through. "Forget it, let's not go home today. For safety reasons, I'd better go back tomorrow." Wu Jigang suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, when Wu Xie arrived at the high-speed rail station, she happened to have no tickets to Guangnan City. In this case, she would definitely go home first and then buy a ticket back the next day. If I go back at this time, wouldn't I run into her? Then how can I explain to her that Wu Yu is not here? So to be safe, let us go back tomorrow. Thinking of this, Wu Jigang threw his luggage aside, turned on the TV, and watched it leisurely. Wu Xie went to the high-speed rail station and successfully bought a ticket back to Guangnan City. Just as Wu Jigang thought, if she couldn't buy a return ticket, she would have to go home and stay for one night and then buy a return ticket the next day. Therefore, Wu Jigang's concerns are still correct. Afternoon. First class. Not long into the class, Wu Yu felt an itch on his arm. Then he started scratching unconsciously. After scratching, the itching symptoms did not ease, but became more itchy. Soon after, not only my arms started to itch, but my legs and body also started to itch. Soon, it was time to end the get out of class. But Wu Yu kept scratching there, and some visible places were scratched red by her. He Shanshan, who was sitting next to her, saw her like this and asked with concern, Yu Yu, what's wrong with you? Just now during class, I saw you scratching non-stop. Are you itchy? Wu Yu scratched himself and said, yeah, I don't know why, but my whole body is itchy. Is it because you caught that caterpillar this morning that you're itching? He Shanshan thought of such a possibility. Wu Yoji shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. If it was because of scratching the caterpillar, it should have been itchy at that time, and it wouldn't have waited until now. How could this happen? My guess is that it might be being sprinkled with itching powder. But before she could finish her words, Yang Hao came over. Once he looked down at Wu Yu and said, how is it? Does it feel good to have the itching powder on you? Chapter 38. Let's wait and see. Wu Yu's guess turned out to be correct. He was really sprinkled with itching powder. However, the itching powder was not sprinkled directly on her body, but on her desk, chairs, and books. When she touched tables, chairs, and books, the itch powder would be transferred to her body, so her whole body would be itchy. It goes without saying that this was definitely done by Yang Hao. Yang Hao was not afraid that Wu Yu would know that he was the one who did it, so he came directly to her and provoked her. He continued, if you beg me for mercy now, I will be generous and forgive you this time. As long as you pay the money honestly from tomorrow, I will give you this special medicine to relieve itching. How about that? After saying that, he took a small bottle and shook it in front of Wu Yu. It is what he called a special medicine for itching. Wu Yu smiled slightly, then said with a firm look in his eyes, you are dreaming if you want me to beg for mercy. You. Yang Hao was angry with Wu Yu because this was the first time someone dared to treat him like this at school. Humph. You don't want to beg for mercy, right? You're really gutless. Without my special medicine, you'll just be itching to death. Yeah. Wu Yu took out a small bottle from his bag, took out a small pill from it, put it in his mouth and swallowed it. After a while, the itching went away. The red spots that were scratched also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now she was not sure whether the itching was caused by the itching powder, so she did not dare to use any medicine carelessly. But now, since she knew it was itching powder, then finding the right remedy would naturally not be a problem for Wu Yu. As for special medicine, I have it too, and it's even better than yours. Wu Yu also picked up the small bottle and shook it in front of Yang Hao. It seems like he is showing off his victory. Looking at Wu Yu's smug look, Yang Hao suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. What he never expected was that this little guy actually had a special medicine, and the effect was even better than what he had. He tried to trick Wu Yu several times but failed every time. Besides, his classmates were watching, which made him feel a little embarrassed. So he said harshly, Wu Yu, don't be so cocky. I have many ways to deal with you. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Yang Hao returned to his seat angrily. Several classmates next to Wu Yu secretly gave her a thumbs up and praised her. And whispered, Yu, you are awesome. You made Yang Hao really angry. This is the first time I see him being defeated. It feels really good. This time, Yang Hao has finally met his match, and a very strong one at that. In my opinion, Yang Hao is no match for Yu because Yu is just too powerful. But you still have to be careful. If you anger Yang Hao, he will definitely not let you go. Don't worry about me, I will be fine. People like Yang Hao should not be spoiled, and they deserve to be punished. If he still wants to continue to bully Wu Yu, she won't give him this opportunity. It's time to teach him a lesson, otherwise Yang Hao really thinks that Wu Yu is so easy to bully. Around 7 o'clock in the evening. Yang family villa. When they were about to eat, Yang Hao's father Yang Wenfeng came back. Upon seeing this, Yang Hao's legal mother Lin Su rushed over to meet him immediately. While helping him take off his suit jacket, he said, Wenfeng, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back for dinner today? I could have asked them to prepare a few more dishes. Ah, it's okay. I had an appointment with a client for dinner today, but he had some urgent matters and couldn't come, so I decided to come back at the last minute. Dad. When he saw his father, Yang Hao called out to him obediently. Hao, come here and let Daddy take a good look at you. Yang Wenfeng waved at Yang Hao. Yang Hao also walked over obediently. I haven't seen you for half a month, Hao, and you seem to have gained a lot of weight than before. Yang Wenfeng said casually. Yang Wenfeng usually has a lot of social engagements and rarely eats at home. Although he would go home every night, he would come back quite late and Yang Hao would be asleep by then. When Yang Wenfeng got up during the day, Yang Hao either went to school or to painting class. Therefore, the father and son rarely see each other, let alone communicate with each other. It has been half a month since we last met. When Yang Wenfeng saw his son Yang Hao today, his first impression was that he had gained a lot of weight. Hearing what Yang Wenfeng said, Lin Su hurriedly said, Hao has a good appetite during this period and eats a lot, so he has gained weight. Really? But isn't Hao a little too fat? It won't affect his health, right? Yang Hao is over 7 years old this year. He is about 1.3 meters tall, but weighs 90 kilograms. From the appearance, he looks like a big fat guy. Seeing his son so fat, Yang Wenfeng couldn't help but worry about his health. Wenfeng, you don't have to worry about this. The family doctor came to our house 2 days ago to check on Hao and said he is very healthy. If you don't believe me, ask Hao yourself. Lin Su said this and winked at Yang Hao, indicating that he should talk to his father himself. Seeing this, Yang Hao quickly said, Dad, the doctor said I'm healthy, you don't have to worry. That's good. Lin Su continued, the doctor said that being able to eat is a blessing. Hao is growing up now. We can't deliberately make him go on a diet just because he is fat. This is not good for his health. Besides, I think Hao's body shape is inherited from you, so he looks fatter. Yang Wenfeng himself is the type with a big frame and a slightly plump body. So he looks like a fat man. After listening to what Lin Su said, Yang Wenfeng looked at his own body shape and felt that what he said made sense. You're right, I was overthinking it. As long as Hao is healthy, that's all that matters. Okay, let Aunt Zhang serve the meal. Auntie Zhang, let's eat. A family of 3 sits at the dining table and eats. Aunt Zhang served Yang Hao a bowl of rice, but Yang Hao only ate half of it and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Dad, I'm full. You eat slowly. I'm going back to my room first. After saying that, Yang Hao left his seat directly. Didn't you say Hao eats a lot? Why did he say he was full after only eating half a bowl? Yang Wenfeng asked Lin Su. Lin Su explained, when Hao came back in the afternoon, he said he was hungry, so I allowed him to have some biscuits and other snacks. He probably wasn't too hungry at this time, so he didn't eat much. Listening to Lin Su's explanation, Yang Wenfeng didn't pay much attention to it. He just told her, in the future, try to let Hao eat less snacks. It's not good for him. Eating more rice is good for health. Chapter 39. You wait. Okay, I get it. I'll try to give him less food next time. Come on, eat more vegetables. Well, don't just worry about me, you should eat more too. I'm sorry for making you worry about Hao every day. Why are you saying this? We are husband and wife, this is what I should do. The couple, you pick up food for me and I pick up food for you, they seem very loving. Yang Hao returned to the room and immediately turned on his computer, searching the internet for some ways to play a prank on people. He still didn't believe it. He couldn't torture Wu Yu to the point where he had to beg for mercy. After checking for a while, I suddenly felt an itch on my arm, so I started scratching it. After scratching for a while, the symptoms eased a little, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Thinking that I would feel better after taking a shower, I went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, I was about to continue searching online, but at this time, my father Yang Wenfeng came. Hao, come and tell Daddy about your school situation. Are you keeping up with your studies? How are you getting along with your classmates? Yang Wenfeng is rarely at home. Since he is at home today, he naturally wants to chat with his son and show concern about his situation at school. Dad, I'm doing fine in school, don't worry. These words made him feel guilty. After all, he didn't dare tell his father the real situation in school. If you encounter anything unhappy or unsolvable at school, you must tell Lin Su's mother as soon as possible, understand? Okay, Dad, I got it. Hao, you must study hard. You will be the one to take over Dad's company in the future. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let you down. As Yang Hao spoke, he began to yawn. In order to tease Wu Yu, he didn't take a lunch break at noon. Now when his father was chatting with him, he actually began to feel sleepy. If you're sleepy, go to bed. you have to go to school tomorrow. Yeah, okay. After Yang Hao went to bed, Yang Wenfeng covered him with the quilt, turned off the lights, and left his room. In front of his father, Yang Hao is still very obedient. He himself also hopes to be an heir that satisfies his father. Maybe he was really tired. Yang Hao lay on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. While sleeping, I felt itchy all over my body. But because he was really sleepy, he scratched himself while sleeping. I fell into a complete sleep and didn't feel anything anymore. The next morning, after Yang Hao got up, he felt a little itchy again, so he scratched it from time to time. After going downstairs, Aunt Zhang saw that there were many red spots on his arms from being scratched, so she asked him, "Master, what's wrong with your arms? Why are they so red?" "It's okay, Grandma Zhang. It's just a little itchy. Maybe I got bit by a mosquito last night." Yang Hao didn't think about anything else and thought it was just a mosquito bite. "Then Grandma Zhang, get some ointment for you to apply. Otherwise, it's no use if you keep scratching." "Okay, thank you, Grandma Zhang." After breakfast and applying the ointment, the driver took him to school. The ointment that Grandma Zhang applied to him didn't have much effect. Instead, Yang Hao felt that it was getting more and more itchy. Not only my hands and legs are itchy, but my entire body is itchy. So during class, he kept scratching his whole body. After the first get out of class, Luo Zihong came to find him and saw that he was scratching himself constantly, and his neck, arms, and other visible places were all red. So I asked him, "Brother Hao, what's wrong with you? Why is everything red?" "I'm itchy, all over my body." "Itchy all over?" Could it be that he accidentally got it on Wu Yu's desk when he was sprinkling itching powder on it yesterday? Luo Zihong suddenly thought of this. After Luo Zihong's reminder, Yang Hao felt that it should be the case, otherwise, how could he have itchy all over his body? "You are smart. You must have been stained by the itching powder yesterday. Fortunately, I have a special medicine. You know, his itching powder is very powerful. Just a little bit can make you itch all over. If you don't take any specific medicine, you have to at least wait until the effect of the itching powder wears off before the itching stops. The efficacy of this itch powder is 3 days. During these 3 days, the itch will definitely make you question your life." Yang Hao took out his special medicine and swallowed a pill directly. Generally speaking, this special medicine will take effect in about 5 minutes after taking it. However, 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed, and Yang Hao's itchiness did not get relieved at all, and he was still itchy. Yang Hao could only scratch continuously, and in some places, his skin was even broken by him. And he couldn't figure out what went wrong. Until after the second get out of class. Wu Yu came directly in front of him. "Student Yang Hao, do you know why your whole body is itchy?" Yang Hao looked up at her. "I did it." Without waiting for Yang Hao to ask, Wu Yu told him the answer directly. "You did it?" Yang Hao looked incredulous. "Yeah, you know what this is called? Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Student Yang Hao, you must be feeling very uncomfortable right now due to the itchiness. How about this, if you beg for mercy and admit your mistake now, I will give you the special medicine, how about that?" Wu Yu said this in the same tone that Yang Hao used to say to her yesterday. "You want me to beg for mercy and admit my mistake, but it's not even dark yet and you're already dreaming. Are you crazy?" Yang Hao refused without even thinking about it. It is absolutely impossible to make him beg for mercy and admit his mistake. You're quite courageous for not begging for mercy and admitting your mistakes. But I have to warn you, if you don't take the special medicine today, not only will the itch on your body not go away, but your skin will slowly fester, starting from your hands, then to your legs, and then to your body. By that time, there won't be a single piece of intact skin on your body. Are you sure you want to joke with your own body?" While saying these words, Wu Yu specifically tapped the back of Yang Hao's right hand. "Humph, you speak as if it were true. Who are you trying to scare? How can a girl like you who doesn't even know if your forehead has grown back have such ability? You are such a boaster. It's just an itch, I don't believe the doctor can't cure it." Yang Hao didn't believe what Wu Yu said at all. "Whether I am bragging or not, you can go find a doctor to check you out. If a doctor can cure you, I will write my name Wu Yu in reverse. Okay, I'll go find a doctor to treat me now. Just be prepared to read the 2 names Wu Yu backwards. Go quickly, I'm waiting. Waiting to see you get slapped in the face. Humph. Just wait for me." After Yang Hao finished speaking, he ran out of the classroom. He really needs to see a doctor because the itching is so unbearable now. Chapter 40. What do you want? Yu, what did you do to Yang Hao? Did you sprinkle itching powder on him? A male classmate asked curiously. It's not itch powder, it's something more powerful than itch powder. Yu, if Yang Hao doesn't take the special medicine today, will he really be festering all over his body like you just said? Another classmate asked. Of course, I didn't lie to him. If he didn't take the special medicine, it would really fester. These words seemed to be spoken to Luo Zihan, because he was standing not far from Wu Yu. As expected, after hearing this, Luo Zihan said nothing, but returned to his seat immediately. I took out my cell phone, not knowing what I was doing. Yu, do you think Yang Hao will come back to ask you for the special medicine? I don't think so. If Yang Hao wants the special medicine, he must beg for mercy and admit his mistake. Do you think he will do that? I think so too. Yang Hao's family is so rich, he must know a lot of great doctors who can cure his problem. So, Yu, it's not certain that he will come back to you for a special medicine. If Yang Hao is cured, he will definitely come back to settle accounts with you. Yu, after all, you actually dared to treat him like this. What will you do then, Yu? As they were talking, some classmates started to worry about Wu Yu. Don't worry, the doctors outside can't cure Yang Hao. It won't be long before Yang Hao comes back to see me. A confident smile appeared on Wu Yu's face. Everything is under her control. After Yang Hao left the classroom, he called his driver and asked him to take him to his family doctor. When the family doctor saw Yang Hao, he was shocked and asked hurriedly, Master Yang Hao, what's wrong with you? Why is your whole body red? Dr. Li, my whole body itches. Can you help me see what's going on? Yang Hao was so itchy that he kept scratching himself. Okay, don't worry, I'll help you take a look first. Dr. Li immediately started examining Yang Hao. While checking, he asked, Master Yang Hao, when did you start to feel itchy? It should have started to itch last night. When I woke up in the morning, the servants at home applied ointment on me, but it didn't work. Dr. Li, what's wrong with me? This is a bit like an allergy, but also a bit like not. Master Yang Hao, did you eat anything special yesterday, or were you bitten by an insect or something? Yang Hao thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I didn't eat anything special, and I wasn't bitten by any insects. Dr. Li, can this be cured? I'm almost dying of itching. How about this, I'll prescribe some anti-allergic medicine for you, and then use an anti-itching ointment together, which should help relieve the itching. If the itching doesn't stop by the evening, we'll go to the hospital and have a blood test to see what's going on. Can it be cured? Dr. Li didn't dare to make a direct judgment now. After all, this was the first time he had seen a case like Yang Hao. Now all I can say is to prescribe some oral and topical medicines to try and see if they work. Okay, then open it for me quickly. Immediately afterwards, Yang Hao took the medicine prescribed by Dr. Li and applied an anti-itching ointment. Then he left. After getting in the car, Yang Hao not only felt that the pain on his body was slightly relieved, but it became more and more itchy. When I looked down at the back of my right hand, I saw that there was an ulcer. He was so scared that he quickly urged the driver, hurry, drive faster. Master, are we going home now? What home are you going back to? Take me back to school, quickly. Okay, master. After school at noon, Wu Yu went to the cafeteria to eat with a few classmates as usual. After finishing her meal, when she came out of the cafeteria and was about to go back to the dormitory to rest, Yang Hao suddenly appeared and blocked her way. Wu Yu, come with me. He came to see her so soon, earlier than she expected. You guys go back to the dormitory first. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Wu Yu followed Yang Hao away. It seems that Yu was right. Yang Hao really came back to find her. Yang Hao's body is still red. It looks like he has already seen a doctor. In other words, it's useless to see a doctor. It must be useless, otherwise he wouldn't have come back to look for Yu so quickly. Do you think he is going to beg for mercy and admit his mistake by calling Yu away now? It's hard to say. He might be angry and take Yu to a remote place to take revenge on her. What do you think? Should we follow him and see what happens? If he hurts Yu, we can call for help immediately. I think it's better not to go. Since Yu dares to go with him, she must be confident. I think so too. Yu is a very smart person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have treated Yang Hao so badly. Let's not follow her, lest we fail to help and end up causing trouble. That makes sense, let's go back to the dormitory. Well, let's go. After some discussion, several students decided to go back to the dormitory and not follow. Wu Yu followed Yang Hao to a place in the corner next to the basketball court. Wu Yu, what on earth did you do to me? Yang Hao went straight to the point of calling the police to account. Wu Yu replied nonchalantly, nothing, I just sprinkled something on you without you noticing. But you can't blame me for this, you started it, I was just following your example. Okay, you're awesome. What do you want? Don't you know what I want? Do you need me to remind you again? Beg for mercy and admit your mistake. Of course Yang Hao knew. But he was unwilling to ask Wu Yu, a little kid, to beg for mercy and admit his mistake. But what if he was unwilling? Losing was losing, and he had to admit that he was no match for Wu Yu. Forget it, a real man is one who can bend and stretch, and is also a good man. As long as I beg for mercy and admit my mistakes, will you give me the special medicine? Besides admitting my mistake, I have one more condition. The goal has been achieved, it's time to negotiate terms with Yang Hao. What conditions? From now on, you can no longer ask your classmates to pay you any sponsorship fees. Also, you must return every penny of the money you took from your classmates. And in the future, you must not bully others by taking advantage of your power. Only if you promise to do these things can I give you the special medicine. I can promise you that I will no longer bully others, but I cannot promise you about the sponsorship fee and repayment. As for you, I don't need you to pay me, and I promise that I will not cause trouble for you again. Is that okay? Chapter 41 Never tell anyone. No, you must do what I just said, otherwise I won't give you the special medicine. Wu Yu's attitude was very firm and there was no room for compromise. Seeing Wu Yu like this, Yang Hao became a little angry. Said, Wu Yu, don't go too far. Why do you ask me to listen to you? Wu Yu sneered, why? Because I have what you need most. Then why do you ask your classmates to pay you the so-called sponsorship fee? Do others owe you money? And Yang Hao, do you think you have the capital to negotiate with me now? Yang Hao was speechless in rebuttal. Because he really didn't have the capital to negotiate terms with Wu Yu. Seeing that Yang Hao didn't say anything, Wu Yu continued, since you don't want the special medicine, then I'm leaving. This guy, you have to push him. The purpose is to make him anxious, otherwise he will definitely not compromise. So Wu Yu turned around and pretended to leave. Sure enough, Yang Hao became anxious and hurriedly stopped her. Don't go. Wu Yu, it's not that I don't want to agree to you, but I have no choice. If I don't have this money, I will not only have no money to eat, but also no money to give to that person. Yang Hao told his situation. No money for food? Isn't your family very rich? How can you have no money for food? And who did you say you were going to give the money to? This matter is a bit complicated and will take some time. Wu Yu, why don't you give me the special medicine first? I'm really itching so much that I can't stand it anymore. After you listen to my explanation, if you are not satisfied, I will let you do whatever you want, okay? Yang Hao pleaded. From just now until now, Yang Hao has been scratching non-stop. It was so itchy that he couldn't say anything and almost cried. Okay, I'll give you the special medicine first. As he spoke, Wu Yu took out a small bottle from his bag and poured out a small pill from it and gave it to Yang Hao. Although what Yang Hao did in school was a bit excessive, it was not unforgivable, so it was okay to torment him for a while. Besides, she wasn't afraid that Yang Hao would cheat or something. Wu Yu has plenty of ways to deal with him. Yang Hao took the pill and immediately put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Slowly, the itching sensation on my body became less and less. After a few minutes, the itching stopped and the red areas on the body that were scratched were gradually fading away. It was the first time that Yang Hao felt his body so refreshed. Thank you. How about we find a place to sit down and talk slowly? Okay. Yang Hao's current speaking attitude is completely different from his previous arrogance and domineering attitude. Have to bow your head. In front of the strong man Wu Yu, he really felt so weak. And in my heart, I actually began to admire Wu Yu a little bit. Because she is really powerful, it seems that no one can match her. The two found a place to sit down. Tell me, what's going on? I can tell you everything, but this is my privacy, so you have to promise me to keep it a secret for me and never tell anyone, including your parents. Okay? From Yang Hao's expression, Wu Yu felt that what he was going to say next would not be simple. And it also involves privacy, so we must keep it a secret for him. Okay, I promise I won't tell anyone. Yes, thank you. You are right. My family is very rich, and my father's company is very big. My father has always placed all his hopes on me, and told me to inherit the company he worked so hard for when I grow up. So I have been working very hard, hoping that I can become better and more perfect. But more than 2 months ago, something happened, and this thing will become a lifelong stain on me. You just mentioned that you want to give money to someone. Is this stain related to the person you want to give money to? The clever Wu Yu immediately understood the key point. You could say that. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. This matter is quite a story, and Wu Yu can't wait to know the whole story. This is what happened. Yang Hao began to tell the story slowly. More than 3 months ago, it was the weekend of the first week of the new semester. Yang Hao wants to go to the stationery store to buy some school supplies. Originally, the maid at home was going to accompany him to buy it, but Yang Hao's legal mother Lin Su said that she would go with Yang Hao. Yang Hao did not refuse. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Lin Su had become his legal mother. Just half a year ago, she had registered her marriage with Yang Wenfeng and became Yang Wenfeng's legal wife and the wife of the president of Yang Group. The two came to a large stationery store. Howard, take a look at what stationery and school supplies you need to buy. Just tell Auntie after you've made your selection. I'll just take a look around here. Yes, Auntie. In this way, Yang Hao went to choose what he wanted, and Lin Su also strolled around the stationery store. Half an hour later, Yang Hao found Lin Su with the stationery and school supplies he had selected. Auntie Lin, I have chosen everything. Lin Su smiled and said, okay, let's go check out now. After paying the bill, the two prepared to leave the stationery store and go home. But just as I reached the door, the alarm suddenly sounded. Yang Hao and Lin Su were both shocked. At this time, a female clerk from a stationery store caught up with them and said, hey, you can't leave. Lin Su asked politely, what's wrong? Why can't we leave? The alarm at the door went off, which means you have something here that we haven't paid for. Impossible, we just settled the bill and the receipts are still here. Lin Su refuted immediately and showed the receipt to the female clerk. The female clerk took the receipt and compared it with the items in their hands, and indeed there was nothing wrong. Then, the female clerk motioned Lin Su to walk to the door sensor to see if the alarm would sound. Lin Su walked over, but the alarm did not sound. Afterwards, the female clerk asked Yang Hao to go over again. As a result, as soon as Yang Hao walked over, the alarm sounded again. The female clerk immediately said, little boy, it seems that you have something from our store on you. Excuse me, did you secretly take our things and hide them on your body? The meaning of this statement is very clear, which is that Yang Hao is a thief and stole things from the stationery store. Yang Hao denied it immediately. I didn't take your things. Lin Su stood up to support Yang Hao. Miss, please don't talk nonsense without evidence. We can sue you for defamation. It is impossible for my child to steal your things. Chapter 42 has been resolved. The alarm is the best proof. If your child didn't take it, do you dare to let us search him? If we can't find it, we will apologize to you as soon as possible. How about that? Hearing that he was going to be searched, Yang Hao inexplicably became a little worried. He looked at Lin Su and said, Aunt Lin, I didn't take their things. Believe me. Howard, Auntie naturally believes you. As the saying goes, those who are innocent are innocent. In order to prove your innocence, we are not afraid of being searched. What Lin Su meant by this was that she agreed to the clerk searching Yang Hao. Yang Hao is just a child who just turned 7 years old. When he suddenly encountered such a thing, didn't he know how to solve it? So I could only listen to Lin Su. Lin Su said to the clerk, we agree to the body search, but you'd better not wrongly accuse my child, otherwise I will hold you accountable to the end. Immediately afterwards, a male clerk in the stationery store searched Yang Hao. The male clerk searched Yang Hao from his trouser legs upwards. When he touched Yang Hao's trouser pocket, the male clerk found a pen in his trouser pocket. He took it out and questioned Yang Hao, didn't you say you didn't take it? Then what is this? Yang Hao was stunned and said quickly, this is not mine. The female clerk said unhappily, if you didn't take it, how did it end up in your pocket? I don't know why it appeared in my pocket, but this pen was definitely not taken by me. Yang Hao strongly denied it. Didn't you say your child wouldn't steal? Now that he's caught red-handed, what else do you have to say? The female clerk held the pen that was searched and said to Lin Su, as if to contradict what she had just said. Lin Su was also very surprised about this for a moment, but he still stood firm. "Miss, I believe my child would never steal your things. I think there might be some misunderstanding. We can afford these hundreds of dollars worth of things. How could we be greedy for such a cheap pen and steal it without paying? Don't you think so? I can't say whether you will be greedy for that little bargain. But this pen is a top quality pen, worth several thousand yuan, much more valuable than the things you just bought. So it's not impossible for your child to secretly take it away." The attitude of the female clerk was arrogant and bad. Yang Hao refuted again, "You are talking nonsense, I didn't take your pen. My family has a lot of money, a few $1,000s is nothing. If I wanted this pen, I would just buy it directly, there is no need to steal it." The female clerk snorted coldly, "You said it wasn't stolen, then how did this pen get into your pocket? Don't tell me it grew legs and ran into your pocket. Do you think anyone would believe such a thing?" Yang Hao was speechless in rebuttal. He himself didn't believe that the pen had grown legs and ran into his pocket. "You said your family is not short of money, but that doesn't mean you won't steal things. After all, some spoiled children will regard stealing as a kind of fun." The female clerk said this because she was sure that Yang Hao had stolen the pens from their store. Lin Su couldn't listen any longer, so she protected Yang Hao behind her and said to the female clerk, "Miss, please don't force my child to take responsibility for something that is not true but just your opinion. Otherwise, it will cause harm to my child's physical and mental health. Can you bear this responsibility?" Fearing to offend people, the female clerk immediately changed her words, "I was wrong just now. I said the wrong thing. But now, this pen worth thousands of dollars was indeed found on your child. This matter must be resolved. We are just workers. We have to pay for the loss of this valuable pen. Since your child doesn't admit that he stole the pen, I think we should call the police and let them handle this matter. Auntie Lin, I didn't steal their pen. I don't know why it was in my pocket, but I really didn't take it. Please believe me." Yang Hao was so anxious that he almost cried. Because he heard the female clerk say she was going to call the police, he thought the matter was a bit serious. If he were caught by the police, he would really become a real thief. Seeing Yang Hao like this, Lin Su comforted him and said, "Don't be afraid, Howard, it's okay, let Auntie handle this matter, it will be fine." Regardless of whether Yang Hao stole the pen or not, Lin Su decided to settle the matter privately. She called the salesgirl aside and said, "I don't want to make a big deal about this. How about I buy the pen for 10 times the price?" The female clerk hesitated. "Let me tell you this. My family is not short of money, but my husband is a big shot. This matter concerns the reputation of my child. If you insist on making a big deal out of this, I can guarantee that it will not do you any good, and it will be hard to say whether your store can continue to operate." Lin Su directly intimidated and threatened the female clerk. The female clerk was also afraid of making things worse, so she finally agreed to settle the matter privately, just like Lin Su said. Anyway, Lin Su bought the pen at 10 times the price, so their store not only did not suffer any loss, but actually made a profit. After a moment, Lin Su returned to Yang Hao. "Howard, let's go back." After leaving the stationery store, Yang Hao immediately asked Lin Su, "And Lin, have you resolved the matter just now?" "Well, it's been resolved." "How did you solve it?" Yang Hao asked curiously. "Lin Su, it's not important. What's important is that you're okay. Howard, we can't tell your father about what happened today. You know, your father has always had high expectations of you. If he knew what happened today, I don't know what he would think. Let's just keep it as a little secret between us, okay? Why can't you let Dad know? Aunt Lin, I really didn't steal their pens, don't you believe me?" "Of course Auntie believes you, but Howard, when the pen was taken out of your pocket just now, everyone saw it. The situation at that time was like catching the person red-handed. It's not like you didn't take it and then you didn't take it. Even if the police come, if there is no other evidence to prove your innocence, they will conclude that you took it and will take you back to the police station as a thief. Anyway, now that the matter has been resolved, let's not mention it again. Auntie is 100% convinced that you are innocent, but Daddy still can't let him know. Otherwise, he will definitely blame Auntie for causing such a thing when he brought you out for the first time. So just consider it as doing Auntie a favor, okay?" Chapter 43 Conspiracy. Yang Hao has always been a very simple person. Since Lin Su helped him in this matter, he thought that he should listen to her and not tell his father Yang Wenfeng about this matter. To be honest, he didn't want his father to know about this. After all, his father had high expectations of him, and he didn't want this incident to become a stain in his father's heart. Just like what Lin Su said, the man was caught red-handed, so he couldn't just say he didn't steal. Besides, he didn't know if his father would believe him unconditionally after knowing this. So think about it, it's right not to say anything. Well, I'll listen to Aunt Lin and not tell Dad about this. Let's just keep it a little secret between us. Howard is so good, let's go back. Hearing this, Wu Yu couldn't help but ask Yang Hao, tell me honestly, did you really take that pen and put it in your pocket secretly? Yang Hao immediately raised 3 fingers and said solemnly, I swear, I didn't take that pen. But I just can't figure out why that pen appeared in my pocket. Yang Hao has always been puzzled by this problem. When you were in the stationery store, were you with your stepmother or alone? Wu Yu asked. I was alone. Mother Lin was not with me at the time. While you were shopping, was there anyone else around you? Or did someone deliberately bump into you? Yang Hao just shook his head. It seems not. I remember that there were not many people shopping in the stationery store at that time. That's strange. Who on earth secretly put your pen into your pocket? For a moment, Wu Yu couldn't figure it out. Hey, is it possible that this pen was secretly put into my pocket by someone before we went to the stationery store? Yang Hao didn't have the habit of putting his hands in his pockets, let alone touching his pockets for no reason, so he thought it was not impossible that someone had secretly put the money into his pocket before he went to the stationery store. Wu Yu shook his head and said, no, this pen must have been stuffed into your pocket in the stationery store. Why are you so sure? Think about it, the reason you were considered to have stolen their things was that the alarm at the door went off when you left. If the pen was put into your pocket before you went to the stationery store, then the alarm would have gone off when you entered the stationery store. So it's impossible that it was put into your pocket before you went to the stationery store. Yes, you are right. That is to say, someone deliberately put the pen into my pocket when I was shopping in the stationery store. Who was this person? Who is this person? I can't tell you right now. By the way, there should be surveillance cameras in this stationery store. Didn't you check the surveillance cameras at the time? If there was surveillance footage, things would be easier. There was indeed a surveillance camera in the stationery store, but unfortunately, the camera was broken at the time, so it didn't capture anything. This surveillance camera didn't break down earlier or later, but it broke down on the day you went there. In my opinion, this is not a coincidence, but a conspiracy that was planned long ago. Wu Yu was not sure at first, but now, he is certain that this is a complete conspiracy. Conspiracy? You mean, this is a conspiracy specifically targeting me? Yang Hao was not stupid either, and he immediately understood the meaning of Wu Yu's words. Wu Yoji nodded. It's obvious. It's indeed a conspiracy against you. But I don't understand. I haven't offended anyone. Why do you want to harm me like this? Yang Hao thinks that he is a good and obedient child. At school, I get along well with my classmates and have never offended anyone. I really don't understand why anyone would want to harm him. Wu Yu sighed, looking like a child but very smart, and shook his head while saying, little brother, it seems that you really have no experience in the world. Seeing Wu Yu like this, Yang Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You are younger than me. If we talk about inexperienced people, shouldn't you be the one? But I know more than you. Wu Yu's words left Yang Hao speechless. I have to admit that he really doesn't know as much as Wu Yu. Okay, let's get back to the point. You just mentioned yourself and said that you haven't offended anyone. What I want to tell you is that sometimes people want to harm you, not because you have offended them, but because they don't like you, or because your existence is a hindrance to them or even a threat. Am I getting in his way, or even posing a threat to him? Yu, from what you said, it seems like you have already guessed who this person is, right? Yang Hao felt that with Wu Yu's intelligence, he might have guessed who the person who wanted to harm him was. Wu Yu said, I'm not sure yet, let's talk about that first. You want to give money to someone, what's going on? Good. Yang Hao began to tell the story slowly again. It was the 3rd day after the stationery store incident. School is over at noon. Yang Hao went to the cafeteria to eat with his classmates as usual. After lunch, on the way back to the dormitory, a man in his early 20s blocked his way. You are Yang Hao, right? Who are you? I don't think I know you. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, as long as I know you. Come with me, I have something to tell you. I don't even know you, why should I follow you? Yang Hao still has the basic safety awareness that one should not follow strangers casually. Don't worry, we won't leave the campus. We'll just go to the place in front and chat. I'm not going. I don't know you. What is there to talk about with you? You should still remember that you went to the stationery store to buy something 3 days ago. I have a video here that I believe you will be interested in. If you don't talk to me, you will regret it. I'll wait for you out front. The man gave an ambiguous smile. Then, he took a step forward. And he was confident that Yang Hao would catch up. 3 days ago? Stationery store? Video? Yang Hao suddenly thought of something and quickly chased after him. In this way, Yang Hao followed the strange man to a secluded corner not far from the cafeteria. Who are you? What do you want to tell me? The strange man took his time, took out his cell phone, found a video and opened it. Don't worry, watch this video first. Watching the video playing on the phone, Yang Hao's pupils gradually dilated. Chapter 44. Are you sending away beggars? The video shows the scene where Yang Hao was accused of stealing things from the stationery store that day. Another thing is that after the incident happened, Lin Su gave money to the female clerk and settled the matter privately. After watching the video, Yang Hao realized that Lin Su took the money to do this privately in order to protect herself. I was quite touched at that time. However, the person in front of me seems to have bad intentions. How did you get this video? Who are you? What do you want to do? The man put away his phone, smiled contemptuously, and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. As for this video, I was also shopping at the stationery store that day and happened to take it. As for what I want to do, it's actually nothing. I just want to ask Master Yang Hao for some money to spend." Hearing this, Yang Hao instantly understood that the man in front of him wanted to blackmail him. I'm just an elementary school student. I don't have any money. The man sneered, "Master Yang Hao, are you kidding me? Your father is the CEO of the Yang Group, and you are his only son. If you say you have no money, I guess no one will believe you. I only have pocket money, not much." Yang Hao is telling the truth. Including the money for meals at school and pocket money, his father gives him 6,000 yuan every month. After all, he is just an elementary school student, and Yang Wenfang will not give him large amounts of money. If he wants to buy something, someone will take him there or have it delivered to him. In short, Yang Hao doesn't need to worry about money. Not much? In the eyes of you rich people, a few 100,000 is just a small amount of money. And as a super rich second generation, your monthly pocket money is at least 30,000 or 50,000 if not 100,000 or 80,000. How about this, buddy? I'm not greedy, just sponsor me 10,000 or 20,000 every month. The man said it lightly, as if the 10,000 or 20,000 was not money but just a number. Why do you sponsor him 10,000 or 20,000 yuan every month? Do you think Yang Hao is an ATM? Don't tell me I don't have 30,000 or 50,000 yuan a month. Even if I do, why should I give it to you? Do I have this obligation? Yang Hao's non-cooperation made the man a little angry. One hand was placed on Yang Hao's shoulder, and then pinched with a little force. Yang Hao felt a pain and tried to struggle out, but he was not as strong as a man. The man only pinched Yang Hao for a while and then let go. Then he sneered, "Master Yang Hao, you are quite arrogant. Didn't you say, why do you have to give me money? Just because I have something on you. Tell me, what will happen if I post this video online?" The future heir of the Yang Group steals things from a stationery store. This title should be very attractive, right? You're talking nonsense. I didn't steal anything. I don't know why that pen was in my pocket. Although the matter has been resolved, Yang Hao will never admit that he stole something. Because he never did it. If you say you didn't steal, will others believe you? After all, no one was watching you at the scene to know whether you stole anything. But as soon as this video is released, no matter whether you stole anything or not, everyone will think you are a thief. At that time, the one who will be most affected is your Yang Group. No one will buy the products produced by your Yang Group, and no one will stay in the hotels under your Yang Group. Anyway, no one will pay for anything related to your Yang Group. And the final outcome of your Yang Group is bankruptcy. Are you sure you want to see such a result? The man deliberately exaggerated to scare Yang Hao. When Yang Hao heard what he said, he became scared instantly. If what the man said was true, and if his father's company went bankrupt because of his affairs, then he would become a sinner for all eternity. Seeing that the threat was effective, the man continued, I guess you definitely don't want to see such a result. So as long as you give me money, not only will I not post this video online, I will also keep this secret for you. Now it depends on what you do. The man was right. Yang Hao definitely didn't want to see his company go bankrupt. But he couldn't give the amount the man asked, so he said, Brother, I really don't have that much money. To tell you the truth, when I was in school, my dad gave me 200 yuan a day, plus some pocket money on weekends, so I only have about 6,000 yuan a month. $6,000? Impossible. The man obviously didn't believe it. Really, I didn't lie to you. This is the 200 yuan my aunt gave me this morning. I spent 60 yuan on lunch, and now I have 114 left. I'll give it all to you. Yang Hao took out the 140 yuan from his pocket and wanted to hand it to the man in front of him. But not only did the man refuse to take it, he even slapped Yang Hao's outstretched hand, and the 140 yuan instantly fell to the ground. He said angrily, $140? How do you send away beggars? Seeing the man getting angry, Yang Hao was a little scared, and said timidly, Brother, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I only have this much money. Humph, I don't care. Anyway, you have to give me 10,000 yuan every month. Otherwise, I will post this video online. If your Yang family goes bankrupt, don't blame me. Brother, please don't do this. It's not that I don't want to give you the money, but I only have 6,000 yuan a month without food or drink. Where can I find the extra 4,000 yuan? The man said, That's easy. Just ask your father. He has plenty of money. Yang Hao shook his head and refused immediately. No, if I suddenly ask my dad for more money, he will definitely ask me what I need the money for. Then I really don't know how to answer him. At first, when his father gave him 200 yuan a day, he thought it was too much and said he could not spend so much money. But Yang Wenfeng asked him to keep it in case of emergency. You can save the money you don't spend. Now the man wants him to give him 10,000 yuan every month, plus the money for his lunch, so he must have 12,000 yuan a month. In other words, he had to ask his father to give him 400 yuan every day. When I gave him 200 yuan before, I thought it was too much. Now I suddenly double the money, which would make people suspicious and wonder what happened. It's not that his father is reluctant to give him money, but he just needs to understand the situation. But Yang Hao couldn't find any reason to explain. You can't say that he treats his classmates to dinner every day. Not only did his father not believe such a reason, he himself couldn't even say it out loud. Chapter 45 I can't do this. How do you ask for money? That's your business. I don't care. What I care about is whether I can get the money. For a man, money is the most important thing, and he doesn't care about other things. Yang Hao said helplessly, But brother, I really have no choice. I'm just an elementary school student, why do you have to embarrass me like this? I'm not trying to embarrass you, but you young masters from wealthy families have lived a life of luxury since birth. You have never experienced the hardship of being poor, so you don't understand the hardships of poor people like us. The man deliberately pretended to be pitiful, as if trying to win Yang Hao's sympathy. But Yang Hao didn't sympathize with him at all. And I really want to say, if you don't have money, work hard to earn it. What's the point of blackmailing a primary school student? Seeing that Yang Hao didn't respond, the man continued, Don't say I'm making things difficult for you. Let me give you a way to make money. What is the solution? The man leaned close to Yang Hao's ear and whispered softly. After hearing what the man said, Yang Hao refused immediately. No, you're asking me to blackmail my classmates. I can't do that. The method the man was talking about is the sponsorship fee that Yang Hao now asks his classmates to pay every day. Hey, that's not called extortion, it's called sponsorship. Think about it, you are the prince of the Yang group, the future successor, and there are many people who want to curry favor with you. So now asking them to pay you some sponsorship fees is giving them a chance to honor you. I guess they will not only not refuse, but will be more than happy to do so. No, I can't do this. Although the man talked a lot of nonsense, Yang Hao still felt that this could not be done. Because if he did that, he would turn himself into a bad student. Seeing that Yang Hao refused to budge, the man had no choice but to make harsh remarks. Humph. I've already thought of a solution for you. As for whether you want to do it or not, think about it carefully. Anyway, you must give me the amount I want on time. Otherwise, I will post the video online as soon as possible. Also, what's your family situation? Where do you live? Who are your family members? I know everything. Don't even think about telling your family about this, or I will post the video online as soon as possible. That's all for today. I'll come back to see you. Having said this, the man left. Yang Hao was left standing there alone, not knowing what to do next. Hearing this, Wu Yu spoke again. Is this the man who asked you for money and asked you to ask your classmates for sponsorship fees? Yang Hao nodded, yes. I was reluctant to do this, but this man came to me every day to ask for money and kept threatening me. At that time, I had no other choice but to let him lead me by the nose. By the way, I heard from my classmates that a classmate was kicked out of school by you because he offended you. What happened? After hearing so much from Yang Hao, Wu Yu felt that he was not that kind of bad boy. So he would not do something like expelling classmates from school. Or maybe there is some hidden story behind this. No, I didn't kick that classmate out of school. In fact, that classmate and I had a pretty good relationship. He left school because his parents had to move away for work. That man knew that he was going to drop out of school, and he also knew about my relationship with him, so he asked me to ask him for help. Before he dropped out of school, he and I had a quarrel in front of our classmates, so that my classmates thought that he had offended me and was kicked out of school by me. Afterwards, the man helped me build momentum in the class, saying that anyone who offended me would have a bad ending. Later, the sponsorship fee issue was also smoothly carried out under the planning and promotion of the man. My classmates were afraid of offending me, and they only had to pay 5 yuan a day, which was not much, so they were very obedient and handed in the money obediently. After hearing so much, Wu Yu finally understood the reasons why Yang Hao did this. So that's how it is. You just said that man knows your family situation very well, right? Yes, how many people are there in my family? What happened sometimes, even what I ate? He knows everything, as if he has clairvoyance and saw it with his own eyes. Could it be that he secretly installed a hidden camera in your house to monitor your every move? No, my home's security system is very good. It's impossible to secretly install hidden cameras in my home. Their home has the most advanced monitoring equipment, which can detect whether anyone has secretly installed cameras or eavesdropping devices in the home. In addition to the monitor, professional personnel will come for regular inspections. Unless the hidden camera installed by that man is more advanced than the surveillance device in their home, it will not be detected. This is of course impossible. If this man had such advanced things, he would not blackmail a primary school student for 10 or 20,000 yuan. If there was no camera installed, then someone must have told him. And this person must live in your home and with you, so he knows everything about you. At this point, Wu Yu was almost certain who was the mastermind behind this conspiracy. Yu, this person you are talking about, could it be that she is my stepmother? After listening to Wu Yu's analysis, Yang Hao roughly guessed it. Now that he thinks about it, before Lin Su came to their house, his life was very peaceful and he hadn't encountered any bad things. And soon after Lin Su came to their house, many bad things happened to him. Yes, it was her. The theft from the stationery store must have been a plot she had planned to frame you, and then she arranged for someone to blackmail you. For money, she also asked you to blackmail your classmates. Her purpose was to turn you into a bad kid. But what good will it do her if I become a bad boy? You are your father's only son, and he has high hopes for you. He wants you to take over his company in the future. With such a big group, wouldn't your stepmother be tempted? If she has a child, would she not want her child to inherit the group? I understand. So she wants me to become a bad kid. She wants to destroy my image in my dad's mind and even make him disappointed in me. Smart, it seems you are not stupid, you can think of this. Yang Hao scratched his head embarrassedly and said, your analysis is so thorough, but I still can't figure it out. I am really dumber than a pig. Chapter 46, Stretch Out Your Hand. Speaking of pigs, don't you think your current body shape is no different from a pig? Wu Yu said, pointing at Yang Hao's body shape with both hands. Yang Hao looked down at his body shape. All right. It really does look like a pig. But this is not what he wants. To be honest, I wasn't fat before, but my weight has skyrocketed in the past few months. Yang Hao has delicate facial features. Before he gained weight, he was considered a handsome young man. But after gaining weight, his whole temperament changed completely. You became fat after your stepmother came, right? Yeah, that's right. Yang Hao nodded vigorously. Come on, put your hand out. Yang Hao didn't ask any more questions and just did as he was told. Wu Yu stretched out 3 fingers and placed them on Yang Hao's wrist to help him take his pulse. After a moment, Wu Yu said, your pulse is disordered and a little weak. Have you eaten anything tonic in the past few months? A tonic? I don't know about that. But not long after my stepmother came to my house, she made me a soup, saying that it was good for my body and could stimulate my appetite. Since I drank the soup, my appetite has improved significantly, and my food intake has increased several times. Not only do I eat a lot, but I also get hungry easily, and I keep eating when I'm hungry. That's why I'm so fat now. It's not that he can't control his appetite, but he is really hungry. If he doesn't eat enough, he will feel dizzy and weak, and it will be difficult for him to walk. This soup is very problematic. There is a medicinal ingredient in it that is harmful to your body. On the surface, it seems to stimulate your appetite, but it is actually draining your body. Therefore, you need to eat a lot of food to maintain your physical strength, otherwise you will have no strength in your whole body, and you will also feel hungry, which will make you want to eat all the time, especially high-calorie food. If you eat too much, your weight will increase too quickly. If you gain weight too quickly, plus the medicinal ingredient is also damaging your body, your heart will be overloaded or even fail. It seems that your stepmother does not just want to turn you into a bad child, but her ultimate goal is to kill you. Lin Su's scheming is really deep. First he framed Yang Hao and slowly turned him into a bad boy so that his father Yang Wenfang would be disappointed in him. Finally, she would slowly kill him, and then she could take over the huge fortune of the Yang family. 9 out of 10 stepmothers are vicious. This statement is absolutely true. Hearing what Wu Yu said, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel scared. He asked, Yu, can my current body be saved? I'm only 7 years old, I don't want to die yet. Seeing Yang Hao so worried, Wu Yu comforted him and said, don't worry, you are lucky to have met me. As long as I prescribe some medicine for you, your body will be able to recover. But you must never drink the soup your stepmother gave you again. If you drink it for a few more months, even if Hua Tuo were alive, he wouldn't be able to save you. Yang Hao nodded vigorously, yeah, I definitely won't drink it. By the way, my family doctor always does my physical examinations regularly. Can't he see that there is something wrong with my body? There are only 2 possibilities. One is that his medical skills are not good enough, and the other is that he was bribed by your stepmother. But I think the second possibility is more likely. It would be unlikely for me to be the family doctor of the Yang family if I didn't have good medical skills. Yes, he must have been bribed by my stepmother. Yu, I never thought that you, at such a young age, actually know medical skills, and you look very good at it. I guess many professor-level doctors may not be able to compare with you. Wu Yu said with a smile on his face, hey, I know a lot of things. I believe what you said is true, because you are really amazing. If it were 2 days ago, Yang Hao would have thought Wu Yu was bragging. But now that I have seen how powerful she is, I completely believe what she says. Now that I know that my stepmother is the manipulator behind all this, I will go find my father later, tell him everything, and then kick this bad woman out of my house. Such a bad woman, if she harms him now, she might harm his father in the future. Therefore, this woman must not continue to stay in their house. But Wu Yu said, no, now is not the time to tell your father. Why? Everything requires evidence. You suddenly go and tell your father that your stepmother is a bad woman and did such a thing to you. But there is no evidence. You can't let your father believe what you said based on your one-sided words. Maybe your stepmother will bite back and say that you have never liked her and deliberately framed her. At that time, you will not be able to explain yourself. Therefore, if you want to bring her down in one fell swoop, you must first collect evidence that she harmed you. Only when the evidence is in front of him will your father believe what you say. But how can we collect evidence? Don't worry about that. Gathering evidence is my strong point. Next, you just need to do what I say. I will definitely help you bring down your vicious stepmother in the shortest possible time. Wu Yu hates these vicious people the most, so no matter what, she will definitely help Yang Hao. Okay, I will definitely listen to you. So from now on, you can't ask your classmates for sponsorship fees anymore, and after this is over, you have to return all the money you took from your classmates. Well, don't worry about that. I will definitely return the money to them. Oh, there's one more thing. I've already paid that man 2 months' worth of money, and in 2 days I'll have to pay him the 3rd month's worth of money. Do you think I should continue to pay him, or just refuse? Yang Hao couldn't make up his mind about this matter for a moment. After all, the man still had the video. You have a lot of money, of course I won't give it to you. But that man has my video on him, and we haven't brought them down yet. If I don't give him the money, he might post the video online, which would have an impact on my company. Although now, I know that I was framed. But netizens don't know, they will only believe what they see in the video and still think that he is a thief. This video alone will not have any impact on your company, let alone bankrupt it, as the man said. He is just trying to scare you so that you will listen to him. Besides, he certainly wouldn't dare to post the video online, because if he did, the consequences he would face would be something he could never bear. Chapter 47, Boss Yu. Really? Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Anyway, you won't be wrong if you listen to me now. I am still confident about this matter. It can be said that Wu Yu would never do anything that she is not sure of, and she would never make boastful promises in front of others. Okay, I'll listen to you. I have to say that Yang Hao still trusts Wu Yu very much. Because he thought that Wu Yu had no reason to deceive him. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back to the classroom first. Class will start soon. As for other things, we can talk about it later. Good. Before they knew it, the two of them had been chatting for the entire afternoon. The lunch break was over and the afternoon class was about to begin in 10 minutes. So now, they have to go back to the classroom, otherwise they will be late for class. On the way to the classroom. Boss Yu. Boss? When Wu Yu heard Yang Hao calling her like that, she couldn't help but look at him. Yes, you helped me so much this time. From now on, you are my boss. If you need me in the future, just ask. It hasn't been done yet, so right now, I can't say I'm doing you a big favor. Although it hasn't been accomplished yet, you can help me find the person who framed me, which is a great help to me, so I have decided that you are my boss. Yang Hao seldom admires others, but he really admires the smart and clever Wu Yu. Therefore, it is only natural to recognize her as the boss. Okay, whatever you want. It was just a name, Wu Yu didn't think it mattered. Boss Yu, can I ask you a question? Okay, ask. If I don't take the special medicine you gave me today, will my entire body really be ulcerated? Yang Hao was still quite curious about this matter. When he returned to school after seeing his family doctor, he found that only a small area of ulceration appeared on the back of his right hand, and the rest of his hand was fine. I was too scared at the time and didn't think much about it. But come to think of it, it doesn't seem as scary as Wu Yu said at the beginning, so now, I want to ask her clearly. Of course, no. No, but didn't you say? I was just fooling you. Otherwise, why would you be scared? And why would you come back to negotiate with me? But I really have ulcers on the back of my right hand, and Luo Zihang heard you and other classmates say that if I don't take special medicine, my whole body will really be ulcerated. When Yang Hao went to see his family doctor, he received a message from Luo Zihang. When I saw the ulcer on the back of my right hand, I was really scared, so I rushed back to school to find Wu Yu. I said that on purpose for Luo Zihang to hear, because I guessed he would definitely tell you what he heard, so that you would be more convinced that if you don't take the special medicine, your whole body will be ulcerated. And the ulcer appeared on the back of your right hand because I deliberately put some ulcer-causing medicine on the back of your hand when I was talking to you, so the ulcer appeared. So that is how it is. Now Yang Hao finally understood. Here, this ointment is for you. Rub it on the sore on the back of your hand 3 times a day, otherwise it won't heal. In order to make Yang Hao believe, Wu Yu really used the medicine that would cause ulceration. And what he was given now was the ointment for treating ulceration. Okay, I understand. I will wipe it on time. Then let's go back to class. In this way, the friendship between Wu Yu and Yang Hao began from this moment. In the evening. In Yang's villa. Yang Hao returned home after school. Hao, are you back? Are you hungry? Auntie asked them to make fried chicken for you, do you want to eat some first? Seeing Yang Hao coming back, Lin Su asked him about his well-being with a smile on her face. Before today, Yang Hao might have thought that she treated him sincerely. But now that I know her true face and see her continuing to pretend in front of me, I really want to step forward and tear apart her hypocritical face. But now, it's not the time. If she is acting, then I will act with her. Yang Hao said calmly as usual, Auntie, I've been feeling a little irritated these past few days, so I won't eat hot foods like fried chicken for now. When I'm better, you can ask Grandma Zhang and the others to make it for me. From the time Lin Su came to their house until now, Yang Hao has always called her aunt. After the incident at the stationery store, he thought Lin Su was really helping him. He was so touched that he almost changed his words and called her mom. But I never found a suitable opportunity to change my words and call her mom. Yang Hao was very glad that there was no suitable opportunity, otherwise he would really be accepting a thief as his mother. Wu Yu said that given his current physical condition, it would be best for him to abstain from high-calorie foods, otherwise the burden on his body would become increasingly heavier. Now that I think about it, what Wu Yu said was right, because his stepmother often asked others to prepare high-calorie food for him, just to make his health worse and worse, and thus kill him. He didn't know it before, but now he won't be so stupid anymore. He deliberately said that he would not eat until he got better, so as to avoid letting Lin Su notice anything. Okay, then let's not eat today. Let's eat after you get better. Lin Su didn't notice anything unusual about Yang Hao and believed that he really didn't want to eat these things because he was getting a sore throat. And she couldn't force Yang Hao to eat when he felt unwell. Otherwise, if some big problem suddenly arises, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Yang Wenfeng. Anyway, there is a long time to come, so there is no need to worry that Yang Hao will not eat. Yeah, okay. After dinner, Yang Hao went back to his room to do his homework. After a while, Lin Su came up with a bowl of soup. Hao, this is the heat-reducing soup that Auntie made especially for you. Drink it while it's hot. Yes, Auntie. Yang Hao picked up the soup, sipped the edge of the bowl gently, and then said, Auntie, this soup is still a little hot. I'll put it aside to cool for a while, and then drink it after I finish these homework. I'll take the bowl away after I finish drinking it. Okay then. Remember to finish your soup. Auntie won't disturb you from doing your homework. I'll be leaving now. Yeah, okay. Lin Su was not worried that Yang Hao would not drink the soup, because he would usually drink up every drop of the soup she made for him. Occasionally, when the soup was too hot, he would let it cool down for a while before drinking it. The most important thing is that Yang Hao said that the soup she made was particularly delicious and he liked it very much. That was before, things are different now. After confirming that Lin Su had left, Yang Hao picked up the bowl and walked into the bathroom, pouring out the bowl of soup directly. Because Wu Yu said that I can no longer drink the soup she made. So from now on, he would never drink the soup she made again. 20 minutes later, Yang Hao took the bowl downstairs. Chapter 48. Who is this? The next morning. Wu Siye got up early in the morning. Today is the day she starts working at Su Group, so she naturally cannot be late. After a quick breakfast and some dressing, I went out. Arrived at Su Group 10 minutes early. Afterwards, I went through the entry procedures at the Human Resources Department. Then, under the guidance of the HR manager, I came to the promotion department where she worked and met her department manager. Ms. Wu Xia, welcome to join our department. I am the department manager He Xiaowen. He Xiaowen is a top student who graduated with a master's degree from Tsinghua University. At the age of 27, he became the manager of the promotion department of Su Group. He is a very capable young man. He stretched out his hand and made a handshake gesture to welcome Wu Xia. Wu Xia reached out her hand and shook it immediately. Hello, Manager He. I'm new here. If there's anything I don't understand or do poorly, please feel free to give me some advice. My first impression when I met He Xiaowen, how could the department manager be so young? It is indeed a large group and a place where talented people gather. He Xiaowen smiled and said, I don't deserve your advice. If you have any questions, please let me know and we can learn from each other. Come, I'll take you out and introduce you to my colleagues here. Good. Wu Xia followed He Xiaowen to the office area. Everyone stop for a moment and let me introduce you to a new colleague. This is Wu Xia. From today on, she will officially join our promotion department. Please welcome her with applause. My colleagues immediately applauded. Wu Xia bowed slightly. Thank you everyone, I hope you can give me more advice in the future. Okay, you guys introduce yourselves later so Xia can get to know you too. Lin Wei, you are the supervisor. Please arrange a seat for Xia. Also, explain the company's rules and regulations to her, as well as her main job content, etc. Lin Wei said with a big smile on her face, okay, Manager He. After explaining everything, He Xiaowen left. As soon as He Xiaowen left, Lin Wei immediately put away the smile on her face and replaced it with a different expression. She looked at Wu Xie with disdain. Then he said to another female colleague, Zhou Xiaodan, please arrange a seat for this new colleague and show her the company's rules and regulations. Okay, Sister Wei. After Lin Wei finished speaking, she crossed her arms over her chest and swaggered back to her desk. Wu Xie, right? You will sit in that seat from now on. Zhou Xiaodan pointed to an office desk for Wu Xie. Then he stuffed a copy of the company's rules and regulations into her hands and said perfunctorily, here are the company's rules and regulations. Take a look at them yourself. After saying that, he walked away without waiting for Wu Xie to say anything. Who is this? Is this how you treat new colleagues? Wu Xie felt that this department head and the female colleague in front of her were far inferior to the department manager He Xiaowen. Taking the rules and regulations, she went to the seat they assigned to her. To put it nicely, Zhou Xiaodan is Lin Wei's subordinate, but to put it bluntly, she is Lin Wei's follower. From Lin Wei's attitude just now, we can tell that she is unhappy with the newcomer Wu Xie, so she stands on the same front as Lin Wei and naturally did not give Wu Xie a good face. As for the fact that Wu Xie was hired by Su Zekin himself to work for Su Group, the people in the promotion department had no idea. Because Su Zekin didn't want others to think that Wu Xie was treated specially because she came in through his connections. After all, she is here to work, not to be a housewife. Not knowing the reason, Lin Wei didn't look at Wu Xie well on her first day at work. There are bad colleagues, and of course there are good ones. 3 other colleagues came to Wu Xie, 2 of them were female colleagues and 1 was a male colleague. Hello Xie, I'm Sun Jiechi, welcome to join our department. I'm Shen Jilin, welcome. I'm Chen Xiaohua, welcome. Hello, thank you. Wu Xie shook hands with the 3 of them one by one. Their enthusiasm made her feel that there were still good colleagues in this department. Xie, let's have lunch together at noon and we'll talk then. Now let's work first. You can take a look at the company's rules and regulations first. If you don't understand something, you can ask us. Sun Jiechi said. Okay. After introducing themselves, Sun Jiechi, Shen Jilin and Chen Xiaohua returned to their respective jobs. Now is working time, not the time to chat, otherwise if Lin Wei catches them slacking off, she will scold them again. After Wu Xie sat down at her seat, she carefully read the company's rules and regulations. Soon, it was time to get off work in the morning. Xiaodan, it's time to get off work, let's go eat. Lin Wei walked up to Zhou Xiaodan and said. Okay, Sister Wei. Zhou Xiaodan stopped the work in his hands and left the office with Lin Wei. They are the last ones to come to work and the first to leave work. Afterwards, Sun Jiechi, Shen Jilin and Chen Xiaohua came to Wu Xie's desk. Sun Jiechi, Xie, it's time to get off work, let's go eat. Yeah, okay. Wu Xie put down the information in her hand and left with them. By the way, are we going to a nearby restaurant for dinner? Wu Xie asked as they entered the elevator. Sun Jiechi said, no, the company has a staff cafeteria. We can just go to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor to eat. It's free. Free? So good? The company where Wu Xie worked before did not offer free lunch, so she had to pay for meals outside. So it's a little hard to believe when I hear that the company offers free lunch. But on second thought, it is normal for a large company like the Su Group to provide lunch for employees. After all, this is also a benefit for employees. Not only is it free, but we also hire 5-star chefs to prepare the food, which is much better than what many restaurants serve. Our young man Xiaohua came to work here just for the lunch. As he spoke, Shen Jilin started teasing Chen Xiaohua. Wu Xie was surprised that people came here to work just for the lunch. Chen Xiaohua was a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said, The braised spare ribs here are especially good, Sister Xie, you can try it later, it is definitely a taste you can't get outside. Chen Xiaohua just graduated from graduate school. He is 21 years old this year and is considered the youngest in the promotion department. So he usually calls them sisters. Wu Xie smiled and said, okay, after hearing what you said, I really want to taste it later. Chapter 49 You are prettier than her. A few minutes later. Wu Xie, Sun Jiechi, and a few others came to the staff cafeteria. After preparing the meal, I sat down at a table in a quiet corner of the cafeteria. Wu Xie tasted the braised spare ribs recommended by Chen Xiaohua. Then he said in amazement, well, this braised spare ribs is delicious. Xiaohua, your recommendation is indeed correct. In addition to braised spare ribs, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, salted duck, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, etc., they are all very good. Sister Xia, you can try them in the future, I guarantee you won't regret it. In addition to work, Chen Xiaohua is also quite knowledgeable about food and can be considered a real foodie. Okay. Hey, there are indeed a lot of delicious food here, but you really can't eat too much. After all, not everyone is like you, Xiaohua, who can eat as much as you want without gaining weight. I've been in the company for half a year, and I've already gained 18 kilograms, and my waist has become thicker. Shen Jilin touched her waist, feeling a little sad. She cares more about her figure, but when it comes to delicious food, she can't control her mouth. Jilin, you don't look that fat, so don't worry about it. Good health is the most important thing. Xia, don't you agree? Compared with obesity, Sun Jiechi pays more attention to physical health. Wu Xia nodded in agreement. That's right, a healthy body is our capital. As for the other things, don't care so much. By the way, the girl named Lin Wei today is our department manager, right? Why do I feel like she is biased against me? I shouldn't have offended her. It is normal for some people working in the same company to have conflicts after working together for a long time. But today, on her first day at work, she was treated like this by Lin Wei. Wu Xia felt confused and uncomfortable at the same time. So I would like to ask my colleagues what is going on. Sun Jiechi, that's right, Lin Wei is our department manager, and the one who arranged your seat is Zhou Xiaodan, who is also Lin Wei's follower. The two of them are like snakes and rats in the same nest. The reason why Lin Wei treated you like this today is not because you offended her, but because of your appearance. My appearance offends her, what do you mean? Wu Xia really didn't understand what Sun Jiechi said for a moment. What I mean is that you are prettier than her. Chen Xiaohua told Wu Xia directly. Yes, that's what Xiaohua meant. Xia, today is your first day at work, and you don't know what kind of person Lin Wei is. She is a person who is conceited about her beauty. As long as a woman is prettier than her and dresses better than her, she will be unhappy with others. To put it bluntly, she is jealous of others. And you have obviously become the target of her jealousy, so she is unhappy with you. They are unhappy now, but slowly they will target you at work. Shen Jilin told Wu Xie all this while eating. Speaking of this, our previous female colleague was prettier than Lin Wei, so Lin Wei deliberately framed her at work, and ended up resigning on her own. Sun Jiechi suddenly remembered this matter. Chen Xiaohua continued, it is because of this female colleague's departure that there is a vacancy in our promotion department, and now Sister Xie has just filled it. The female colleague before was not as pretty as Xie, but she was targeted by Lin Wei. Then Xie must be. Shen Jilin didn't say anything else. Because everyone knew what she wanted to say. Xie, I think Lin Wei will find ways to bully you next time, so you better be careful. Sun Jiechi reminded Wu Xie. Okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me this. But I have a question. Lin Wei is just a department manager. She deliberately targeted the new colleague. Isn't she afraid that others will report her to the higher-ups? It's useless to report her because Lin Wei has a strong backer behind her. It is precisely because of this backer that Lin Wei dares to act so recklessly. Sun Jiechi said. It is said that Lin Wei's backer is not only a senior executive of the group, but also a director of the group, and he is in a high position of power. However, I also heard a piece of news that Lin Wei has an unusual relationship with this senior director, and Lin Wei seems to be his mistress. Shen Jilin heard this gossip from a young lady at the lobby front desk not long ago. It's not surprising. For someone like Lin Wei, being someone else's mistress is a very normal thing. Sun Jiechi didn't doubt the authenticity of this gossip at all. Ladies and gentlemen, whether Lin Wei is someone else's mistress or a mistress, it has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our job well. Xiaohua is right. No matter what kind of person Lin Wei is, I, Wu Xia, will not be kicked out of the company by her so easily. Wu Xia had worked so hard to get a job at Su Group, so she naturally wouldn't be kicked out of the company easily. Besides, Lin Wei has a backer, and so does Wu Xia. No matter what, she was appreciated by Su Zekin and was personally hired to the Su Group. If Lin Wei went too far, she would go to Su Zekin and ask for justice for her. Come on Xia, I support you mentally. I support you, too. Sister Xia, come on. Sun Jiechi, Shen Jilin and Chen Xiaohua all gave Wu Xia spiritual support. Thank you, everyone, let's eat. At this time, Su Zekin and his assistant Su Hong also came to the cafeteria. The cafeteria for the upper floors is inside and you need to pass through the staff cafeteria. When the employees saw Su Zekin and Su Hong, they all greeted them. "Hello, President." "Hello, Assistant Su." "Hello, President." "Hello, Assistant Su." While Su Zekin was talking to Su Hong, he nodded and responded to everyone. When walking towards the high-rise cafeteria, Su Zekin saw Wu Siya who was eating. However, he had no intention of greeting her. He just glanced at her, looked straight ahead, and continued walking and talking to Su Hong. After Su Zekin withdrew his gaze, Wu Siya looked up and happened to see him and Su Hong walking through the cafeteria aisle. "Does Mr. Su, the president of our group, also eat in the employee cafeteria?" Wu Siya looked at Sun Jiaqi and the others and asked. "Yes. The group has 2 cafeterias, one for ordinary employees and one for senior executives. It's in front, where the senior executives eat. Our president and senior executives like special assistants who eat there." Sun Jiaqi pointed to the place in front and told Wu Siya. "But the president rarely eats in the cafeteria, maybe once or twice a week." Chapter 50. That's my forte. That's right. For a busy man like Mr. Su, coming to the cafeteria to eat twice a week is considered a lot. Wu Siya said casually. "Even if the president comes to eat in the cafeteria, the food will definitely be better than that in our employee cafeteria. It is said that the chef in their senior cafeteria is a 6-star chef. I have never eaten a 6-star dish in my life." Shen Jilin said with regret. "Sister Jilin, there's actually not much difference between what a 5-star chef and a 6-star chef make." "Xiaohua, so you have eaten dishes cooked by 6-star chefs?" "Yes, I have. Apart from work, Chen Xiaohua likes to go out for food when he has nothing to do. So it's not surprising at all to have eaten food prepared by a 6-star chef. He feels that some dishes made by 6-star chefs are not as delicious as street food." Hearing what you said, I'm not so excited about the dishes made by 6-star chefs. Hey, no matter whether it's prepared by a 5-star or 6-star chef, it's enough as long as you can fill your stomach. Let's eat quickly, otherwise we won't have time for a lunch break later. Sun Jiaqi reminded. Mingda Art College. After school and lunch, Wu Yu and Yang Hao made an appointment to meet at the same place as yesterday at noon. Wu Yu took out a very small chip. "This is a bug. Find a way to install it on your stepmother's phone. It's best to disassemble the phone and install it inside. This way it won't be easily discovered." "Can you disassemble the phone?" "Yes, disassembling things is my strong point. Disassembling a mobile phone is no problem at all. Yang Hao is a man with strong hands-on ability. When I have nothing to do, I like to play with Legos and disassemble some electronic products. The most disassembled device is the mobile phone. So it was not difficult for him to take apart the phone and put a small chip in it. It is estimated to be completed in a few minutes. Okay, install it as soon as possible and let me know when it's done." Wu Yu handed the chip to Yang Hao. Yang Hao took the chip and made an okay gesture. "I came home from school in the afternoon." Yang Hao found Lin Su as soon as possible. "Auntie, can I borrow your phone for a minute? I have an assignment that requires 2 phones to complete." "You want to use your cell phone? Well, I'll give it back to you right after I'm done. 10 minutes at most." "Auntie, is that okay?" Yang Hao spoke in a sincere manner, and would never let people think that he had ulterior motives in lending the phone. Lin Su didn't think much about it. She thought that Yang Hao wanted to borrow his phone just to complete his homework, so she readily took out her phone and gave it to Yang Hao. "Okay, Hao, take it and use it." Yang Hao took the phone with both hands, feeling a little excited. The first step of the plan was successful. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll return it to you as soon as I'm done." After thanking Lin Su, Yang Hao took his phone back to his room and locked the door. Then he took out his disassembly tools and started tinkering with Lin Su's phone. A few minutes later, the chip that Wu Yu gave him was successfully installed on Lin Su's mobile phone. After packing up his tools, Yang Hao went downstairs and returned the phone to Lin Su. "Auntie, I'm done using my phone, so I'll give it back to you." "So fast?" Lin Su said with a smile. "Well, I'm going to go back to my room to do other homework." "Okay, I'll call you after dinner." "Okay." Lin Su took back the phone and put it aside, not noticing anything unusual. Yang Hao returned to the room and called Wu Yu immediately. "Boss Yu, I have already installed the chip into my stepmother's phone. I didn't expect you to be so efficient. You finished it so quickly." "Of course I should. How can I be lazy in the task you assigned to me? Besides, it's something that concerns me personally. Okay, leave the rest to me. I will tell you as soon as there is any situation. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu turned on the computer and started typing on the keyboard with his small hands. In a short while, the monitoring of Lin Su's mobile phone and the recording were completed. Then he clapped his hands and muttered confidently, "Aren't you afraid that we won't find any evidence against you?" On the first day at work, Wu Xie did nothing but read the company's rules and regulations for the whole day. Of course, Lin Wei didn't bother her on the first day. But the next day, not long after she started work, Lin Wei came to Wu Xie and threw a document on her desk. With an oppressive tone, he said, "Wu Xie, take a good look at this document. Jada Food Factory is about to launch a new quarter's sales campaign. You should make a promotion plan based on their requirements. I want to see the promotion plan on my desk at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have to hand in the proposal tomorrow. Isn't that too rushed? I may not be able to finish it in one day. If you want to make a good promotion plan, you first need to understand the characteristics, advantages, etc. of the product, and then make a corresponding promotion plan based on its characteristics. This is not an easy task, nor can it be accomplished easily in a short period of time. Even if Lin Wei gave her one day, she might not be able to do it. Therefore, it is also true. If you can't do it, that's your problem. We in the Su Group have always emphasized work efficiency. I don't care if you work overtime today or all night, anyway, I want to see this plan by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I will think you are not suitable to stay in our promotion department. If that's the case, you might as well leave here early to avoid holding everyone back." Lin Wei's words were so sarcastic and mean, as if she wanted to drive people to death. But isn't this her purpose? Just as Sun Jiaqi and the others said yesterday, she disliked Wu Xie because she was prettier than her. So starting today, I couldn't wait to find fault with Wu Xie. Wu Xie naturally thought of this point as well. It is absolutely impossible to force Wu Xie away so easily. So he replied to Lin Wei, "Okay, one day is enough. I will come up with a promotion plan by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Very good. This project will be counted as your performance, so you have to work hard on it. Otherwise, you won't pass the assessment. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Lin Wei glanced at Wu Xie with contempt. "I hope you can really do it." Then he turned and left. Watching Lin Wei twisting her body and leaving, Wu Xie complained in her heart, "You are more stingy than Su Zekin. At least he gave me 2 days before, but you only gave me 1 day. Oh. Never mind. Now is not the time to complain. Just treat it as a challenge and do your best. Wu Xie, come on. This won't be a problem for you." After cheering herself up, Wu Xie opened the document that Lin Wei gave her and read it carefully. Chapter 51 Reasonable? Rational? 51 Reasonable? Rational? Wu Xie was busy all day long. Soon, it was time to get off work in the afternoon. But her plan was not yet completed, only 1/3 was left. Sun Jiaqi and a few others came over. "Xie, it's time to get off work. Have you finished your work?" Sun Jiaqi asked. "I'm still a little short, you guys go first." "Okay then, we'll go first, come on." "Xie, come on, you can do it. Come on, Sister Xie. We support you spiritually." Sun Jiaqi, Shen Jilin and Shen Xiaohuan knew that Lin Wei was deliberately making things difficult for Wu Xie. However, they could not help Wu Xie in this matter, for fear that Lin Wei would find out and cause trouble for Wu Xie. So they could only cheer her up and support her mentally. "I'll try my best, bye." After her colleagues left, Wu Xie continued to work hard. "We worked until 9 o'clock in the evening. It's finally done." Wu Xie stretched to relieve the fatigue of the whole day. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. "It's already 9 o'clock. It's so late. We have to leave quickly, or the subway will stop running soon." After quickly packing up her things, Wu Xie left the office. Walked to the company gate. It was raining moderately outside. Ah! Why is it raining? It looks like it's raining heavily, but I don't have an umbrella with me. Looking at the weather, the rain may not stop for a while. He raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch again. If we don't leave now, we might miss the subway. Well, let it rain, just go back and take a shower. Thinking of this, Wu Xie prepared to rush into the rain with a fearless attitude. But at this moment, a hand was placed on Wu Xie's shoulder. Wu Xie turned around and said, "Mr. Su, it's you. Are you also working overtime at the company?" "Well, I just finished my work and was about to go home. I saw you when I came downstairs. It's raining outside. Are you planning to rush out like this? Aren't you afraid of getting soaked?" "There's nothing I can do about it. I have to catch the subway, or else it will be too late and the subway will stop running. I didn't expect it to rain today, so I didn't bring an umbrella." As she spoke, Wu Xie raised her wrist again to check the time. "Mr. Su, it's getting late. I have to catch the subway, otherwise there will be no car to go back. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm leaving first." As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Xie was ready to rush into the rain again. As a result, Su Zekin grabbed her shoulders. She said, "You'll catch a cold if you go back in the rain. It's really late, and it's not safe for a girl like you to go home. Let me take you home." "You're sending me?" Wu Xie was a little shocked. The president of the Su Group wanted to send a small employee like her back home. This seems a little incredible. "Yes. You are my employee. For your safety, it is reasonable and logical for me to send you back." What Su Zekin said made sense, but in fact he had never sent any female employees home. Wu Xie is an exception, and the first one. Logically speaking, even if you are worried that it is not safe for a female employee to go home, you can let someone else do the task of sending her home. But today, that person is Wu Xie. Perhaps in his heart, he had a subtle feeling for Wu Xie, and it was this subtle feeling that made him unconsciously want to have more contact with her. Therefore, it is understandable to offer to send her home. Reasonable? Reasonable? Wu Xie stood there in a daze, muttering to herself, as if thinking about what Su Zekin said. Seeing that she didn't leave, he turned around and said, "Are you still not leaving? Don't you want to go home?" "Oh, here it comes." Wu Xie followed quickly. Someone drove her back so she could catch the subway. It would be a waste if you don't sit on it. As Su Zekin just said, it is reasonable and logical for the boss to send employees home. The two of them went to the parking lot together to pick up the car. When Su Zekin opened the driver's door and was about to get in the car, he saw Wu Xie standing there in a daze. Then he said, "Why don't you get in the car? Do you want me to open the door for you?" Wu Xie waved her hands hastily, "No, no. How could she, a small employee, dare to ask the big boss to open the car door for her personally? Then hurry up and get in the car." "Mr. Su, I want to ask, should I sit in the front or the back?" Wu Xie was thinking about this question just now. This is Su Zekin's private car. I wonder if it's appropriate to sit in the passenger seat. After all, she didn't know if Su Zekin had a girlfriend? Was this passenger seat his girlfriend's exclusive seat? If that was the case, it would definitely be inappropriate for her to sit on it now, and others might also mind. But if I sit in the back, would I mistake Su Zekin for the driver? I couldn't figure it out, so I had to ask Su Zekin directly. Su Zekin said bluntly, "Of course I sit in the front. If you sit in the back, you want me to be your driver." Wu Xie. It was just as she thought. Since Su Zekin said so, she had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. On the way to Wu Xie's house, the sky continued to drizzle with rain. The sound of raindrops hitting the car was like a beautiful melody. Inside the car, it seemed a little quiet. Su Zekin suddenly said, "It's only your second day at work, and you have to work overtime? Is someone trying to make things difficult for you?" Wu Xie really wanted to reply to him, "How did you know?" But she can't. On the second day after I started working, I reported on others, which is a bit mean. Besides, it's not like she can't handle it now, so there's really no need to say anything. No. I wanted to get familiar with the company's business as quickly as possible, so I stayed to learn. I didn't pay attention to the time, so I stayed up so late. Unable to tell the truth, Wu Xie had to lie. There's no rush for business. You can learn slowly. If you don't understand something, you can ask your manager and he will guide you. Anyway, you should go to get off work normally in the future. There's no need to work so late. It's always unsafe for a girl to go home too late. This was the first time Su Zekin asked employees not to work overtime. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. I will pay attention to it in the future. By the way, Mr. Su, just to ask you something gossipy. You are the big boss of the company, why do you have to work overtime? In Wu Xiye's subconscious mind, she thought that a big boss like Su Zekin should be very comfortable. After all, there are so many highly educated and capable people in the group working for him, so he doesn't need to worry. Dear friends, please use your lucky hands and give a 5-star rating. Thank you for your support. Chapter 52 I Don't Mind. It's true that I'm the boss. Do you think being a boss is enough? That's what I have to do. And what I have to do is far more than you can imagine. Many major decisions of the company require me to make decisions. Many key factors such as investment, development, and later planning of new projects must be controlled by me. And, in a word, if I sit in my position, I must be responsible to the public, to the employees of the group, and even more to the shareholders. If ordinary people asked, Su Zekin would not tell others these. But now that Wu Xiye asked, he said so much unconsciously. After listening to Su Zekin's words, Wu Xiye really wanted to say, it seems that being a big boss is not that easy. Fortunately, she was not destined to be a boss, otherwise she would really collapse if she had to deal with so many things. Mr. Su, you are such a good boss. Wu Xiye gave a thumbs up and praised Su Zekin. She didn't dare to say anything else, but based on Su Zekin's responsible attitude, he is a good boss. Thank you for the compliment, I'm just doing my job well. As the two chatted, they arrived near Wu Xiye's rental house. Mr. Su, have you had dinner? Wu Xiye was busy from the afternoon until 9 o'clock and didn't even have time to eat dinner. At this moment, my stomach is growling with hunger. I haven't eaten yet. Su Zekin was so busy that he didn't even have dinner. I haven't eaten yet. There's a noodle shop nearby that serves delicious noodles. If you don't mind, I'll treat you to some noodles as a thank you for sending me back. Okay, I don't mind. At this time, Su Zekin was also hungry. It's a good opportunity to try the noodles that Wu Xiye mentioned. Are they really delicious? After parking the car, Wu Xiye took Su Zekin to the noodle restaurant she often went to. At this time, the noodle shop was empty and few people were eating noodles. Seeing a customer coming, the noodle shop owner who was cleaning the table shouted enthusiastically, "Welcome, what would you like to eat?" Then he brought tea to Wu Xiye and Su Zekin. Wu Xiye often comes here to eat noodles, so the owner of the noodle shop recognized her at a glance. "Girl, it's you. Are you bringing your boyfriend here to eat noodles today?" said the noodle shop owner with a smile. "This is my boss, not my boyfriend. Boss Chen, please don't get me wrong. So it's the boss, not the boyfriend. I misunderstood. Sorry. But you two look like a good couple. Maybe in the future." The noodle shop owner's words became more and more outrageous, and Wu Xiye quickly stopped him from continuing. "Boss Chen, we are hungry, please place an order for us quickly." The noodle shop owner wisely changed the subject. "Okay, do you want beef noodles today?" "Yes, 2 bowls of signature beef noodles." "Okay, please wait a moment, the noodles will be ready soon." The noodle shop owner went into the kitchen to cook noodles immediately. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. The owner of this noodle shop likes to joke around. Please don't mind it." Wu Xiye was referring to the noodle shop owner saying that they looked like a couple. To be honest, she didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Su Zekin is the president of Su Group and the richest man. But she is just an ordinary person and a single mother. Buying a big thing and getting a small one for free is something that many men cannot accept, let alone a big shot like Su Zekin. Therefore, even if she wants to find a partner in the future, it will never be someone like Su Zekin. She never thought that the noodle shop owner would play a joke on them like this. Afraid that Su Zekin would mind, she quickly apologized to him. Su Zekin curved his lips slightly and said, "It's okay, I don't mind." Somehow, he didn't feel disgusted at all about what the noodle shop owner had just said. On the contrary, there is a subtle feeling in my heart, as if I am expecting something. Soon, the noodle shop owner came over with 2 bowls of hot noodles. "Here you go, my dear friends, our signature beef noodles are here. Please enjoy them." "Okay, thank you, Boss Chen." "Wow, it smells so good. Mr. Su, eat it while it's hot. This beef noodles is delicious." As she spoke, Wu Xiye picked up the chopsticks and started slurping. She was really hungry. After taking 2 bites, I found that Su Zekin didn't move his chopsticks, but stared straight at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Seeing this, Wu Xie stopped and asked, Mr. Su, why don't you eat? Is there any problem? Su Zekken then pointed at the coriander in the bowl. I don't eat this. Ah? Don't you eat coriander? Coriander is the soul of beef noodles, it smells so good. It doesn't smell good at all, it's really smelly, I won't eat it anyway. People who like to eat coriander think it smells good, but people who don't like it think it smells bad. Su Zekken looked at the coriander in the bowl with a look of disgust, which made Wu Xie think of her daughter Wu Yu, who also didn't like coriander. Every time I see coriander, I look disgusted and pinch my nose with my hands, saying, it stinks, it's killing me. This is not coriander, it's obviously stinky. The person who named it must have a rusty sense of smell, so he can't tell the difference between fragrance and odor. At that moment, she actually felt that Wu Yu and Su Zekken were a bit similar. But soon, my thoughts were pulled back by reason. Wu Xie, what are you thinking about? They just don't like eating coriander. There are many people who don't like eating coriander. Seeing Su Zekken staring at the bowl of noodles with a stubborn look on his face, she knew that he would definitely not eat it as long as the coriander was still there. So he took another pair of chopsticks and carefully picked out the coriander from the bowl. Since you don't eat cilantro, let me pick it out for you. Looking at Wu Xie carefully picking coriander for him, Su Zekken had an indescribable feeling. After a while, Wu Xie picked out all the coriander in the bowl. Hand him the other pair of chopsticks. Mr. Su, there's no more cilantro. Please eat quickly, or the noodles will get cold and won't taste good. Su Zekken took the chopsticks, picked up the noodles and took a bite. How is it? Is it delicious? It's just so-so. It can be seen that Wu Xie was looking at him expectantly, and Su Zekken nodded for some reason. It's delicious. See, I didn't introduce it wrong, did I? It's really delicious. Mr. Su, please eat more. If it's not enough, we can order more. As Wu Xie spoke, she smiled proudly, as if what she recommended was recognized by the other party. After saying that, she continued eating her noodles. Su Zekken, who was sitting opposite her, felt happy when he saw her happy face. When I took the second bite of noodles, I actually thought it tasted pretty good. Chapter 53. I'll bear with you for now. After eating the noodles, the two people came out of the noodle shop. Mr. Su, let me go with you to get the car. Good. Wu Xie's rental house is nearby, she can just walk back by herself. But thinking that Su Zekken was not familiar with this area, and worried that he would not be able to find the way to get the car, I thought of accompanying him to where we parked the car, and then going home myself. They walked forward and soon arrived at the place where they first met. That was the time when Wu Xie mistook Su Zekken for a thief. Su Zekken still remembers what happened at that time very clearly. After all, it was the first time in his life that he was mistaken for a thief. Wu Xie, can I ask you a question? Okay, Mr. Su, you ask. Why did you think I was a thief last time? Do I really look like a thief? Boss Su, it's been so long since this happened. You wouldn't want to bring up the past now, would you? If it were before, she really wouldn't dare to ask Su Zekken like this. But now, I feel that he is a very easy person to get along with, so I am not so reserved anymore. I don't want to bring up the past. I just want to know what you were thinking at that time. Somehow, when I think of this incident, I really want to know what Wu Xie was thinking at that time. Since you want to know, just ask directly. Okay, I'll tell you then. Actually, when I caught you and saw you clearly, I began to doubt the person whose property was stolen. Was he wrong? No matter how I looked at you, you didn't look like a thief. But when I heard you call me big sister, I felt uncomfortable and immediately concluded that you were a thief. So, it was because of this sentence, big sister, that you wanted to take revenge on me, right? You can't blame me for this. Women are more concerned about how they address you. I'm so young, but you call me elder sister. How can I feel comfortable? Of course I have to take revenge on you. Ha, I didn't realize you have such a strong desire for revenge. At this moment Su Zekken finally understood that it was because of his unintentional word sister that Wu Xie pinned the label of thief on his head. So it seems that it is still his fault. Mr. Su, if we talk about revenge, you are not to be outdone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bullied me on the previous project, right? You are right. I admit that I am indeed a vengeful person. He had already said this the last time we were on the golf course. So we are each other. Su Zekken smiled again. Speaking of which, the two of them are quite destined to be together. At the beginning, the two people met because of a misunderstanding and thought they would never meet again. As a result, work brought them together again and they now have a boss and employee relationship. Maybe in the end, the relationship will even become like what the noodle shop owner said. But it seems too early to say this now. After all, they haven't thought about that aspect yet. As they chatted, the two walked to the parking lot. "Mr. Su, thank you for sending me back. You should go back and rest early. Be careful on the road. How about I take you downstairs to your house? It's so late now, and it's not safe for a girl like you." "No, my home is just a few hundred meters ahead. There will be no danger. You should go back early. Bye." After waving goodbye to Su Zekin, Wu Siye walked straight towards home. Looking at Wu Siye's departing back, Su Zekin said nothing more and got into the car and left. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Wu Siye came to Lin Wei's desk with the promotion plan that she had worked overtime on yesterday. "Manager Lin, this is the promotion plan you asked me to make yesterday. Can you take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be modified?" Wow! She actually made it. This surprised Lin Wei. I originally thought that Wu Siye would not be able to do it in one day. Then, I could find all kinds of reasons to cause trouble for her. Now that it has been done, let's let her go for now. Okay, leave it here. I'll look at it some other time when I have time. He spoke in an indifferent tone and didn't even look at Wu Siye. Some other day? Didn't you say you were in a hurry? Just because she said she was in a hurry and asked me to finish it within one day, she worked overtime yesterday to finish it. Now that it's done and I asked her to see it, she actually said she could show it to me another day when she has time. This made Wu Siye unable to hold back. It was quite a rush yesterday, but now, it's not so rushed anymore. Lin Wei said this with a nonchalant look on her face, one that really made people want to slap her in the face. Wu Siye really wanted to lose her temper, but driven by reason, she held back. After all, she had only been working for a few days and she had already contradicted her boss. Not only would this give Lin Wei the opportunity to take revenge, but she would also be the target of gossip. It does her no good at all. So now, I can only endure it. Trying to force a smile, he asked, "Then I wonder when Director Lin will be free to watch it?" This project counts as her performance appraisal, and it must wait for Lin Wei to pass it before it can be submitted to the department manager for review. Only after the department manager reviews and approves it, her assessment performance will be considered completed. Therefore, Wu Siye was still quite anxious. "Well, I can't say for sure. I'm the head of the department, and there are many things waiting for me to deal with. Do you think you have so much free time?" "Okay, go back and wait. I'll show you when I have time. Then please ask Manager Lin to take some time to take a look." The moment she turned around, the smile Wu Siye had tried so hard to force came to an abrupt end. And muttered in his heart, "Okay, I will bear with you for now. It is definitely not possible not to be merciful. After all, she is still in the company and has not yet established herself. She cannot afford to offend anyone easily." Lin Wei glanced at Wu Siye's back. He said proudly, "Just wait for me. Go back to your desk and sit down." With no other tasks to do, Wu Siye seemed a little bored. So I turned on my computer and looked through the cases that the company had completed in the past. Learn and gain experience at the same time. The other side. At Mingda Art College. After school at noon, Yang Hao had just come out of the cafeteria after lunch when the man came to find him. Because today is the day to hand over money to men. Seeing the man, Yang Hao followed him as usual and came to a corner of the campus. "Master Yang Hao, what day is today?" "I don't need to say more. Hurry up and don't waste everyone's time." The man didn't beat around the bush and simply spread out his hands, motioning Yang Hao to take out the money. "Dear friends, please continue to ask for good reviews. Chapter 54, otherwise I'll make you look good." "No." Yang Hao replied directly. If it were before, he would take out the money and give it to the man without waiting for him to ask. But now, there is no need to give it. Yang Hao's abnormal attitude made the man a little unbelievable, and he even suspected that he had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "I said no. From now on, I will not give you a penny, and I will not ask my classmates for any sponsorship money." Every word Yang Hao spoke was sonorous, and there was not the slightest hesitation in his tone. "You won't give me money?" Yang Hao, have you forgotten that I have the evidence against you? Aren't you afraid that I will post the video online? The man didn't know why Yang Hao was acting so abnormal today, and tried to remind him with the video incident. Don't try to threaten me with the video anymore. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid now. Just post the video online. Before this, he wasn't afraid of men posting videos online. But now, he has Boss Yu to help him, so there is no need to be afraid anymore. Just stand up to the man and let him know that you are no longer the soft persimmon that he can bully. The man couldn't accept Yang Hao's resistance, so he stretched out a hand and put it on Yang Hao's shoulder. He threatened him while exerting force. You are so arrogant today. Let me tell you, if you don't give me the money today, I will post this video online. Not only will you be ruined, but your Yang family will also suffer. Don't regret it when that happens. After listening to his nonsense, Yang Hao shook off his hand on his shoulder. Regret? Yang Hao sneered and continued, you extorted 20,000 yuan from me before. I advise you to return the money to me immediately, otherwise you will be the one who regrets it. Hearing this, the man burst into laughter. Did I hear you right? You actually want me to pay you back? That's really funny. Not to mention the money, I've already spent it all. Even if I had it back, I can't possibly pay it back to you. But I'll give you one more chance, just give me the money now, otherwise, the man said with a grim face. Facing the scary-looking man, Yang Hao was not afraid at all. Instead, he asked playfully, what else? Otherwise I'll make you look good. Okay, come on. I want to see how you make me look good. Yang Hao pushed forward with his whole body, pressing his fat, round belly against the man, not showing any fear at all from the man's threat. His worrying made the man feel overwhelmed. In fact, the man at this moment did not dare to do anything to Yang Hao. After all, this is in school. As long as Yang Hao shouts, he can instantly attract a lot of people's attention. By that time, he would be in trouble. Seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage, the man could only say something cruel. Wait for me, kid. I'll settle the score with you later. After that, he left in a hurry. You want to settle the score with me? Okay, I'll wait for you. As she said this, she stuck out her tongue at the man's back. I had been crushed by men before, but now I'm fighting back, and I feel a sense of pleasure in defeating the enemy. In short, just one word, awesome. After the man left, Yang Hao called Wu Yu first. Boss Yu, that man really came to see me today. So did you do as I told you? Of course, I confronted him until he was speechless, and he had no choice but to run away after saying those harsh words. Very good. If this man is really in cahoots with your stepmother, then he will definitely tell your stepmother what happened today as soon as possible. We just need to wait and see. Wu Yu said this with a confident smile. Sure enough, after the man left, he found an empty corner and called Lin Su immediately to tell her what had happened. What's going on? Why would Yang Hao suddenly say he won't give you money? When Lin Su, who was on the other end of the phone, heard what the man said, her first reaction was, how could this happen so suddenly? I don't know. When I asked him for money, he refused me right away. Then I threatened him that if he didn't give me the money, I would post his photos online and ruin his reputation. But he was not afraid at all. He even asked me to return the money I had extorted from him, or I would regret it. Yang Hao actually said this. Does he know something? Lin Su wondered whether Yang Hao knew about the stationery store in the video, and whether someone had deliberately framed him. That shouldn't be the case. Miss Lin, you have arranged this matter so carefully, there is no way he would know about it. That's true. If he knew, there's no way he wouldn't tell his father about it. Given Yang Wenfeng's love for Yang Hao, if he knew about what Yang Hao did in the stationery store, he would definitely start investigating immediately and would not give up until he got a result. Now everything at home is peaceful and quiet, obviously nothing has happened. Ms. Lin, what should I do next? Should I continue to blackmail Yang Hao? Now he's not even afraid that you'll post the video online, so how can you threaten and blackmail him? Man. Lin Su continued, don't do anything for now. Let me think about what to do next. When I need you to help, I will find you again. That's it. After saying that, Lin Su hung up the phone. The man let out a long sigh. He knew that he had become Lin Su's abandoned child. After hanging up the phone, Lin Su paced back and forth in the room restlessly, feeling uneasy all the time. Originally, all these things were part of her plan, and everything was going quite smoothly. First, they used the stationery store incident to frame Yang Hao as a thief, and then arranged for people to threaten and blackmail him, forcing him to blackmail his classmates in order to pay hush money, thus turning him into a bad student and a bad boy. In this case, Yang Wenfeng will gradually become disappointed with his son. As for his physical condition, he used drugs to slowly destroy Yang Hao's body, and eventually he suffered a sudden cardiac death. Once Yang Hao dies, Yang Wenfeng will lose his only heir. After Yang Hao's death, the next person she had to deal with was Yang Wenfeng. She is Yang Wenfeng's legal wife. As long as Yang Wenfeng dies, the huge property of the Yang family will be inherited by her as his legal wife. Just as Wu Yu guessed, this vicious woman wanted all the Yang family's property. For Lin Su, Yang Hao is the biggest stumbling block to her inheritance of the property, so she must get rid of him as soon as possible. Yang Hao's sudden change disrupted her original plan. The most urgent task now is to find out whether Yang Hao knows something, which is why there is such a sudden change. Chapter 55. I've always kept it in mind. In the afternoon, Yang Hao returned home from school. Lin Su immediately brought a plate of snacks and came to Yang Hao to show her courtesy. Hao is back. Are you hungry? This is the snack that Grandma Zhang made this afternoon. Why don't you eat some first to fill your stomach? Dinner won't be ready soon. Auntie, I'm not hungry now, so I won't eat this. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat at dinner later. No matter whether he was hungry or not, he didn't dare to eat what Lin Su brought him. Although it was made by Grandma Zhang, but it went through Lin Su's hands. Who knows if she put drugs in the snacks? If she wanted to poison him, I don't think she would dare to do it, because if she poisoned him to death directly, she would definitely be held responsible. But it's hard to say whether to add a few more ingredients into it. After all, it's not like she hasn't done such a thing before. Okay, then let's eat later. Yang Hao didn't want to eat, and Lin Su didn't force him. After all, she didn't add anything to the snacks, so there was no need to force him to eat. Well, I'll go back to my room first. Hao. Seeing Yang Hao was about to leave, Lin Su hurriedly stopped him. Yang Hao turned to look at her and asked, Auntie, is there anything else? Yes, Auntie has something I want to ask you. Okay, Auntie, what do you want to ask? Auntie just wants to ask you, has anything special happened in school recently? Something special? I don't know what you mean, Auntie. Can you explain it more clearly? Yang Hao roughly guessed what Lin Su wanted to ask, but he was just pretending to be stupid. Hao, first of all, I want to say sorry to you. Your father gave you to me to take care of, but I didn't take good care of you. I'm really sorry. Lin Su said this with a guilty look on her face, as if she had really done something wrong to Yang Hao. Before knowing her true face, Yang Hao might have thought that she was expressing her true feelings. But now, if you still can't tell that she is acting, then it would be a waste of Boss Yu's help to him. Well, you want to act, right? Then he will act with her. Auntie, you have always been very nice to me, why are you saying sorry to me? What happened today? Did something happen? Nothing happened. I was watching TV today and accidentally saw a case of school bullying. It suddenly occurred to me that I had not paid enough attention to your school life. When I thought of this, I felt very sorry for you. I see. So Auntie is worried that I'll be bullied at school, right? Lin Suji nodded. Hao, since your father has entrusted you to my care, I have to be responsible for you. No matter what, I am married to your father, and I am your legal mother. Even if you refuse to call me mom, I have always regarded you as my son. Humph. Treating me as your son sounds better than singing. If you really treat me as your son, you wouldn't try every possible way to harm me. You, woman, are truly vicious. Yang Hao muttered in his heart. If it wasn't time for a falling out, he really wanted to expose her directly. Auntie, I know this. I will always remember your kindness to me. It's not just remembered in mind, but engraved in the heart. Hao, thank you. Auntie just wants to tell you that if you encounter any problems at school, whether you are bullied or blackmailed, you can tell Auntie immediately. Auntie will definitely help you deal with it as soon as possible and will never let you suffer any injustice. After talking in a roundabout way for so long, Lin Su finally got to the point. After listening to so much, Yang Hao also got to the point. I've said so much, just to know why I suddenly rejected the blackmailer today. What's going on? Tell you, I asked you to help me solve it? Do you really think I, Yang Hao, am a fool who can be fooled so easily? It was you who had people blackmail me, and now you are pretending to be the Virgin Mary. You are such a hypocritical woman. You are disgusting. Yang Hao secretly cursed Lin Su in his heart. Then he said calmly, Auntie, don't worry, I'm doing fine in school. No one bullies me, and no one blackmails me. After all, my dad is the president of the Yang Group, and they are trying too hard to curry favor with me. So, Auntie, you really don't have to worry about me. That's good. It seems that Auntie is overthinking. Anyway, remember, no matter what happens in the future, you can tell Auntie, understand? Yang Hao raised his head, okay, Auntie, I got it. If I really encounter something that I can't solve, I will tell you the first time. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the room first and come down for dinner later. Okay, go ahead. I'll call you after dinner. Lin Su said with a kind smile. But just as Yang Hao turned around and went upstairs, the smile on her face suddenly stopped. Through the communication just now, Lin Su came to a conclusion. That is, Yang Hao did not trust her very much, so he did not say a word about school matters. There is one thing that is certain. Yang Hao probably doesn't know that she is the mastermind behind the whole thing. Otherwise, he would definitely go to Yang Wenfang and expose her as soon as possible. So now, she has nothing to worry about. But next, we have to slow down our efforts to deal with Yang Hao. And we have to think carefully about how to do it so that it is watertight. When Wu Yu got home, he ran back to his room and turned on his computer. After some operations, useful information was soon heard in the monitoring system. Two little hands tapped on the keyboard, and in a short while, they had captured those useful recordings. Then, he called Yang Hao to answer the phone. At this time, Yang Hao just returned to the room and took off his school bag. When I saw Wu Yu's call, I pressed the answer button immediately. Hey, boss Yo-Yo. Yang Hao, just as we guessed, that man really went to your stepmother to tell her about what happened today. I intercepted the recording of their conversation and will send it to your phone later. Okay. Boss Yu, do you know? My stepmother talked to me as soon as I came back. She said she was sorry for not taking good care of me. She also said that she saw a story about school bullying while watching TV today, so she wanted to ask me about my situation at school. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to find out about the man who blackmailed me. Well, this is normal. Something has happened, so she naturally wants to understand the situation and think of a way to deal with it. Your stepmother is a very cunning person. Chapter 56. I hope he is just being overly suspicious. This woman is not only cunning, but also very vicious. But I'm not stupid. When she asked me, I pretended to be indifferent and said nothing. Before, Yang Hao might have had some respect for Lin Su, but now, all he had left was disgust and hatred. This kind of woman, for money, could actually attack a 7-year-old child. She really has no bottom line at all. It's right for you to say nothing, but then your stepmother will know that you don't trust her, so you tell her everything. And with her personality, she will not stop there. She may already be plotting how to deal with you next. I'm not afraid of her. Now that I have these recordings, I will tell my dad directly and ask him to deal with this bad woman. With the leverage over Lin Su, Yang Hao felt completely confident. Yang Hao, I think we should not rush this matter. Although we have the recording now, the amount of information in the recording is still not enough. I just listened to the recording, and it only said that the man used the video to threaten and blackmail you, but the content of the video did not mention it, nor did it say that your stepmother was the mastermind behind it. So if you take this recording to your father, he might be confused. Besides, if your stepmother plays dumb and says she doesn't know anything about the video, we can't do anything to her. Will you analyze the situation to Yang Hao in detail? After listening to this, Yang Hao also felt that it made sense. Boss Yu, you're right. I oversimplified things. So what do you think we should do next? If you want to defeat her completely, you must find evidence that is fatal to her. By the way, does she still make that soup for you? Well, she would make that soup for me every day. But I listened to your instructions and stopped drinking her soup. I would secretly pour it into the toilet every time. I have thought of a way to deal with her, but Yang Hao, you will have to make a sacrifice next. Ah. Thinking about what was going to happen next, a cunning smile appeared on Wu Yu's face. 2 days later. School is over in the afternoon. As Yang Hao walked out of the school gate, he saw his father Yang Wenfang and ran towards him immediately. Then he shouted breathlessly, "Dad." Seeing this, Yang Wenfang asked with concern, why are you out of breath? Are you okay? Yang Hao waved his hands and said even more breathlessly, "Dad, I'm fine." It may be because I'm fat now, and it's hard for me to walk, and I'm prone to shortness of breath. Yes, Howard, Dad thinks you are really a lot fatter than before. In the past, Yang Wenfeng never thought that Yang Hao was fat. But since the second half of this year, my first impression every time I see him is that he has gained weight again. Yes, maybe it's because I had a good appetite after drinking the soup Aunt Lin made for me. I ate a lot and naturally my weight kept rising. But there is one bad thing. The soup tastes good, but after drinking it, I feel a heavy burden on my body. Not only do I get tired easily, but if I walk a little faster, I will be out of breath. Yang Hao said these words deliberately for Yang Wenfeng to hear. After listening to this, Yang Wenfeng looked solemn and thoughtful. But soon, calm was restored. Said, Howard, let's go home first. Yeah, okay. Usually, Yang Hao is picked up and dropped off to school by the family driver. The reason why Yang Wenfeng came to pick him up today was because Yang Hao called him after school at noon. She said she hadn't seen him for a long time and missed him very much, and hoped he could come and pick her up from school today. Yang Wenfeng was usually busy with work and often neglected Yang Hao. Now that his son had made this request today, he naturally had to satisfy him. When Lin Su returned home, she saw the father and son coming back together, so she asked casually, "What a coincidence that you came back together today." Yang Hao said, "Auntie, it's not such a coincidence, but my dad went to pick me up from school, and then we came back together." "Did your father pick you up?" Lin Su seemed surprised by this. "Oh, I happened to be working near Howard's school this afternoon. After I finished my work, I looked at the time and it was Howard's time to get out of school, so I went over to pick him up and go home together." Yang Wenfeng did not tell Lin Su that it was Yang Hao who called him at noon and asked him to pick him up after school. When Yang Hao heard his father's explanation, he was secretly delighted. It seemed that what he had just said had worked. My father had doubts about Lin Su, otherwise he would not have lied to her. By the way, Lin Su, I heard from Howard that the soup you often make for him is delicious. I happen to be having dinner at home tonight, and I also want to try the soup you make. What Yang Hao said did arouse Yang Wenfeng's suspicion. So he decided to try the soup himself to see if there was anything wrong. When Lin Su heard Yang Wenfeng say he wanted to taste the soup, she was shocked. You know, this soup was specially prepared by her for Yang Hao. Now Yang Wenfeng suddenly said he wanted to drink. Did Yang Hao say something to him that aroused his suspicion? But logically speaking, Yang Hao should not know the secret of this soup. Otherwise, I wouldn't he say it's delicious every time and drink up all the soup. It seems that she was overthinking it and it might not be what she thought. Maybe Yang Wenfeng just heard Yang Hao say that it tasted good, so he wanted to try it. Tonight, she did make soup for Yang Hao again. Since Yang Wenfeng wants to try it, let him try it. Anyway, she didn't add anything to the soup she made tonight, so there wouldn't be anything wrong with it. Ever since what happened 2 days ago, she planned to take it easy in dealing with Yang Hao. Therefore, the soups I made for him these 2 days were all normal and did not contain any harmful medicinal ingredients. But even if she added it, Yang Wenfeng would definitely not be able to taste it, because the extra herb she added was colorless and tasteless. Adding it or not would not have any effect on the taste of the soup itself. Besides, that medicinal ingredient will only be effective if taken for a long time. Drinking it only once or half a time will have no effect. So she didn't panic. He smiled and said, "Okay, then you must taste it carefully later. This soup has many benefits. If you think it tastes good, I will make more for you to drink when you come back in the evening." "Okay, I'll definitely try it." When talking about tasting the soup, Yang Wenfeng carefully observed the expression on Lin Su's face, but did not find anything unusual about her. Did she hide it too well, or was he overthinking it? Howard was feeling unwell simply because he ate too much and gained weight quickly. I hope he is just overthinking it. Chapter 57. My stomach hurts. Soon, it was time for dinner. Lin Su brought out the soup she had prepared and served a bowl to Yang Wenfeng and Yang Hao respectively. "Wenfeng, try it carefully and see how it tastes." "Good. Auntie's cooking skills are really good. This soup is really delicious. I drink it every day and never get tired of it." Yang Hao drank the soup in big gulps, showing his love and desire for the soup. While drinking, he did not forget to praise Lin Su. Lin Su had a kind face and said with a kind smile, "Howard, as long as you like it." "Well, it tastes so good, of course I like it. I've finished my drink. I want more." Yang Hao quickly finished a bowl of soup, then handed the bowl over and said he wanted to drink it. "Okay, Auntie will help you serve it." Lin Su took Yang Hao's bowl and served him a second bowl. Seeing Yang Hao drinking the soup so happily, Yang Wenfeng felt that there should be nothing wrong with it. He picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful and was about to drink it. Then Yang Hao shouted, "Oh, my stomach hurts." Yang Wenfeng looked over and saw Yang Hao taking the second bowl of soup prepared by Lin Sushing with one hand and covering his stomach with the other hand. Then, Yang Hao knocked over the bowl of soup and covered his stomach with both hands. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and beads of sweat the size of beans slid down both sides of his cheeks. It can be seen that he is feeling very uncomfortable now. Seeing this, Yang Wenfeng immediately came to Yang Hao and asked anxiously, "Hao, what's wrong with you?" Yang Hao said uncomfortably, "Dad, my stomach hurts so much." After saying this with difficulty, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Yang Hao's mouth, and then he fainted. "Hao, don't scare Daddy. Lao Lu, prepare the car and go to the hospital." Yang Wenfeng was frightened and picked up Yang Hao and walked out of the villa. Lin Su was also stunned by this sudden scene and had no idea what was going on. By the time she reacted and chased after him, Yang Wenfeng's car had already left. Something like this happened to Yang Hao, and as his stepmother, she couldn't just pretend nothing happened. She had to go to the hospital with him. So he asked another driver in the family to drive her there. Soon, Yang Hao was sent to the emergency room of the city center hospital for emergency treatment. Yang Wenfeng stood outside the emergency room waiting. He was so anxious that he kept walking back and forth at the door. He kept repeating, "Hao, you must not get into any trouble. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to your dead mother? Ancestors of the Yang family, please show your power and make sure Hao is safe and sound." Half an hour later, the lights in the emergency room went out and the doctor came out. Yang Wenfeng immediately stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, how is my son?" "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, young Master Yang Hao is fine now." Hearing this, Yang Wenfeng's heart finally settled down. As long as his Hao is fine. "Doctor, why is my son vomiting blood for no reason?" "According to my examination, Master Yang Hao must have been taking a medicinal herb called Meiji for a long time in recent months, which caused gastrointestinal discomfort and blood attack on the heart, so he vomited blood." Note, this herb called Meiji is purely fictional and was randomly chosen to facilitate the development of the plot. Meiji? What is that? Yang Wenfeng doesn't know anything about these Chinese medicinal herbs. It is a Chinese herbal medicine that can be used to make soup and as a dietary therapy. Speaking of making soup, Yang Wenfeng remembered what Yang Hao said, that after drinking the soup made by Aunt Lin, his appetite was particularly good. "Doctor, I want to ask, will drinking this Chinese herbal medicine soup improve my appetite?" Yes, this week she does have the effect of improving appetite and can make people have a good appetite, but this herb is not suitable for long-term consumption. Especially for children, if they consume it for a long time, they will have the same condition as young Master Yang Hao. In mild cases, they will suffer from general fatigue, gastrointestinal discomfort, or even vomiting blood. In severe cases, they will die suddenly, or even have a sudden cardiac death. In a word, the consequences are serious. Hearing what the doctor said, Yang Wenfeng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Thinking of Yang Hao's condition just now, he hurriedly asked, "Doctor, is my son's condition serious now? Can his body be restored to health?" "Boss Yang, I'll tell you the truth. Young Master Yang Hao's current condition is not serious, but it's not hopeless. But it's not serious either. He's already vomiting blood, so it still needs to be taken seriously. From now on, you must not drink the soup made by Meiji, otherwise what will be the consequences? I really can't guarantee it." As for young Master Yang Hao's health, it was discovered in time, and he can still recover, but it will take a longer time. As long as he can recover, doctor, I hope you can take care of my son's health in the future. I will be very grateful. Mr. Yang, you are too kind. Treating illnesses and saving lives is our duty as doctors. Don't worry, I will do my best to help young Master Yang Hao recover. With the doctor's words, Yang Wenfeng felt more at ease. Then I'll take care of everything. Yang Wenfeng said with his hands clasped together. Yes. Young Master Yang Hao will be transferred to the general ward in a while. Given his current condition, it is recommended that he stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation. He can be discharged if there is no problem. Okay, I'll follow the doctor's instructions. After explaining everything clearly, the doctor left. Meiji? Long-term use? Dad, after drinking the soup made by Auntie, my appetite has improved significantly. But the downside is that my body is burdened and I get tired easily. I often get out of breath when I walk. Could it be that Howard has become like this? Is it really related to Lin Su? Thinking of what the doctor in Yang Hao had said, Yang Wenfeng couldn't help but doubt Lin Su. No, he must investigate this matter thoroughly. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hi, I want you to help me investigate something, the sooner the better. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wenfeng muttered to himself, Lin Su, this matter had better have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Lin Su, who was sitting in the car, suddenly sneezed. The uneasiness in her heart suddenly swept through every pore of her body. When she caught up, she happened to encounter a traffic jam, so she hasn't arrived at the hospital yet. As for Yang Hao's sudden vomiting of blood, I still couldn't figure out what was going on along the way. But what scared her now was that Yang Hao vomited blood and fainted because he drank the soup she made. Would Yang Wenfeng think that there was something wrong with the soup she made? There was no way to guess, so she could only go to the hospital to see what was going on. Chapter 58 Food Poisoning. After a while, Yang Hao was pushed out of the emergency room and transferred to the ordinary VIP ward. Yang Wenfeng followed. Not long after arriving at the ordinary VIP ward, Yang Hao woke up. Dad, where are we? This was the first sentence Yang Hao asked after opening his eyes. Yang Wenfeng helped Yang Hao sit up and said, This is the hospital. You just vomited blood and fainted at home. Howard, how do you feel now? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Yang Hao shook his head, Dad, I'm fine. Howard, Daddy has a few questions for you now. You must tell Daddy the truth, understand? All along, he saw that Yang Hao and Lin Su got along well, so he never asked Yang Hao what he thought of Lin Su. But today, something like this happened and it is necessary to understand some of the circumstances. Yang Hao nodded, Okay, Dad, go ahead and ask. Okay, Howard, what do you think? Yang Wenfeng was about to ask, but at this moment, the door of the ward was opened. Lin Su walked in and asked anxiously, Wenfeng, how is Howard? It's okay now. Yang Wenfeng replied lightly. I'm glad you're okay. Lin Su let out a long sigh and looked worried about Yang Hao. By the way, Wenfeng, did the doctor tell me what's wrong with Howard? Why is he having a stomachache and vomiting blood out of nowhere? The worry that Yang Hao was worried was fake, and this was what Lin Su really cared about. I asked the doctor, and he said it was food poisoning caused by bacteria and viruses. Plus, Howard's physical condition is not very good, so he had stomach pain and vomiting blood. Food poisoning caused by bacterial viruses? Yes, this is actually all my fault. On the way to pick up Howard from school, Howard said he was hungry, so I bought him some snacks from a roadside stall. As you know, the food from roadside stalls is prone to breeding bacteria, so Howard got food poisoning. Yang Wenfeng became suspicious of Lin Su, so he did not tell her the true situation of Yang Hao. Doing so is also a way to avoid alerting the enemy. So that's how it is. Food from roadside stalls is really unhygienic. Don't let Howard eat these things in the future. After hearing what Yang Wenfeng said, Lin Su gave him advice like a good wife and mother. I see. By the way, Lin Su, the doctor said Howard needs to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation before he can be discharged. I will stay with Howard in the hospital these days. Please go back and pack some clothes for us to change and send over. Okay, I'll go back and pack up now. You take good care of Howard first. Well, go ahead. Lin Su came out of the ward and walked slowly in the hospital corridor. Food poisoning caused by bacterial viruses? As I walked, I thought about what Yang Wenfeng had just said. To be honest, she was skeptical about what Yang Wenfeng said. Now that I think about it carefully, I always feel like something is wrong. No, she has to ask the doctor if it is really as Yang Wenfeng said. Just as Yang Wenfeng didn't trust her, she also didn't trust Yang Wenfeng. Soon, Lin Su got the answer from Yang Hao's attending physician. The doctor's explanation was the same as what Yang Wenfeng said, that it was food poisoning caused by bacteria and viruses. It seems that I thought too much. Yang Wenfeng did not lie to me. Forget it, I should go home and pack some clothes for them. After getting the answer, Lin Su let down his guard and went straight home. Yang Wenfeng was a thoughtful person. He anticipated that Lin Su might not believe what she said and would most likely go to the attending physician to confirm the cause of Yang Hao's illness. Therefore, he informed the doctor early in the morning that if Lin Su really asked about the cause of Yang Hao's illness, he would tell her what he said. After confirming that Lin Su had left, Yang Wenfeng returned to the chair beside Yang Hao's bed and sat down. Dad, why did you lie to Aunt Lin Su and say I had food poisoning? Yang Hao asked this question even though he knew the answer. It was not difficult to guess that his father was obviously suspicious of Lin Su, so he lied to her. However, he still wanted to hear his father express his true thoughts in person. Dad has his reasons for doing this. However, let's continue the topic. Tell Dad honestly, do you think Aunt Lin Su treats you well? Dad, Yang Hao deliberately acted embarrassed. Seeing him like this, Yang Wenfeng felt that maybe there really was something going on that he didn't know. So I encouraged him and said, Howard, don't be afraid. Just tell me what you have to say. Dad will definitely make the decision for you. Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. I think Aunt Lin Su treats me badly and has always regarded me as a thorn in her side. She even wants to kill me. Yang Hao's words shocked Yang Wenfeng greatly. Question, why do you have such thoughts? Did this Lin Su do anything to you? Yang Hao nodded. This matter has to start from 3 months ago. Yang Hao told his father Yang Wenfeng everything about how the stationery store was framed as a thief and how he was later blackmailed by people arranged by Lin Su. After Yang Wenfeng heard this, his expression changed from shock to gloomy. Howard, such a big thing happened, why didn't you tell Dad right away? Yang Wenfeng seemed a little angry. What made him angry was that Yang Hao didn't tell him the first time he encountered such a thing. Is it because he doesn't trust him as a father? Seeing his father's unhappy face, Yang Hao hurriedly apologized and explained, I'm sorry, Dad. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but when something like this happened, I was very scared and didn't know what to do. Aunt Lin Su asked me not to tell you about the stationery store incident, saying that you would be disappointed in me if you knew. I was also afraid that you would believe that I would really steal things, so I listened to Aunt Lin and didn't tell you. The man later used the video to blackmail and threaten me. At the time, I was afraid that it would really be like what he said, and the video would be posted online, which would have an impact on our Yang family, so I didn't dare to say anything. Dad, I'm sorry, I was really too scared at the time, so I didn't dare to say anything. I didn't mean to hide it from you, Dad, don't be angry. Yang Hao told his father his true thoughts at that time. After hearing what Yang Hao said, Yang Wenfeng sat down beside the bed and hugged him with heartache. Think about Yang Hao, he is just a 7-year-old child. It is normal for him to be scared and at a loss when he suddenly encounters such a thing. Coupled with the intimidation and threats from people with ulterior motives, he was even more afraid to speak out about the matter. In fact, it's really not his fault. Chapter 59, Every experience brings wisdom. Dad is not angry, Dad is just worried about you. If something like this happens, you should tell Dad right away. However, you have to remember that Dad is someone you can trust and rely on in this world. So no matter what happens to you in the future, you must tell Dad right away, understand? Yang Hao nodded obediently. Dad, I understand. No matter what happens in the future, I will tell you the first time. I will never be so stupid as to not say anything just because someone threatens me. As the saying goes, every experience makes you wiser. After this incident, Yang Hao felt that he had grown a lot. I will never be so foolish as to let others lead me by the nose again. Yes, that's right. Howard, how did you know that Lin Su deliberately framed you? This is all thanks to my classmate Wu Yu. She helped me. Otherwise, I would still be foolish enough to think that Aunt Lin Su was a good person and let her continue to harm me. I have to say that Wu Yu really helped him a lot in this matter. If it weren't for her, he would have been killed by Lin Su and he wouldn't even know what happened. It can be said that Wu Yu saved his life, so calling her boss is not excessive at all. Your classmate? Was it she who helped you? Yes. Boss Yu Yu, she is a very powerful person. This is what happened. Yang Hao then told his father Yang Wenfeng everything about him and Wu Yu, from their acquaintance, their relationship, to how Wu Yu later helped him. After listening to this, Yang Wenfeng exclaimed, your classmate is calm, thoughtful, and intelligent. It seems that she is an extraordinary person. Are you sure she is really only 5 years old? When Yang Wenfeng heard Yang Hao say that Wu Yu was only 5 years old, he still found it unbelievable. Well, she is indeed only 5 years old, the youngest in our class. And Yu Yu is the smartest and most powerful person I have ever met. I feel very lucky to know her and to be her classmate. When talking about Wu Yu, Yang Hao's face was full of pride. He is also proud to be friends with Wu Yu. By the way, Dad, Boss Yu Yu also intercepted the recording of the phone call between Aunt Lin and the man who blackmailed me. I'll play it for you. Yang Hao took out his mobile phone and played the recorded call that Wu Yu sent him to his father Yang Wenfeng. After listening to the recorded conversation, Yang Wenfeng's face turned gloomy. Now it can be completely confirmed that Lin Su has been deliberately plotting to murder his son Yang Hao. Lin Su, I really underestimated you. You dared to murder my son right under my nose. It seems that you are really bold. You want to seek death instead of living a good life. Don't blame me for not caring about the love between husband and wife. Yang Wenfeng pondered over it silently in his mind. Then his face returned to calm, and he said to his son Yang Hao, "Hao, send this recording to Dad. Let Dad handle the rest. From now on, Dad will never let Lin Su hurt a hair on your head again." "Well, I'll send it to you in a moment." Yang Hao knew that Lin Su's good days were over and her father Yang Wenfeng was ready to settle accounts with her. He would not plead for her. After all, this woman was vicious and wanted to kill him. So no matter what her final fate is, she deserves it and it is her own fault. If you do something wrong, you have to pay for your wrong behavior. "Oh, Dad, I have one more thing." "What is it?" "Tell me." "I just want you to give me some money. Because I had to pay the man who blackmailed me, I had to ask my classmates to give me the money under the pretext of sponsorship fees. I know this is also considered blackmailing my classmates, but after returning to school, I will personally apologize to them, ask for their forgiveness, and return the money I took from them." "But I don't have any money on me now." He had promised Wu Yu to return the money he had taken from his classmates to every penny. This was what he had promised Wu Yu, and he had to do it. However, even if Wu Yu did not make such a request, he would still return the money to his classmates. After all, he owed it to them. "Hao, I'm glad that you can recognize your mistakes. I also believe that as long as you sincerely apologize to your classmates, they will forgive you. As for the money, I'll give it to you when you are discharged from the hospital and go home. You can use it to return it to your classmates. When the time comes, you can invite your classmates to your house to play. Dad also wants to meet your amazing classmate Yu Yu and say thank you to her." After hearing Yang Hao describe Wu Yu as such a magical being, Yang Wenfeng became very curious about her and wanted to see her true face. Furthermore, Wu Yu saved Yang Hao's life. As Yang Hao's father, it was reasonable for him to personally thank his lifesaver. "Okay, Dad, no problem." These things had been weighing on Yang Hao's mind for a long time, but now that he had told his father everything, he no longer had to worry. Yang Hao felt relieved. After tonight's heart-to-heart talk, the father-son relationship between Yang Wenfeng and Yang Hao has grown a lot. This incident made Yang Wenfeng realize a problem. No matter how busy I am at work in the future, I must spend more time with my son and communicate with him so that I can understand his situation. He doesn't want this kind of thing to happen again. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, Yang Wenfeng received a call from Ahai. "Brother Feng, I have looked into the matter you asked me to investigate. I will send the detailed information to your phone later. Please take a look." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After hanging up the phone, Yang Wenfeng immediately received the information sent by Ahai. Ahai was very efficient and he got the matter clear in just one night. Yang Wenfeng opened the information and found that it was exactly the same as what Yang Hao told him last night. A cruel look flashed across Yang Wenfeng's face. It's time to settle accounts with Lin Su. "Hao, Daddy has some things to take care of. You stay in the hospital and have a good rest. When Daddy is done, he will come back to accompany you. If you want to eat anything at noon, call Grandma Zhang and ask her to prepare it and send it over." "Okay, Dad, go ahead and do your work. I can take care of myself." "So good." Yang Wenfeng touched Yang Hao's head and then left the ward. Good reviews, and keep asking for good reviews. Dear friends, it's just a small favor, please give me a reward. Thank you so much. Chapter 60. Why are you arresting me? At around 11:30 a.m., Yang Hao's phone rang. When he saw it was a call, he immediately pressed the answer button. "Boss Yu Yu." "Yang Hao, how are you now?" "I'm fine now. It's just that I had a stomachache and vomited blood yesterday. I was really scared. I thought I was going to die." "Boss Yu Yu, why didn't you tell me in advance that your medicine is so strong that I will vomit blood after taking it?" Last night, Yang Hao really had a stomachache, vomited blood, and fainted. These were all real. Of course, Yang Hao was really scared. If I tell you in advance, it may not achieve the expected effect. Don't worry, the medicine I give you will not cause much harm to your body. I will prepare some conditioning medicine for you later. After you take it, your body will return to normal. Well, boss Yu, I naturally believe you. A simple sentence I believe in you witnessed the pure friendship between the two friends. How is it? Has your father started to doubt your stepmother? Last night, the reason why Yang Hao had a stomachache and vomited blood was because he took the medicine that Wu Yu carefully prepared for him. What Yang Hao's attending physician said was correct. If he drank the soup made by Mai Ji for a long time, he would experience the same situation as last night. It's just that this situation shouldn't have happened so early. It was entirely because of Wu Yu's medicine that this situation happened early. The purpose is to take this opportunity to let Yang Wenfeng know that Lin Su has been trying every means to murder Yang Hao. It's not suspicion, but I already know that it was her who did it. I guess he's going to settle the score with her now. Last night, after I woke up, my dad asked me about her, and I told him everything truthfully. And my dad believed me and said that no matter what happens in the future, I should tell him the first time. I think in my dad's heart, I, his son, am still very important. Need I say that? You are his only son, so of course he cares about you. Now that your father knows, he doesn't have to worry about your stepmother harming you anymore. It's pitiful to see all the parents in the world. I believe that no parent would want to see something happen to their child. Needless to say, Yang Hao is Yang Wenfeng's only son. The huge Yang group is waiting for Yang Hao to inherit it in the future. Well, this is all thanks to you. Boss Yu, thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I would probably have been killed by my stepmother and I wouldn't even know what happened. You're welcome. We are classmates, and we should help each other. And evil will be punished. Your stepmother has done many evil things. Even if we don't punish her, God will not let her go. Wu Yu has always believed in this saying, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. It's not that there will be no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. Of course I do. I believe God has eyes. No matter what happens to my stepmother, it's all her own fault. No one else can be blamed. Let's not talk about her. I've told my dad that after I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll pay back the money I owe to my classmates and say sorry to them. Well, you asked your classmates for money out of necessity. As long as you sincerely apologize to them, I believe they won't blame you. At the beginning, Wu Yu didn't know Yang Hao, and because he did that kind of thing, he thought he was a playboy who knew nothing and could only bully others. But after this period of contact, I found that Yang Hao was actually a kind-hearted person, without airs, and very easy to get along with. Well, I'm going to hold a party at home and invite all the classmates to come and play. You, especially you, must come. My dad heard about your deeds and really wants to meet you and say thank you to you in person. Okay, I'll definitely go then. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, you should have a good rest and come back from the hospital as soon as possible. Good. After chatting with Wu Yu, the servant at home just came to deliver food. After lunch, Yang Hao went to take a nap. The other side. Outside an abandoned warehouse. As soon as she got off the car, Lin Su was carried by two men in black and walked into the warehouse. Around 10:30 in the morning, when Lin Su finished shopping outside and was about to go home, she was suddenly kidnapped by two men in black whom she had never met before. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? No one paid any attention to her. Do you know who I am? I am the wife of Yang Wenfeng, the president of Yang Group. If my husband knows that you have arrested me, you will be dead. If you don't want to die, let me go quickly. While struggling, Lin Su warned the two men in black who were holding her. One of the men in black shouted, "Shut up. When the time comes, you'll know who wants to arrest you." Lin Su could only shut up and not say anything else, allowing the man in black to carry her inside. Inside the warehouse, it was pitch black with only an old dim yellow lamp hanging in the air. Under the dim light, there stood a man, slightly fat and burly, exuding a chilling aura. Because the man had his back to her and the light was dim, Lin Su could not see the man's face. But when she saw the man's figure, Lin Su had a bad feeling in her heart. Could this person be? The further we walked in, the clearer the man's figure became. Then the man slowly turned around and said in a low voice, "Are you here?" At this moment, Lin Su saw the man's face clearly, and it was exactly as she had guessed, Yang Wenfeng. I feel a chill in my heart. It goes without saying that someone suddenly brought her here because of Yang Hao's matter. Otherwise, how could I date her in a place like this? But at this moment, she couldn't panic and had to calm down. The more panicked she was, the easier it would be to reveal her flaws. Wenfeng, it's you. Why are you in a place like this? Lin Su said, pretending to be calm. Why did you come here? Lin Su, don't you know clearly? Wenfeng, I don't understand what you are saying. Lin Su continued to play dumb. Lin Su, Lin Su, I've been very kind to you, haven't I? I've done my best to satisfy you with everything you wanted. Aren't you satisfied? If it's other things, I can let you do whatever you want, but you shouldn't have put your mind on Howard. Wenfeng, I didn't. Is there any misunderstanding here? I didn't do anything to Howard. You can't listen to other people's slander. I was wronged. Without substantial evidence, she would never admit it, and who knew if Yang Wenfeng was deliberately trying to trick her? If so, then she really was incriminating herself. I'm not that stupid.